The Angels, a dark high school bully romance. Raven River Academy, Book 1. Written by Ruby Vincent, narrated by Addison Barnes. Chapter 1. Scattered trash rolled through the parking lot. I pictured a stooped Asian man sweeping it up with a broom whose bristles were bent and frayed. He lifted his head to beam at me and asked if he should ring up my nerds and cream soda, or if I'd surprise him with a new sugary treat today. I blinked, and Mr. Han was gone. That's all it was, a memory. I'd certainly seen him in that very position enough times, cleaning, sweeping, tidying, and retidying the store his immigrant parents bought with the last bit of change in their pockets. He used to tell me their story as I slid crumpled bills under the partition. His parents worked from sun-up to sundown to build a business they would pass down to him, and when the time came, he'd pass it to his daughter. My eyes traced the angel wings graffitied on the boarded windows. That time never came. The light turned green and my uncle took off, leaving the street corner and Han's closed grocery store behind. I watched it through the window until it was a speck in the distance, just to make myself feel worse. No running, no loud music, no phones at the dinner table, and no— Ember? Ember! I jerked. Huh? Oh, sorry, Aunt Violet. What were you saying? She shot me a withering glare in the rearview mirror. We'll also need to address your manners, I see. It's incredibly rude to ignore people when they're speaking to you. I wasn't ignoring you, I just got distracted for a moment, I said. Tell me again. Violet sniffed. That wrinkled nose glare had been etched in her face since the judge told her it was either their home or foster care and the streets. She never wanted kids, either birthed, adopted, fostered, or left in a basket on her doorstep. But I had a feeling she was wishing she went with all of the above and filled her home with dozens of children, so she could have reasonably said there was no room for me. As it stood, they lived in a mansion right across town, and refusing to take us in wouldn't have looked good to the gossipy harpies at the country club, and nothing mattered more than what they thought of her. As I was saying, she continued, if you're going to live in our home, you'll abide by our rules. There is no running, no loud music, no phones at the dinner table, and no boys in the house. We have breakfast, lunch, and dinner together, and I expect you to be on time for meals. You have a 9 o'clock curfew, and you must let me know if you're leaving the house and where you'll be. Although I feel it's better you stay inside until you leave for Raven River. Understood? Yes, Aunt Violet. She nodded stiffly. Good. Now tell your brother what I said. I glanced to my left. Eli was reading his book, eyes zipping across the page, and a little pink tongue poking out. He was deep in the good part and wouldn't thank me for interrupting him. I did anyway. I tapped his shoulder and he raised his head, brows wrinkling. I love you, I signed. The little brat rolled his eyes and went back to reading. I tapped him again. I love you, jerk. His sweet round face crinkled in amusement. I love you too, he signed back. I let him go back to his book, not bothering to relay the rules. My brother wasn't going to be running, playing loud music, talking on any phone, or bringing people over. You needed to have friends and or dates for the latter, and neither of us had any of those. What did he say? Violet demanded. Does he understand the rules? Make sure he understands. He understands just fine. Eli has no issues with comprehension, I replied, getting the distinct feeling this wouldn't be the first time I'd have to check her for treating my brother like he was remedial. But while we're on the subject of Eli, did you start on the list I gave you? The door lights, phone signalers, new smoke alarms, and carbon monoxide detectors? My uncle spoke for the first time since we drove away from the courthouse. We won't be needing any of that.
You and Eli leave for Raven River in 4 weeks. I've been assured by the headmistress that the school is deaf accessible.
How so? I stuck my head through their seats. Does the school have lighted smoke alarms in every room? Will they provide a note-taker or interpreter? Do his teachers know not to turn away from the class when they're speaking? And what about—
I'm certain they have everything he requires. Uncle Harrison broke in. This isn't Wesley High. Raven River is a top institution that you both were lucky to get into. We're paying a small fortune for you and your brother to attend, so you'll both make the most of it.
I bit hard on my lip, holding in my retort. You're paying a small fortune to get rid of us. Don't act like you're doing us some favor putting us in a year-round boarding school. I'd like to speak to the headmistress myself, I said instead. Get an idea of what they have available to Eli so he can be prepared.
She hardly has time to go over every little thing with you, Violet scoffed. She's a busy woman.
Not bothering to argue, I sat back and pulled out my headphones. There was undoubtedly a number for the school in the brochure my uncle gave us. I'd call later. The catchy thumping beat of a K-pop song filled my ears as I tried to push thoughts of the last month from my mind. It didn't work. It's strange how the brain works. Its power is unparalleled in the whole of human history. How it can make us believe things that aren't true, see things that aren't there, feel things that aren't real. I still felt the sharp pain from stubbing my toe on the dresser as I left my room that morning. I heard the echo of my cries, calling for Mom when an empty kitchen and bare dining table greeted me. I saw the steam rising from the mug as I made my own coffee. I felt hard wood beneath my feet as I climbed the stairs, entered my parents' room, and found the closet and drawers empty, and the dried wax sticking in the carpet from the candle knocked over in their haste to leave. But clearer than all of those memories, I saw the note lying on the pillow, telling me in 2 short sentences that my life as I knew it was over. Yes, the brain is a powerful thing. It tricked me into believing those selfish, lying bastards loved me. The cheery music pelted my ears, the opposite of my morose reminiscing. Movement out of the corner of my eye roused me. I pulled out my headphones. My aunt was waving for my attention. That's another thing, said Violet. If you're going to have those things so loud that you can't hear me speaking to you, you aren't to use them at all. I gritted my teeth. I honestly never cared much for my aunt and uncle. They lived across town my whole life, a half an hour away, but we never saw them outside of major holidays. Not even birthdays would bring them around. When they were there, my aunt only opened her mouth to criticize my hair, clothes, posture, and refusal to wear makeup. The last part really burned her up, and I have received makeup kits every year for Christmas since I was 12. My dad's brother, Uncle Harrison, didn't spare me many words. It was always walking out of the room to take business calls. I'd stumble upon him on the porch, shouting into the phone and calling some poor sap a moron. As for Eli, the two didn't speak to him at all. It never occurred to them to learn sign language. I put their behavior down to the mysterious fight that broke the brothers apart years before I was born. I certainly sensed the charged atmosphere whenever my dad and his brother were in the same room. But now my parents were gone. It was just the 4 of us. And after being around them the last month as they dealt with cops, lawyers, and social workers, I knew for sure they just flat out didn't like us. Anyway, my aunt carried on, we're about 5 minutes away from the estate. When we get home, take you and your brother's things up to your rooms and stay there until Margaret calls you for lunch. You're allowed in your rooms, the bathrooms, the dining room, and the first-floor living room. The kitchen is off-limits. Our bedroom and our offices are off-limits. The other living rooms are also off-limits. The antiques in there are priceless and the upholstery expensive. I won't have you two ruining our things. Make sure your brother understands that. We're not toddlers, I snapped. And stop referring to him as your brother. His name is Eli. He has straight A's, knows 2 languages, and makes killer blueberry pancakes. Make sure you understand that. Uncle Harrison whipped around so fast the wheel jerked and sent me careening into the door. We pulled off the street into a random parking lot.
"Don't ever sass my wife,"
he roared, spittle flying.
"Apologize."
My heart pounded against my ribcage. I wasn't prepared for this reaction. Dad's method of correction was to calmly tell me to go to my room. Purpling cheeks and flashing blues didn't factor into the equation. Eli's book poked my thigh. It had flown out of his hand. He gazed at me wide-eyed. The fear in them squeezed my chest. I put my hand over his, silently soothing him. "I'm sorry for how I said it, Aunt Violet," I replied in an even tone. "But I'm not sorry for what I said. You two barely know me, and Eli even less. I think if we're going to make the next month work, I should make it clear that we're not messy, loud, or reckless. We'll respect your property, stay where we belong, and we'll obey your rules. But Eli is a smart, funny, great kid, and I won't let you treat him any other way." Eli was looking at me as I said that, reading every word on my lips. He glanced at my uncle for the response. We locked in a heated stare. A month ago, I would have backed down before the brash, balding, angry man, who always looked at me as though I wasn't worth his time. But I wasn't that girl anymore. It was just me and Eli now. We had to look out for each other. No one else would. I eyed the man who was practically strong-armed into taking us in. No one else wants to. Clicking his tongue, my uncle turned around and retook the wheel.
"See that you do."
He resumed driving us to our new home. Eli squeezed my hand to get my attention. "What did he say?" "See that you do," I repeated. "Make sure we obey their nonsense rules." His shoulders slumped. "Do we have to live with them? You're 18. We can get an apartment, just me and you." I ruffled his wavy blonde crown. "I wish I could, and I promise one day it will be just me and you. But right now I've got no money, credit, or guarantors." Eli cocked his head at the last word, so I explained. My brother had infinite ways to communicate, and being lucky enough to be his older sister, I got a peek into his world. "The only place we'd get is a sketchy shithole in the worst part of the OB, I signed. "It wouldn't be safe for you." Eli raised a brow. He didn't sign, but I could hear the thought going through his head. "Nowhere in this town is safe for us." I pretended I couldn't read his mind, to save me from coming up with a reply. Handing him his book, I returned to staring out the window, in time to see a gold and black sign zip past. Raven River Estate. To shed any doubt of where we were, the matching gold and black gates crested over the horizon. Uncle Harrison slowed down before the guard station.
"Afternoon, Mr. Bancroft," said the uniformed man. "Guests today?" "Yes, Ember and Eli Bancroft. I've registered them with the office."
My uncle took something out of the glove box and handed it to him.
"They'll be staying with us for a short time." "Very good, sir."
The guard stepped out of the booth to peer at us, looking from our faces to the passes. Security is tight around here. But then the pampered royalty who lived within this gilded cage would want it that way. Can't have OB riffraff wandering in. The drive to my uncle's home was short, but scenic. The estate truly was a beautiful patch of land. No trash scattered about these streets. No graffiti on the spotless, power-washed storefronts. And grand homes towering in the distance. As we passed by the park, I spotted polo-shirted and khaki-pantsed couples walking arm in arm, and chubby-cheeked munchkins running happily through the mulch. It was like a tampon commercial, a bright picture-perfect scene to disguise a bloody nightmare. Or at least it will be for me. Aunt Violet and I agree on one thing. I'd be better off staying inside.
"This is it,"
Uncle Harrison announced for no reason. It wasn't like we'd never been to his place before.
"Do as your aunt said. Take your things up and stay in your rooms."
Okay. My uncle killed the engine before the entrance. I pressed my face against the window, taking in the mansion I'd seen a grand total of 3 times. Nothing had changed. Dad told me years ago that a charming Tudor-style mansion once stood here, but Aunt Violet had it leveled after they bought the land and built this white and gray mid-century modern catastrophe in its place. A home that stood here since the founding of the town, gone in the time it took my aunt to sign a check. The doors opened and a man in a smart suit stepped out, carrying a tray.
"And one more thing," Aunt Violet twisted around in her seat. "The servants do not work for you, so don't presume to give them orders. You wash your own clothes, clean your rooms, and tidy up after yourselves. I'm certain this will be the last time I have to say this."
"It will," I said simply. My Aunt Violet was a beautiful woman, and she made efforts to stay that way. She wouldn't deign to leave the house with her roots showing, but old photos gave away that she used to be as blonde as the rest of us. The toffee brown bob she sported now suited her just as well. It brought out the specks of green in her brown eyes and framed her heart-shaped face. What it didn't accentuate was the pinched lips and tightness around her eyes whenever she looked in my direction.
"Tell your Eli," she corrected.
I did as she asked. "Can I go into the library?" Eli replied. I repeated the question.
"No," she said to me. "There are first editions in there that are worth a lot of money."
"You should speak directly to him," I said. "It's him you're talking to." She frowned.
"No, I'm not. I'm speaking to you."
I shook my head as she and Uncle Harrison climbed out of the car. They accepted the drinks the butler held out to them, and then disappeared in the house without a backward glance. "I don't like it here," Eli signed. We hadn't set foot inside, and I couldn't help but agree. "We have to make the most of it," I said, speaking while I signed. "It's better than me on the streets and you stuck in a foster home." He didn't look convinced. Eli and I got out and collected our meager possessions from the trunk. Most of what we owned was seized by the authorities. All we had were clothes and the few books Eli was allowed to grab. The butler hung around long enough to point us in the direction of our rooms. We were put on the 3rd floor in the 2 bedrooms at the very back, far from the rest of the household, but I wasn't complaining about the queen bed, ensuite, or the room next to Eli. Like I said, this was infinitely better than me being on my own and Eli sent away. Eli hopped on his new bed and went back to reading. I took up the task of putting away his things. Maybe with his books on the shelves and photos of our trip to Disney on the nightstand, this would feel more like home. I went into the bathroom and set his toiletries out. When I came out, the book was cast aside and he was on his laptop. The nosy bugger I was, I jumped up to see what he was looking at. One glance and I immediately took it away from him. Eli shut up, eyes flashing. "Don't give me that look," I snapped. "Why do you torture yourself looking at this stuff?" On the screen, a rather flattering photo of my parents on their honeymoon shone under the glaring news title, "The Most Notorious Con Artists in America." "I'm not torturing myself," he replied. "I just want to know what's going on." "From this? It's clickbait trash," I said. "I can name 3 people off the top of my head who scammed hundreds of millions more, so Mom and Dad are hardly the most notorious. It'll be filled with half-baked truths and enough leading statements to make their readers draw the worst conclusions." "Then you tell me. None of it makes sense. The land is real. Dad took us out there. He showed us the plans. How can it all be made up?" I sighed. I did my best to shield him from all of this. He was 14 years old. He shouldn't know how devious and heartless his parents truly were. He must have read the hesitation on my face. If you won't tell me, I'll find out the truth myself. They've got it wrong. We know Mom and Dad. They would never do something like this. They wouldn't leave us." I stiffened. I couldn't have this. Eli holding out hope that our parents were innocent and on their way back to us would only cause him more pain as time passed, and that day never came. I went back and forth for so long, Eli reached for the laptop again. I closed it and put it behind me. Gesturing at the nightstand, I said, "Pass me that pen and paper." Eli handed them over. We sat in silence as I scribbled. "All right." I set my drawing down between us. "This is the town of Raven River. The big circle smack in the middle is the estate, and the surrounding area is the OB, the outer borough." Eli knew these things, but he didn't interrupt me. "Further out from the OB is private land, forest, and a couple other neighborhoods, like the one we lived in," I explained. "Raven River is in the middle of nowhere. We're 3 hours from the nearest city, but we've got the river. It's perfect for fishing, kayaking, canoeing, and nature lovers. Total untouched beauty waiting to be enjoyed, but only if you can get tourists this far, which you can't because there are no nice places to stay in the OB, and the estate is off limits to outsiders." He nodded, going with me this far. "The whole thing is ripe for someone to come in and build a luxury retreat on the water, and when this patch of land finally went up for sale," I pointed to a spot next to my makeshift river, "that is exactly what Mom and Dad said they would do. They bought the land and then got people to invest in the Raven River Lodge. It was sure to be a success. Mom and Dad guaranteed it." My voice shook. People from the estate dropped millions, and those from the OB were lured in by Dad's promise to source locally. Produce from Han's grocery store, linens from Martha's, fishing gear from Bert's. Some people forked over everything they had to win the bids for the contracts, and others invested everything they had, period. So what happened? There was never going to be a lodge, Eli. After Mom and Dad ran off with the money, they investigated and found out the land is on a floodplain. If the river overflowed, the guests would be swimming to reception. Even if they could have gotten around that, an environmental report revealed that there were golden-cheeked warblers on the land. They're a protected species. The land used to be private property, so no one knew any of this. But when the reports came in, Dad bribed the officials to keep it quiet. Those officials confessed to it after our parents ran. They knew what they were doing, Eli. They knew they couldn't build a lean-to there, let alone a resort, and they took people's money anyway. Eli lowered his head. His chin wobbled as wetness collected on his lids. He held up his hands and signed. "How much?" "Over $25 million. He flinched, the same reaction I had when the FBI agents told me, followed by screaming, shouting, and tears of disbelief, until they laid it out for me like I was doing for Eli. Frank and Lenora Bancroft spearheaded the project and approached the investors themselves. There was no way they didn't know they were flogging a losing horse. And whenever a part of me wanted to believe they were innocent, I thought of those empty drawers and the note on the pillow. "But I still don't understand," he signed. "Don't understand what?" Eli met my gaze, eyes brimming over with tears. "Why they left us." My hands stayed in my lap. Leaning in, I kissed his salty cheek. Then I stood and walked out. "Tell me about it. Kimberly should have gone back and demanded a refund. They made a complete mess of her wax." Aunt Violet reclined on the couch, a cup of tea perched on her knee, and a phone glued to her ear. I sat on her other side and seriously contemplated how long it would take her to notice if I snuck away. 3 weeks passed since we were driven from the courthouse to the estate. The entire time we hadn't set foot outside of it. Actually, Eli and I didn't venture farther than the front driveway. This was the first time since I arrived that I left the property. And of all places, my aunt dragged me to Oak Mall.
You started Raven River Academy in 1 week, and you need proper clothes, she said when she barged into my bedroom. This family has suffered enough embarrassment. I won't have anyone see you walking around in those rags and think we've fallen into bankruptcy too.
By rags, she meant my ripped jeans and cropped t-shirts. Oak Mall had a simple name, but it was in estate territory, and therefore only had clothes that cost the same as the rent of an apartment in Manhattan. Not my style at all. I didn't grow up middle class by any stretch of the imagination. The Bancrofts were a wealthy family, and although the older brother, Harrison, took over the security company, my dad, Frank, lived off a healthy trust fund that provided us a 3-story house, pool, jacuzzi, 3 cars, and a boat. All of that was gone, and now Violet wanted the clothes off my back, too. I glanced at the bags taking up the rest of the couch, 14 of them boasting skirts, dresses, jewelry, and yet another makeup kit. But not one pair of jeans in the bunch. I'm completely fuzzy on why she bothered to make me come. She's not even letting me try them on. Violet's just throwing clothes at me and gushing about how cute I'll look in them. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she was getting some kind of twisted glee at remaking me in her ideal image.
Yes, darling, of course, said Violet. I approved the arrangements myself. The flowers will be brought to the club no later than noon, and the staff will handle decorations. The event will go off without a hitch. I don't want you to worry about a thing.
The store clerk inched up. What do you think? He whispered. He held up the dress, a blue and white monstrosity that made me cringe. No, my friend, let's put aside any notion of sequins right now. Do you have black pants? I asked. Or even better, jeans?
We might have something in the back.
He turned to leave.
Oh, hold on. Umberto? Umberto, where are you going? That dress is gorgeous. We'll take it.
Umberto perked up.
Wonderful.
He scurried off, and I had a feeling it wasn't to look for those jeans. Aunt Violet, I tried. These clothes aren't really…
Shh.
She flapped a hand.
I'm on the phone.
I clenched my teeth hard enough to crack my jaw. It was pointless arguing with her. She didn't stick around for it. Every conversation I tried to have with Violet ended with her walking out of the room, saying she had something important to attend to, or her hopping on the phone. She ignored me, and then went on to do what she wanted anyway. Umberto returned carrying a hot pink blazer.
What about…
No. Huffing, he marched off.
Violet? Violet, is that you?
We both turned as a cloud of Casablanca perfume spread through the boutique, bringing along 3 middle-aged women with it. I blinked at them. It was Violet, Violet, and Violet. No joke. The women resembled my aunt down to the same haircut, hair color, pearl necklaces, and sheath dresses.
Violet, darling.
The woman at the front of the pack held out her arms.
There you are. We haven't seen you at the spa since the whole horrible business. We feared you ended your membership.
Violet's call was suddenly not so important. She cut off the person on the other end of the phone with a click.
Me? End my membership? Of course not.
She rose and accepted a dainty hug.
Life has just been so hectic since we took in Harry's niece and nephew.
My brows darted up my forehead. Hectic? The woman hardly deals with us outside of mealtimes. The lady's gaze slid to me. All traces of her pleasant smile vanished.
Ah, Ember Bancroft.
I didn't ask how she knew who I was. The 6 camera crews that littered my lawn as the FBI and Child Protective Services hauled us out ensured everyone in the country knew who I was.
I'm Ruth Slater. How are you holding up, dear? She asked.
I imagine the last few weeks have been a trial, to say the least. You must miss your parents." The women flanking her gave me smiles that didn't reach their eyes. "Tell me, have you been in contact with them lately?" "Nope." "And no idea of where they could be?" "Not a clue." "Such a shame." The frosty undertone in her voice lowered the temperature of the room. "My Edgar was one of the largest investors in the lodge. He lost over $2 million. "I'm sorry to hear that." "Are you?" I heard the challenge in her reply, and I ignored it. "Umberto?" I called, getting to my feet. "Bring on that pink blazer. I'll see how it looks." "Truly?" He emerged from the rack, blazer in hand, and stalked me to the dressing room. The soft murmur of conversation continued as I walked away. "Gala tomorrow," I heard. "Everyone is going." I stayed in the back, trying on clothes I'd never wear, until my aunt hunted me down. "Ember, what is taking you so long? We must get to Maxfield before it closes. You need a dress for tomorrow night." "Tomorrow night?" I turned off the game I was playing on my phone. "What's happening tomorrow night?" "The Autumn Gala. My society throws it every year for the community, and we have to get you something appropriate to wear." I didn't move from the pile of clothes I was sitting on. "I'm guessing that since this is the first I've heard about it, I wasn't invited? What changed?" There was a heavy pause. "Ember," Violet said after a minute, "will you get out of there so we can speak properly?" Heaving myself up, I came out to my aunt and the 3 employees she had holding the bags. "You weren't invited," she said bluntly. "A fact I made clear to Ruth, Antonella, and Wren. But they wouldn't hear of it. The event is also one last get-together before the children leave for the academy. And with you attending as well, they felt it only right that you come too. They called Chelsea and put you on the guest list, and refusing would have seemed strange." I swallowed hard. Strange? I'm sure those women know exactly why I wouldn't want to go to their party. "All the same, you're going." She marched off. "Hurry up, we have to get your brother a tux, too." Rooted on the spot, I calculated my odds of persuading Violet to go against the stiff-jawed society ladies she worshipped for the niece she barely thought of. My answer came back in the negatives. "Ember, hurry up!" I forced myself to follow her to Maxfield. Violet threw dress after dress in my arms, and in an increasing fit of defiance, I tossed them back and yanked one I didn't completely despise off the rack. She scowled. "Absolutely not. This is a high-class event. Put that back." "I either wear this," I motioned to my jeans and t-shirt, "or this. You pick." Color stained her cheeks. "Excuse me?" "If you want me to smile and charm and fake like we're a happy family for one more week, you'll at least let me wear an outfit I'm comfortable in." I gave the dress a little shake. "What do you say, Aunt Violet? Not a bad trade-off for me being on my best behavior in front of your society friends." Violet wavered. "Best behavior? No pouting, back-talking, or sitting in the corner listening to your strange Chinese music?" "Korean music," I corrected. "And yes." She spun on the clerk standing quietly next to us. "Get that dress in her size." An hour later, I had my dress and a pair of shoes to match. I hurried inside the house and went straight to Eli's room with the bags. My brother was sitting up in bed, watching a movie. He noticed me just as I jumped. I smushed him into the sheets, laughing my head off. Eli wriggled and pounded on my back. He hated when I did this, but as his older sister, I had the divine right to mess with him. Laughing, I rolled off and accepted the pillow in the face as punishment. "Guess what?" I said and signed. "Aunt Violet is making us go to a party at the country club tomorrow. Your tux is in that blue bag." His face fell. Those parties are the worst. The food always tastes like slow-roasted feet, and there's nothing to do. I squeezed his shoulder. Over the years, we had been invited to parties in the estate a handful of times, usually charity events. During one we attended 4 years ago, little shits snuck behind Eli, shouting and clapping, and then laughing themselves sick when he didn't react. Bring your book and find a place to hide. If Violet tries to track you down, I'll distract her. He smiled as thanks and then went back to the movie. Picking up a pillow, I put it on his lap and snuggled in to watch. This is what we've been doing for the remains of our summer. Sitting around, watching movies, reading, and swimming in the pool. There wasn't much else to do. I deleted my and Eli's social media accounts when hate poured in from victims and random trolls who never invested a penny in the lodge. Blocking almost every number on our phones was the next step. Mom and Dad didn't spare our friends or their families from their scheme, and the last thing my best friend since grade school said to me before I ended the call was, "Drop dead, bitch." We had no one to talk to, nowhere to go. And be that as it may, I'd take the crushing isolation of the last 2 months over going to school with the kids we'd be forced to see at that party. I tugged on the hem of my dress. It looked nice on the rack, but in my haste to make a point, I didn't bother to try the thing on. "So damn tight," I burst out. I yanked on it again and knocked myself off balance, falling sideways into my desk. A noise from behind me made me spin around. Eli's soft laughs transformed his face. He was 14, but the round cheeks and big brown eyes made him appear younger. I had the same brown eyes and blonde hair, and that's where our similarities stopped. My face was longer, lips fuller, cheeks narrower, and nose rounder. All in all, the spitting image of my mother, when she was the young, beautiful, free-spirited woman who ran through the forest barefoot wearing a crown of flowers. Eli had that photo of her in a place of honor next to his bed. He still wouldn't let me put it away, even after I told him the full story. "You look nice." "I feel like a stuffed cocktail," I griped. "Come over here, let me do your tie." Eli dutifully lifted his chin and let me fix him up. Miss Ember! Miss Ember!" The house manager, Margaret, pushed open the door. "Mr. and Mrs. Bancroft are waiting for you both. They say to be down in 5 minutes. We're coming." I finished with his tie and sent him off. I gave myself one last look in the mirror as I grabbed my purse. The dress I chose was ivory and gold. Ivory for the soft, silky material and gold for the belt buckles on 3 belts wrapped around my stomach, and the 2 belts that doubled as straps. The dress clung to every inch of my torso and flared at the waist to a hem that came mid-thigh. My final act of rebellion was to swipe on some cherry lip gloss and push my 7th unopened makeup kit aside. Despite that, I scrubbed up nice for a girl who lived in ripped jeans and cut-up shirts. My aunt and uncle were waiting at the bottom of the stairs, and not patiently. Uncle Harrison made a show of checking his watch.
"Let's go. I won't have your aunt late to her own event."
The 2 of them left before I was halfway down the stairs. Eli was already in the car. I slid inside and flashed him a smile. "Got your book?" He drew open his coat and showed off the small chapter book hidden inside the pocket. Swiping his thumb across his nose, he winked. I cracked up.
"What's funny?" asked Aunt Violet. "This is a very important night. I've been working on this party for months, and for the last month I had to coordinate the details by phone, out of shame of showing my face."
My grin melted away.
"Your parents have caused irreparable damage to the Bancroft name. Harry has been questioned by the police twice, warrants issued for our financial records, and friends we've had for years questioning whether they can trust us."
I looked toward my stony-faced uncle. As usual, he sat in silence as my aunt dressed me down. He might not even be listening.
"Tonight is our chance to turn things around," said Violet. "Show people that the Bancrofts have not been beaten, and we're stronger than your parents' disgusting criminal deeds. To that end, I expect you to keep your promise and be on your best behavior."
"A deal is a deal," I replied softly.
"People may ask you what you know," she continued. "What do you intend to tell them?"
My chest constricted in the already tight dress. I squeezed my eyes shut. Why won't people stop asking? How many times do I have to say, "I don't know anything," I stated, "and that's what I'll tell anyone who asks." She sniffed, but otherwise said nothing. We made the rest of the drive in silence, not that there was far to go. The East Country Club resided near the far end of the community, near their home. 4 floors of restaurants, banquet halls, and conference rooms amongst the golf course and tennis courts. We turned onto a cobblestone path. The car jiggled up the incline to a grand converted mansion. This was another structure built at the founding of the town. It wore its age in the sun-bleached stone and the cracks in the columns. A local historical society prevents any work be done on the structure other than restoration, and it was better for it. A smile spread unbidden as the weathered chimney stacks loomed higher. I loved old things. I loved their story, their immutable presence, their history stretching through lives, disasters, rising and falling suns. I could wake up one morning and find everything else in my life had changed, but not this building. No, it would always be here. Uncle parked in front of the valet. He stepped out, rounded the hood, and kissed his wife's gloved hand as he helped her out. It was sweet. What wasn't sweet was the 2 of them gliding off without us. The valet climbed inside and jumped at the glimpse of us in the rearview mirror.
"Sorry, madam. Sir, I'll get your door."
I glanced at Eli. "You ready?"
"Why wouldn't I be? I'll be hiding behind the coats all night."
"That's the spirit." My door flew open and the valet extended his hand to me. This is it. No turning back now. Eli and I climbed out and fell in step behind an elegantly dressed couple. They didn't notice who we were, and I hoped they didn't long enough for me to get Eli behind those coats. I drew him closer to my side, and it broke my heart that he let me. Normally, Eli didn't care for my overprotectiveness, but the last 2 months had changed us both. Holding hands tightly, we stepped inside the beauty and elegance that came from 100-year-old taste. Modernity couldn't compete with this. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow on the guests, passing through to the music and conversation floating out of the ballroom. Red and gold carpet muffled our escape as we crept to the side and ducked behind a display case. "Looks like the coat check is out," I sighed. The station was manned by a beefy-looking dude who wasn't about to let anyone pass him. "There are meeting rooms upstairs. They usually keep them unlocked. Go up there and chill until the party is over. I brought this for you. The perks of carrying a purse." I pulled my tablet out of my bag. Eli's eyes lit up like I presented him with a year's worth of Halloween candy. "How do you know the rooms are unlocked?" asked Eli. A memory assaulted my mind, bringing a vision of a girl running through the darkened halls. I shoved it down and locked it away. That was another lifetime and another girl. "I just do," I replied. "Text me what room you're in and I'll bring you up some food that doesn't taste like feet." He saluted me and then took off. I watched him go with a wry smile. Eli was about to sit alone in a room reading books he's read 100 times before, while I attended the hottest party in Raven River. And guess who would have the better night? I took a deep breath and held it tight in my chest. Only when I felt my lungs would explode did I let it out. "Let's just get this over with," I mumbled under my breath. I set off for the ballroom, lifting my chin higher and higher as I went. The hate I received following the truth coming out had either been virtual or shouted at me behind a police blockade on the steps of the courthouse. I had no protections now. No hitting a button and blocking their vitriol from my life. I was stepping right into the lion's den.
Right this way,
The tux-clad door-holder paused mid-bow.
You?
Yes, it's me, Ember Bancroft. I'm guessing you've got plenty you want to say to me. But it'll have to wait. I'm starved. I sensed his eyes on the back of my neck as the party unfolded before me. If my aunt was truly responsible for organizing this, I grudgingly had to admit she did a great job. Peach tablecloths covered in fake autumn leaves surrounded the dance floor. As a centerpiece, she chose bowls of clear, cool water with floating candles that spread a sweet citrusy scent through the room, and projected on the walls and ceiling were falling leaves. The guests gave in fully to the theme. Men in red suits and women in yellow gowns flitted through the party, sipping champagne or shuffling on the dance floor. It reminded me of another night and another theme. The peach linens and square tables suddenly vanished and were replaced by poker tables. Gone were the chic yellow gowns, and instead, the ladies wore garish, spangly dresses that glared harshly under the fluorescence, and added to the headache the constantly ringing slot machines were stirring up. Once more, I pulled myself out of the memory. I shifted away from the dancers to the group taking up almost the entire back row of tables, the ones this party was truly for. The teenagers looked to be having their own party. One guy was up, talking and gesturing as his captive audience laughed their heads off and knocked back drinks I'd bet my life weren't non-alcoholic. Raven River Academy did not accept every student in my town, but they did take everyone who lived in the estate. The academy was built as a direct pipeline from their middle school to high school. So were the lengths these families went through to keep their kids out of the OB. What all of this meant for me is I would be going to school with each and every one of them. One whole year shunted inside the world my parents purposefully kept me out of. The comedian reached for something off a waiter's tray, and I got a proper look at him. My stomach churned. I had hoped to never see that loathsome face again. The thought no sooner crossed my mind than those blue-greens latched onto me. I immediately looked away, the twisting in my stomach growing nauseating. Less than a minute at this party and I couldn't stand it. I needed air. Bolting across the room, I snagged a glass off a passing waiter and weaved through the dancers for the white double doors that promised a reprieve. I bumped someone's arm. A yelp followed by the splash of liquid. "Excuse me," a voice cried. "An apology would be—" "Hold on, Jerry. Isn't that—" I picked up the pace. Bursting through the crowd, I seized the handles and rushed out onto the terrace. Warm autumn air enveloped me and washed my already heated cheeks. I stumbled to the ledge. My nails scraped the stone as I breathed, willing my heart to slow. Why in the hell did I come here? I bit out. Beads of sweat collected on my skin, and my chest heaved, straining in the straitjacket dress. I knew he would be here. There was no way he wouldn't be, but I seriously underestimated my self-control. I promised my aunt I would be on my best behavior, but it wouldn't be up to me if I kept that promise. "Just calm down, Ember," I breathed. "In a minute, I'll grab some food and hang out with Eli. I won't have anything to do with that shit." Resting against the ledge, I reached for my glass and downed it. The sweet, fruity liquid delighted on my tongue. This was the worst kind of wine, the kind that tasted like fruit juice and tricked you into thinking a couple more glasses, or 6, wouldn't hurt. I shook my head as I recalled why I knew that. Why in the hell I came here was an excellent question. I didn't need the memories. Dealing with the present was difficult enough. Slowly, I turned toward the steps leading down to the garden. Gladiolus died under his leather shoes, crushed in the easy manner of someone unmoved by their beauty and uncaring of the hard work to make them so. A small speck of smoldering light pierced the gloom, pushing the shadows away from his face and dancing in his endless chestnut eyes.
What are you doing out here, princess?
The door flew open behind me. What are you doing here? I blinked, and the boy in the flowers disappeared.
Why'd you run off so quick?
Facing him, my lips twisted at the grin curling his cheeks.
Damn, look at you. You've grown in the last 2 years. You and I need to catch up.
You need to turn around and walk your ass inside, Leo. I'm not in the mood to deal with you. If anything, Leonardo Tremaine's smile widened. He gripped the wood and firmly shut the door, muting the sounds of the party. Leo had grown in the last 2 years too. Up and out. I bet he wasn't just delighting the ladies with his jokes now. He shot up almost a foot and packed some muscles in those pants and suit jackets. A perfect smile, skin only a dermatologist can give, baby blues for swimming in, and a wicked grin that promised all the wild sex you were imagining. The estate girls must be rubbing themselves on him like suntan lotion, I thought, stomach heaving worse than ever. His dream come true. The smile morphed into a pout.
Don't be like that, Em, he crooned. You know, I've been worried about you. Some said you ended up tricking in the OB after your parents took off with half the town's money.
His filthy gaze raked me up and down.
Looks like that pussy is commanding a high price if you're getting your dresses from Maxfield.
Fuck you, I spat. I live with my aunt and uncle now. And just so you know, if I was giving it up for money, you still wouldn't have a chance. He threw his head back, laughing.
That's what I always liked about you, Em. You're not like the other girls around here.
Leo stepped closer.
You make a guy work for it.
Don't call me Em. Only my friends call me that. Leo lifted a brow.
You might want to loosen those restrictions since you don't have any of those.
I laughed mirthlessly. Touché. Leo took another step, probably emboldened by my laugh.
So, you really do live with Harry and Vi. I'll admit I didn't believe it. I don't think anyone hates your father more than his brother.
Clenching my teeth, I spun and gave him my back. I didn't need this piece of garbage telling me that. My dad couldn't get his older brother over for dinner on a good day, but if there was one thing that could catch Harrison's interest, it was business. Like so many, my uncle believed the lodge was a sure thing, and he put their differences aside to invest heavily in the project. Then his estranged brother ran off with his $5 million, got him arrested, lost him clients he had for years, sullied the Bancroft name, and forced him to take in 2 teenagers. Yeah, it was safe to say my uncle despised Frank Bancroft. We're all caught up, Leo. You can go now.
Don't be like that.
His voice was louder, closer.
I've been hearing all these rumors about you. For instance, Chanel's mom said you're joining us at the academy.
Leo's breath ghosted over my hair. His heat seeped into me as he placed his hands on either side of the ledge, pinning me in.
Tell me that's a lie, too.
I forced myself to remain still, though my skin crawled. I wouldn't give Leo the satisfaction of thinking he was getting to me. Afraid not. You're looking at the newest senior of Raven River Academy. He hissed.
Your uncle must hate you, too. You won't survive one day.
Do I look like I'm shaking?
You should be.
A hard edge crept into his voice.
It's not just the OB trash coming for you, Bancroft.
How quickly he dropped him.
It's the Raveners, too. Your parents humiliated every important family in the estate. My dad had to report losses this quarter for the first time in the history of Tremaine Lumber. And I can promise you we'll get our money back one way. He pressed a kiss to the back of my head. Or another. Don't touch me, Leo, I said softly. I won't tell you twice. I've been hearing a lot of rumors about you, he whispered, moving his lips to my ear. My hairs stood on end as his hot breath washed over me. The biggest one is that you know exactly where your parents and the money are. I kept my tone even. Is that right? That's right. So this time I'm going to ask you nicely. Where are they? I shrugged, bumping his chin. Not a clue. This isn't a fucking game, he growled. The Raveners are going to tear your ass apart. Who the hell are the Raveners? I snorted a laugh. Wait, don't tell me you guys gave yourself a name. Can you get any more pretentious? He heaved a sigh. You just don't help yourself, do you, Em? You always make the wrong choice, pick the wrong side. I stiffened. You thought you were so much better than us, living on the outskirts of town above all the bullshit. But now you'll be in our house. A hand gripped my ass. I bet you're wishing you were nicer to me that night. I snapped to the side, smashing my head into his jaw. A sharp cry sounded in my ear, and I took my chance to bury my elbow in his gut. Leo's smoldering presence retreated as he stumbled back. I told you I wouldn't say it twice, I sang. Stroking his jaw, a harsh laugh fell from his lips. You're lucky I don't hit women. No, you're lucky you don't hit women, 'cause I'd snap every bone in that damn hand if you tried it. We glared at each other, air sparking, and I was sharply reminded of the last time we squared off. A band of light swept over the terrace, growing until we were exposed to the eyes of the party. Leo, go back inside, said a smooth voice. Bryn is looking for you. Just like that, the trickster's grin returned. Leo bowed to me. If you'll excuse me, my fuck for the evening awaits. We'll pick this up on Monday, Em. He winked. First day of school. Leo swept inside and slammed the door behind him, leaving us alone. The newcomer tilted his head back. Nice night. Forget it, I said. I don't have anything to say to you either. Corner of his lip corking up, he replied. Not even a thank you for getting Leo off your back? I had no desire to see that stupid grin, but I wasn't turning my back on another one of them. Who do you think you're talking to, Julian? Have you forgotten I know your guys' game? Leo is the funny, devilish one, Nolan is the smart, intellectual one, and you're the sweet, charming one that slides in to offer me your shoulder. It didn't work on me then. It won't work on me now. Chuckling, Julian joined me on the ledge, leaning back on the stone and folding his arms. This close to him, his beauty punched me in the gut. Yes, his beauty. Because laying eyes on Julian is like the first time you look at a Monet, watch the sunset on the ocean, or gaze upon the city of Paris at night from atop the Eiffel Tower. There are an infinite number of ways to describe what you see, but the first one that comes to mind is always beautiful. Silver hairs swept back from his face except for the single lock hanging over his eyes. When he blinked, lashes that were surprisingly long and thick drew you in, and then his bluish-gray orbs set the trap. Soft, full lips and a sharp nose that wrinkled when he smiled. It was hard to believe that he was just an accident of birth. Someone somewhere must have grown him in a lab. Casino night was 2 years ago, Ember. We've grown up since then. We're no longer betting on who'll be the first to fuck the elusive Bancroft girl. I flinched at his bluntness. The guy who just walked off this terrace has not grown up, and I very much doubt you've changed, Julian. He placed his hand over his chest. I swear, he said, grinning. I'm in a committed relationship now. Have been for over a year. I was just bored before, and you'd get it if you grew up in the estate. We all know each other. We all grew up together. And except for the occasional OB hookup, we trade off fucking the same girls. It's kind of incestuous when you think about it. Then you showed up at that 4th of July picnic. A Bancroft, one of us. But rocking ripped shorts and green streaks, and none of us knew what to do with ourselves. In our world, we don't come across many originals.
Julian expressed it in typical fashion, but part of me understood what he was talking about. Seeing Aunt Violet and her carbon-copied friends added evidence to the accusation. They all spoke, dressed, and behaved the same around here. I was definitely the only 13-year-old girl at that picnic with green hair.
All the guys wanted you, he continued, and it drove us wild that you didn't want us.
I looked at him, rigidly still and silent. It was incredible how he managed to reduce what he and his friends did to the most harmless terms. Wild wasn't the word for the vile, disgusting things guys I didn't know hooted at me, yucking it up with their friends. Wild wasn't the word for Leo's acting, pretending he was a good guy until casino night erased all doubt that he wasn't. And wild wasn't the word for Julian Hart, getting his hands on my number and endlessly texting and calling to go out with him? Showing up at my house uninvited? Hooking up with my best friend when all of that wasn't enough to get my attention?
But of course, you don't have to worry about any of that now.
Julian's voice dragged me out of my thoughts.
Because no one wants you.
I pressed my lips together. What's with everyone telling me what I already know?
Want some free advice? He asked. Get out of here, Em. Out of the estate. Out of town.
I don't need your advice, and don't call me Em.
You obviously need help if what Mom says is true. You're enrolling at the academy? He shook his head. Why in the fuck would you do that?
Like I have a choice. My aunt and uncle can't force me to go, but legally they can send Eli wherever they want, and he's not going anywhere without me. Julian blew out a breath. Twisting around, he propped himself up on one arm, body bent over the edge.
Then you'll have to stick close to me.
My brows snapped together. Excuse me?
I'm serious. The Raveners are out for your blood, and the OB trash won't treat you much better. If you want to survive the next year, you'll need me to watch out for you. My mom's the head mistress, and my crew runs the school. No one will touch you if I forbid it.
I goggled at him, mouth hanging open.
I know what you're thinking, Julian said, but it's not a trick. Yeah, I should hate you as much as everyone else, but in my case, Dad left Mom for some bitch who's only 5 years older than me. I couldn't give a fuck that your parents stole $2 million off him. I wish they'd taken it all and put his ass on the street. I've got your back, Em. He reached for me. If you'll let me.
I swiftly stepped out of reach. Have my back? I repeated, voice hard. And what would you want in exchange? Julian straightened, that grin stretching wider.
I'm sure we could work something out.
Rage flared up hot and fierce. You're disgusting. He laughed, closing the distance.
I think you're the disgusting one. Where did your mind just go? What are you assuming I meant?
I know exactly what you meant. Backing up, I hit the ledge. How many times do I have to tell you I'm not interested? He got closer and I shoved his chest. Back off. I don't need your help. I don't need your protection. I don't need you. My shove didn't move him back an inch. Why would it? He had 12 inches and 70 pounds on me. That bulk pressed in on me. Julian molded to my body as he touched his fingers to my temple and gently traced a path to my cheek.
You will, he whispered. You have no clue what's waiting for you when you pass through those gates. They'll rip your tough act to shreds in a week. Make it 2 days if they really put some effort behind it. When that happens, I'll be your only hope.
I smacked his hand away. Your buddy had to learn the hard way not to touch me. Do I need to teach you? Julian? Julian moved so fast it's like I blinked and he was gone. A girl stuck her head out the door, scanning the terrace. She landed on us. Me against the ledge and Julian a respectable distance away, and her eyes narrowed. I swallowed a curse. Just when I thought my night couldn't get worse. Leo said you were out here talking to her. Why? She demanded.
Just talking about school, baby, said Julian, light and smooth. I was about to go inside.
Baby? Holy hell. The committed relationship this guy has been in is with Pomona Winchester? Pomona stepped fully onto the terrace, holding a plate with cake. She scooped a piece and brought it to her mouth, wrapping her glittery pink lips around the fork as she looked me up and down. I couldn't speak to the effect 2 years had on Leo or Julian, but I saw immediately they'd been good to her. Pomona at 16 was 50 pounds heavier, besieged by acne, and didn't know what to do with her frizzy brunette mop. Despite all of that, she could have been cute if it wasn't for the permanent snarl on her face the rare times we were around each other. A lot of estate girls didn't like that the hottest guys were coming after me, but Pomona's crush on Julian ratcheted her jealousy up to 1,000. She made it clear when she pushed me into a pond the last time I saw her. It looks like she's got everything she wants now. Hello, Ember, she said as she came over and plastered herself to Julian. One by one, their little posse followed her onto the terrace with their own plates and cocktails. My jaw clenched. In seconds, I was outnumbered 6-1. Leo smirked as he shut the door. Pomona? I greeted, expression blank. She lifted a brow. I'm sorry. Did no one tell you this wasn't a costume party? I'm not wearing a costume, dumbass. Pomona bared her teeth. My mistake. I thought for sure you were going for cheap slut. Even worse if that's your normal clothes. Her friends howled. Only Julian stood there silently. I recognized them all. Leo, Nolan, Bryn Redgrave, and Destiny Hamilton. None of them had reason to like me before the lodge, so my parents stealing money from them certainly didn't help. I don't know, said Destiny, advancing on us. I like her dress, especially all of the colors. The colors? You've got a point, Pomona said. I love the brown. All of a sudden, she surged forward and smashed the chocolate cake on my breasts. I screamed, more out of surprise than anything. And the blue, screeched Destiny. Her fruity blue drink flew in my eyes and open mouth. And the red. Hands grabbed me. Swinging out, I hit one of them and got the satisfaction of hearing her bit-off curse. It lasted as long as it took for the girls to push me over the ledge. I hit the dirt face first, and pain surged through my skull. Their uproarious laughter could hardly be heard over the ringing in my ears. Dazedly, I pushed myself up and felt wetness run down my cheeks. Red.
Harsh, baby, I heard Julian say lightly.
What the fuck do you care about her?
I don't care. Why should I?
I could have sworn I heard triumph lacing his voice.
Ember doesn't need me.
The group filed off, returning to the celebration in their honor.
What happened to you? Did you fall on your food?
I flashed Eli my middle finger, easily translated in both languages. He chuckled but sobered quickly.
Seriously, what happened?
Ran into some old friends. His grim expression said I didn't have to say more. Eli chose a good room. There were plenty of couches and a big screen mounted on the wall. He left the ceiling light off and flicked on a few lamps instead, letting a soft light fill the space. I handed him a plate I begged off the kitchen staff. I wasn't going back into that party. Eli lifted his legs so I could sit under them. I sat and got comfy, reading on my tablet while he went back to his book. All in all, the night vastly improved after the first half an hour. We stayed upstairs until irritated texts poured in from my aunt, demanding to know where we got to. Eli and I met the couple at the front entrance. They took one look at me, dropped their angry faces, and went to get the car. On the drive home, I reached across and took Eli's hand. Julian said one thing that night that wasn't complete bullshit. The academy was going to be hell for me. But I won't let anyone hurt you, I thought, as I tugged him closer and put my arm around him. Eli and I would survive Raven River Academy. Together. Chapter 2.
You both will be on your best behavior. I'm a busy man and I don't have time to be running to the school to deal with nonsense.
I repeated my uncle's warning to Eli, even though I wanted to ask when we weren't on our best behavior. We quietly skulked around their house like ghosts for the last month, heeding every one of their restrictive rules. The three of us were standing next to the driveway as their driver, Monroe, put our bags in the car. He would be dropping us off at the academy since my uncle was too busy with work to make the 45-minute drive. Aunt Violet hadn't bothered to come down to say goodbye, and my uncle wasn't giving us much of one.
Your room and meals are provided by the school, and your aunt generously bought you new clothes, he continued. You won't need anything else, so do not ask. Understood?
Understood. Eli gave him a thumbs up. He nodded.
Good. Now get going. You have a meeting with the headmistress about the accommodations for Eli. She's giving you a personal tour of the school. We can't have her kept waiting.
Uncle Harrison made no move to hug us, and neither did we. Goodbye, Uncle, I said. Should we expect to come back for winter break? His straight-backed, stiff-lipped expression didn't waver.
I don't believe that will be necessary.
There wasn't more to say after that. The two of us climbed into the car and Monroe drove away from Bancroft Mansion. Eli tapped me on the shoulder.
Our uncle is a dick,
I snorted. A wrinkly, hairy, veiny one with sores and warts that pulls to the left. My brother almost fell off the seat, laughing. Giggling, I signed. But at least he took us in.
Yeah, and then he sent us to school with your old friends. After the party, he can't pretend he doesn't know it's going to be bad for us.
I touched my temple, and the cut healing under my bandage. Nothing is going to be bad for you, Eli. I'll fuck up anyone who messes with you. He shot me a lopsided grin.
I know, but you're a senior and I'm a freshman. You can't protect me all the time.
Who says?
I'm more worried about you, sis.
Eli touched my bandage too. I wanted to tell him something to comfort him, but everything I came up with felt like a lie. I couldn't say he didn't have to worry about me. Julian, Pomona, and their friends made it clear that he did. I reached in my purse and handed Eli my tablet. The most effective conversation ender was distracting my brother with games and books. He took it, although he gave me a look like he knew what I was doing. On the crude town map I drew for Eli, I pointed out the forest and private land on the outskirts. The only private patch bigger than the one my parents got their hands on was Raven River Academy. Actually, I couldn't compare the two. The school founders secured 50 acres across the river and leveled every tree, bush, and twig for dorms, fields, classrooms, and a pool. The estate spawn were built their own oasis. I stuck my headphones in and rested my head against the window, lulled by the town falling away as the trees closed in. At some point I nodded off and was jostled awake at the car rumbling over the bridge. Eyes fluttering open, my vision cleared. I sucked in a breath. Raven River Academy rose from the horizon like the sun rising from the sea, and it was magnificent. Monroe passed through the gates, I pressed myself between the seats to get a better look. Creeping ivy wound up the stone facade, passing large windows and reaching to the clock tower. 50 acres, and as far as I could see were stately buildings, flower gardens, spilling fountains, and 1 or 2 students strolling across the grass. Monroe turned into a parking space and hopped out to get our bags. He deposited them on the sidewalk and climbed back in as we shut the doors. Skipping the goodbye, he peeled out and was gone. Sighing, I gave Eli what I hoped passed for a smile. The headmistress said she'd meet us at the entrance. Did she seem nice? She did, actually. Makes it kind of hard to believe she birthed the likes of Julian Hart. Eli and I crossed the parking lot and walked onto campus. Cobblestone paths snaked through the grass and converged into one that led to the main building. There were students around, but not that many. Move-in began on Saturday at noon, and Mrs. Hart asked us in early. My brother skipped ahead of me as we neared the double doors. A woman stood beneath the arch in a smart blazer, skirt, and kitten heels. Unsurprisingly, Headmistress Hart did not dye her hair silver like her son, but her honey blonde hair was striking nonetheless. Every other bit of her resembled Julian. Long lashes, full lips, and beauty that couldn't be disguised beneath thick-framed glasses. Mr. Hart cheated on a smart, successful woman who looks like this? Is there any hope for the rest of us? "Good morning, Eli," she said warmly. "I'm Headmistress Hart. It's wonderful to meet you. I'm sorry to say my sign language is rusty, but your sister tells me you're comfortable reading lips. I hope you don't mind if we communicate like this." "It's all good," I interpreted for Eli. "Wonderful. Now, Ember and I have had a great discussion about ways to facilitate your learning here at Raven River. I've hired an interpreter and a note-taker to accompany you to your classes." "Thank you," Eli and I said. "First, let me show you to the dorm so you can drop those bags in your rooms." She made a clucking noise. "Speaking of, those must be heavy. I'll take that." I let her slip the duffel off my shoulder, too confounded to stop her. It had been that long since someone was nice to me. Why wouldn't she be nice? If Julian is to be believed, Mom and Dad ripped off and humiliated her cheating ex. She probably wants to give them a medal. Headmistress Hart stepped around me and went back the way we came. She chose a path that took us around the main building. I took in the grounds as I followed her. The school seemed to go on forever. Just on this side, I spotted a tennis court and 2 gazebos that were perfect for spending the day outside studying. We rounded the building and more appeared before us. The gym, the swimming pool, the dining hall, and just past all of them, the dorm. Hart gestured at the building. "Here we are, Hilliard Hall. I believe you'll be very comfortable here. Each room has an attached bathroom and a cozy book nook by your desk." Eli's face lit up. My excitement was slower. "Headmistress, about those exceptions?" "Oh, yes." Her cheery smile melted away. "Ember, I'm not blind to the situation you're in, and I want you to know I did consider your request. But the rules are clear in that we don't allow opposite genders to share a room, even if they are siblings. And we also require roommates to be in the same grade. If I make exceptions for you, I'd have to do it for everyone." Eli swung around, face screwed up. "You tried to get yourself in my room? Like I want my big sister getting in the way." "Getting in the way of what?" He grinned. "All the drugs and girls I'm going to do?" I smacked him upside the head, startling a gasp out of Hart. Eli turned big eyes on the headmistress, lips trembling as he pointed at me. "You little—" I pounced and wrestled him into a headlock. Eli cried out, flailing at me. "Ember," Hart began, looking uncomfortable. "You shouldn't. It's fine," I said happily. "This is my divine right as his older sister. So, about the rooms, can we at least be next to each other? Well, Hart gently extracted Eli from my hold. The little gremlin darted behind her and stuck his tongue out at me. No, grades are on separate floors. Freshmen on the first and seniors on the fourth. The good news is the senior class has an odd number, so you'll have your own room. What about Eli? His roommate is a lovely, talented young man. I interviewed him myself. I'm sure the boys will get along well. I beckoned for Eli. He slid under my arm, our little scuffle forgotten. Headmistress, I want to be very clear. I won't let anyone hurt him. She held my gaze steadily. And I want to be clear that neither will I, nor you, Ember. The well-being of my students is my top priority. Your son and his friends may have other priorities. Okay, I said aloud. Let's see this dorm. It was no shock that the dorms were pretty sweet. We passed through a small front room with 2 shays and a water fountain. Directly in front of us was the elevator, and on either side were 2 heavy doors. We house both boys and girls in this dorm, but they have their own wing, which is locked and accessible by code. Hart motioned to the keypad. Eli, this is your hall. The lock is turned off during move-in weekend, but be sure to know the code and have your room key with you by start of class on Monday. All doors lock automatically after they're closed. He nodded and she continued, leading us 2 rooms down to a door on the right. Inside were 2 full-size beds, soft, clean carpet, thick drapes on the window, and 2 big desks next to the book nooks she promised. On the other side of the desk was a microwave sitting on top of a mini-fridge. Eli went to check out the bathroom while I placed his bags on the bed near the window. I think he'll be okay here while I show you to your room, said Hart. He can start unpacking and we'll come back for him to start the tour. No, that's okay, I said, not pausing to think about it. We'll stay together. She smiled. Of course. The dorm was half the size of Eli's old room and would be shared with another person, but he seemed pleased with it. I tugged him away from the book nook and the 2 of us fell in behind our headmistress. The elevator carried us up and deposited us on the senior floor. I whistled. Wow, I said. Who's your decorator? She laughed. The seniors. As a treat, we allow students to put their own stamp on the floor. Their own stamp was a small way of putting it. A roaring, grasping kraken emerged from the sea to wrap me in its tentacles and drag me to the depths. The detail on the creature was that good. Surging waves, mermaids, and fish glittering with sparkly paint covered the wall, and flowed as far down as the emergency exits, which had 2 cute guppies pointing out the sign. My lips ticked up in a grin. Whoever painted these was seriously good. The last week of the school year, Hart went on, following finals, we have events, games, parties, and a fun time getting out the paint and transforming these bland beige walls. It's a great way to connect and build bonds as a school family. She leveled me with that killer smile. That's why I honestly feel you both will be safe and happy here. Our students are bright, kind, and hard-working. In my time as headmistress, it's rare that we've had a behavior problem that wasn't addressed by open communication. I pressed a hand to my bandage. There's definitely some open communicating I want to do with Pomona. This way, Ember. Eli slowed down, checking out the artwork as Hart took me to the room at the very end. There wasn't a soul up here I could see or hear, so I let him stay in the hall and threw my things on a bed. The layout was the same as Eli's, though half of my room would be bare. I could put the beds and the desks together and make this place my own. I had no delusions about what this year would be like, but at least at the end of the day, I can come back to a nice, quiet room. My mood perked up thinking of what I'd do in here. I might even give myself a little makeover. It'd been a while since I dyed my hair. Aunt Bottle Brunette Violet looked at me like I said I wanted to buy her a puppy and then kill it in front of her when I asked to borrow the car to get hair dye. She nearly fainted when I said what color. Headmistress, I read in the handbook that we can't dye our hair, but that's not enforced, right? She cocked her head. What do you mean? I mean, Julian dyes his hair. Ah, Hart pinched the bridge of her nose. The rule is enforced. No colors outside of natural ones. Except my darling son made the impassioned speech that silver is a natural hair color. Or have I never met an elderly person? A smart, spirited boy he is. That's not all he is, I muttered under my breath. Pardon? That's too bad, I said louder. I was looking forward to some blue streaks. Hart laughed like I told a joke. Come along, there is plenty more campus for you to see. She wasn't kidding. Headmistress Hart took us through the main building and showed us the classrooms, lockers, administration, the nurse's office, and labs. The school was exceptionally clean. The marble floors waxed to the point of showing our reflections. The lockers dent and scratch-free. Not so much as a thumbtack on the bulletin boards. Exiting the science lab brought us to the back door. We walked out and moved on to the dining hall. 6 long tables lined in neat rows on the ground floor, waiting for messy teenagers to drop food under them and cover the surface with sticky foreign substances. Next to the front doors was a wide staircase leading up to a loft-like second floor. That's where the seniors eat, Hart explained when she saw me looking. Only the seniors. Just one of the little perks you get. What are the other perks? There's Senior Week, which you'll learn all about soon, a senior dance, and you're adults now, so we treat you like one by easing up a few of the rules. Sweet. She clapped. On to the gym. Headmistress Hart was a patient and kind guide, taking us all over campus before walking us back to the dorm. Eli and I waved her off. She's really nice, signed Eli. I know, isn't it the worst? I wanted to hate her for unleashing her demon seed on the planet. He gifted me his crinkled-up, amused face. I should unpack and claim my spot before my roommate gets here. Fine, but when you're done, come up to my room. The drugs and girls will have to wait. You're staying with me this weekend, until I feel the place out. Eli rolled his eyes but didn't argue with me. He could be as 14 as he wanted to be, but I'd do my job as his sister whether he liked it or not. We got past the initial eye rolls and deep sighs, and then spent the first weekend at Raven River Academy chilled out and drama-free. We didn't leave the room the entire time. There was no need when my forethought packed chips, drinks, cookies, and microwave soup. Eli asked to leave at one point to meet his roommate. I said no. The dorm was no longer quiet. Shouts, bangs, laughter, and chatter flowed through the thin walls, telling me they were here. Pomona, Leo, Nolan, and Julian were all out there, but they didn't know yet that I was in here. I wanted to keep it that way until Monday morning brought my peace to an end. And it would end no matter what the headmistress thought of her students. I was in for the worst year of my life to capitalize on a horrible summer. I deserved one more day having fun with my brother. Your interpreter and note-taker will meet you outside your first class every morning. I know. We have lunch at the same time, so we'll sit together. No. Yes. Try getting rid of me, little bro. You haven't managed to kick my ass yet. Whatever. Eli edged toward the door. I have to get ready for class. If anyone fucks with you, tell me. I will. I stepped in front of him, blocking his escape. I'm serious. Didn't I just say I will? And make sure you... Eli tackled me. I let out a shout as he grabbed me around the waist and dropped, bringing me to the floor. The brat took advantage of my surprise to scramble up and dart out the door. Damn, I grumbled, pushing myself up. Maybe he can kick my ass. Chuckling, I went into the bathroom and got ready. Monday morning dawned despite my wishes. In 30 minutes, I'd report to Mr. Gesk's homeroom class and start my first official day at the academy. Raven River had a uniform as pretentious academies for snobby rich kids tended to do. I stood before the floor-length mirror and tried to convince myself I didn't look ridiculous in the plaid skirt, white buttoned-up shirt, and plaid blazer. It didn't work. Who in the hell does plaid on plaid? Why didn't someone put a stop to this? My reflection just mocked me. I turned my back on it and finished putting my hair in a ponytail and swiping on some lip gloss. Taking a breath, I held it until my lungs ached. Let's get this over with. I opened the door to my room, locked it behind me, and dropped the key in my skirt pocket. A group of girls were in the hall, crowding in front of a door 3 away from me. Hurry up, Pomona, one of the girls called into the room. Wilder's waiting for me. I'm coming. Hell no. I spun on my heels and slipped out the back exit. I could deal with a lot of things early in the morning. Pomona wasn't one of them. Besides, there was a very good chance I'd put my fist through her face if she ran her mouth, and at a minimum, I needed to get through homeroom before I got in trouble. I shut the door behind me without them noticing, and made off down the stairs. Moist, humid air seeped into my pores. The news threatened rain all weekend, and the darkening clouds swore they would deliver. The first drop hit me as I hit the bottom step. The second struck my eyelid on the steps of the dorm hall. The next thing I knew, the heavens broke loose. Ah! Screeching students ran from all directions, streaking into the main building. I was right on their heels. I ran inside and kept running, using the wailing over ruined hair and dripping mascara to get to my locker under cover. I rushed up to the 3rd floor, dodging bodies and rounded a corner Headmistress Hart pointed out 2 days before. Locker 3467, I recalled, scanning the number. It should be right.
Hey, you must be Ember.
I tripped over my feet.
Whoa, girl, walk much?
Hands reached out to help me. I pushed them away. Straightening, my gaze met a playful grin and eyes the color of the forest surrounding us.
Hi, I'm...
Who are you and how do you know my name? He laughed.
Just about to answer the first question. My name is Brandon. He pointed behind him. I'm your locker neighbor. Cool to meet you.
I ignored his outstretched hand. Now for an answer to the second question.
Saw you on the news.
Of course you did, I muttered. I continued to ignore his hand and reached for my locker.
Okay, not a handshaker.
Brandon leaned on the metal.
Guessing you're a germaphobe.
No, I just don't have time. You figured out who I am and you're still standing here even though you've got your bag, books, and 5 minutes to get to class. So let's skip the small talk. If you've got something to say, say it.
You have an eyelash on your cheek?
Stop messing around, I snapped.
I'm trying, but I'm really confused. What did I do to make you dislike me so quickly?
Me? I cried, goggling at him. It's you who has a problem with me. He scrunched up his face.
I do? Since when? We just met.
What?
What?
I slammed my locker shut. I have class. Marching off, I made it 4 steps and heard footsteps behind me.
All right, you've clearly got some issues, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't like the crazy ones. Let's try this again. I'm Brandon LaCroix, senior, locker mate, tennis player, future prom king once I find a foolproof way to rig the ballots.
He made a show of scanning the hallway. Don't tell anyone about that last one, he whispered. I gave him a crazy look, and he gave me one to match.
This is the part where you tell me about yourself?
He prompted. Gritting my teeth, I said, You know about me. If you saw me on the news, you know who my parents are and—
I don't care,
he finished. Brandon's long strides easily kept pace, though I was practically running to get away from him.
Yeah, I know about your folks. Everyone here does. And I bet you're expecting to hear about it, and honey, you will. The Raveners want to kill you, but I'm not one of them.
Sincerity seeped into his voice.
Your parents didn't take any money from mine, mostly because they don't have any to give. I've got nothing against you.
You live in the OB, I said. It wasn't a question. A proper look at Brandon picked up the worn, scuffed shoes and mittens in his pants and blazer. He nodded.
So, we cool?
I considered him. Brandon seemed genuine. His face wasn't twisted up like the people passing by as they recognized me. You're that Bancroft bitch, someone spat. I didn't bother to see who. Maybe, I replied. First, tell me what a Ravener is.
A smile split his face. No problem. I'll be your informant. Tell you everything you need to know about this place.
So tell me. I continued on to class, expecting him to keep up.
Raveners are the kids from the estate. They gave themselves that name.
He made a disgusted noise.
It's not enough that they think they own this place. They run around like they own the whole town, too. They're the Raveners. We're just the OB trash.
Those guys are choking on so much smug superiority, it's amazing they can force that bullshit out of their mouth.
I'm saying, Brandon elbowed me, that's one thing you've got in your favor. Anyone who hates the Raveners is my new best friend.
Did they do something to you?
No,
he said, a little too quickly. Which means yes. I studied him out of the corner of my eye. Brandon was from the other side of the gate, but from my reckoning, this shouldn't have slowed him down much. He was cute with a capital C-U-T and E. Strong jaw you could crack a walnut on. Thick, spiky black hair and gorgeous green eyes that crinkled when he smiled. He'd certainly be popular at my old school. Girls and a few guys would be lining up to get him out of those mended pants. Unless the people here were only interested in rich model types with personalities that belong in a dumpster. Entirely possible. Brandon gestured ahead of us with his chin.
You have Gesk for homeroom? Because this is him.
Yeah, I've got him. He went ahead and held the door for me, sweeping out his hand.
After you.
Class was mostly filled up by students who moved a lot faster than me. They tossed their wet backpacks on their claimed desks and moaned to friends as they fussed with their hair.
Take your seats, everyone,
said a stout, balding man standing at the whiteboard.
We'll get started here in a few minutes.
Holy shit, look, someone hissed. It's her. I took a step, and like it was the cue they were waiting for, everyone sat down. They rushed to grab the seats by their friends, in the front, by the window, and everywhere else. In the time it took me to turn down the first row, there were no empty seats except for 6 at the very back. My face was expressionless. They'd have to do better than this. I was planning to sit there anyway. Only an idiot would allow enemies at her back. What's this? A common Bancroft snake has slithered into our habitat, Destiny said as I neared her. Keep an eye on your wallets. The people around her snickered. Oh, look, I said softly. It's a basic Hamilton chipmunk. Destiny's smirk was gone in a snap. Fuck you!
Miss Hamilton,
Gesk barked.
What is the matter with you?
Sorry, sir. I choked on a snicker. She was too easy. Walking on, I reached my new seat.
You can't sit there,
Brandon said. I stopped with my backpack hovering over the second desk in the back row. Why not? Everyone turned to look at me. Even Mr. Gesk stopped writing on the board to watch the exchange. Brandon noticed the looks. You just can't, he replied. Not until we know how many of them are in the class.
All,
said Gesk, his face blank.
Then you definitely can't sit there.
The back row is for the angels. For the... What the hell are you talking about? I looked to Gesk. Sir, are there assigned seats? He hesitated long enough that my confusion grew.
No, he finally said. No assigned seats.
I opened my hand and the thud of my pack split the silence. Then I'm good here. Brandon bit off a curse.
Seriously, guys?
He said to the class. Everyone returned to their conversations, turning their backs. Gesk picked up his marker. Brandon, sit, I said. It's fine. He shook his head but said no more. Brandon walked around and took the seat next to the one in front of me. He was still shaking his head.
Good morning, everyone, Gesk began. You all know the rules of homeroom, but for the benefit of our new student, I'll tell you that this time is for working quietly, preparing for the day, and relaying announcements. For some of you, I'm also your English teacher, so feel free to ask me questions about the
The door opened. It wasn't loud, thrown against the wall or noticeable, yet Mr. Gesk's speech faded on his tongue. 24 heads swiveled to the entrance, and mine did too, because where else would I look? And then he walked in. Beams of light broke through the blinds, covering him in strips of shadows. Sun shadows, both passing over his face as like met like. Brilliant platinum hair flowed from pitch-black roots and brushed his pale forehead. Sun and shadows. Light blue eyes blinked at me beneath thick raven eyebrows, until I continued the journey over his mouth to the bandages covering his neck, peeking through his shirt and, as he reached to brush back his hair, plastered on the back of his hand. The guy nodded at Gesk, who looked a bit startled at the gesture. Then he moved out of the way, and his replica strode into the room. I blinked, but I wasn't seeing double. The other guy looked like his twin, and therefore must have been. They resembled each other, down to the bandages. Their translucent eyes fixed on me. The twin sat on either side of my desk and kept staring. And staring, and staring. Goosebumps prickled my skin. What is happening? I snuck a glance at Brandon. Eyes bulging, he jerked his head at the desk in front of me, urging me to move. There was no expression on their sculpted faces to give them away. They didn't move except to blink.
Welcome, Mr. Saito,
I heard Gesk say.
Please, feel free to sit anywhere.
Mr. Saito gave no indication that he heard. His eyes found me immediately. And as if I didn't already have the sneaking suspicion I'd done something wrong, his expression darkened, gazing at me like I was a puddle of dog piss. The look in his eyes was nasty, but everything else wasn't. I didn't use the word beautiful lightly. I'd been forced to assign it to Julian because some things were just woven into the fabric of reality. The sun rose in the east, I was afraid of frogs, and this angry boy was the most gorgeous thing I'd ever seen. A crown of jet-black locks framed his face, brushing the top of his broad shoulders. Inky pools shone through narrowed eyes, and his tawny skin reported not a blemish or wrinkle for the parts of him I could see. He, too, was covered in bandages. Saito tossed his bag at the foot of the last desk in the back row and joined the boys' staring contest. But my hair stood on end at the blatant dislike in his gaze. My parents must have hit him, too. "Ember," Brandon hissed. "Just get up." I tore away from Saito. "No," I said as the classroom door opened once more. "Why should I?" There was one seat left, and I lifted my chin to stare down the next asshole who tried to intimidate me.
"Mr. Cruz,"
said Gesk, trembling on false bravado.
"I won't have any trouble in this class. Take the last free seat."
Cruz. One word, One look. Everything blew away. His presence filled the room, filled my mind like it did the first time we met. Jet black locks swept back from his crown, and light danced through his strands, gifting me visions of halos. He changed. Taller, thicker, defined. Almost like his being was in flux when we met, deciding what he was going to be. And then it came to the inevitable conclusion that the name he was given was more than a title. It is who he is. A dark prince. He grew larger in my blurred world, and I slowly realized he was coming to me. Yes, to me. He extended his hand, large and calloused, and I rose to place mine in his, as though it was the most natural thing in the world. He was covered in bandages too, but now I knew why. "It's you," I whispered. His eyes did not spark with recognition. If anything, he looked curious as he drew me to him. Hips knocking together, he gripped my waist, and we traveled over each other's faces like every lash and curve had to be committed to memory. But I didn't have to remember. It was burned in my brain. That night. And Royal. He didn't say anything, and still it didn't seem like he knew who I was. But he was holding me. Warmth spread through his hands into my body. My heart fluttered in my chest like a caged wild bird. Unbidden, my palm covered his heart, aching to feel if his was doing the same. Suddenly, he was gone. Royal ripped away from me so fast I stumbled and bumped into Brandon's desk. The boy dropped in the seat I just vacated and shoved my backpack off, throwing it to my new chair. I'd been too out of it to notice he was moving me out of the way. Loud, humiliating laughter went up through the class, loudest of all from the boys in the back row. Brandon gripped my wrist, half shoving me into the empty seat. I plopped down, cheeks flaming. I'd freely admit I was rattled. He was here? How could he be here? Royal Cruz wasn't only in my new school. He was in my class, sitting behind me, sharing my air, sending vibrations through my desk as he drummed his fingers, looking at me like he didn't have a clue who I was. A hot flush infused my skin. Did Royal not know me after what we did?
"Okay, let's get back on track," said Gask. "It's the first day, so we have nothing on the docket except for our new student."
I jumped. Who, me? Gask smiled at me, erasing all doubt.
"Miss Bancroft, why don't you stand up and introduce yourself? You're the first new addition to this group since sophomore year."
I didn't move, partially hoping if I stayed still, ducked behind the random dude in front of me, I'd disappear ostrich style.
"Up, up, up,"
he cried cheerfully. Yeah, it doesn't work for the ostriches either. Forcing myself to my feet, I chanced to peek at Royal. He was bent over a notepad, scribbling something. He wasn't paying a lick of attention to me. "I'm Ember Bancroft," I stated. "I'm a thieving, lying bitch," finished Destiny.
"Destiny!"
Gask shouted.
"If I have to tell you again, you'll spend the rest of homeroom in the hall."
Destiny shot me a venomous glare like her dressing down was my fault. I held up my fingers. "I'm a Pisces. I love all things sweet, sugary, and chocolatey, and oh yeah. I don't know where my parents or the money are, so if that's fueling any stupid vendettas you have against me, get over it now." "We know you do," a girl I'd never seen before shot back. "So if you're going to stand up there and spout bullshit, you can quit now. None of us buy it." Shrugging, I sat down and took out a book I borrowed from Eli. If they refused to believe me, I wouldn't waste my breath. I had a feeling they'd give me plenty of other opportunities where I'd have to share the truth. For the rest of homeroom, my eyes scanned the words on the page without registering a single one. I was highly aware of Royal and the scritching of his pin behind me. He has to remember, unless that night was just a common Saturday night for him. My nails dug into the cover, anger sparking at the thought. If the forced chair swap was humiliating, it'd have nothing on this guy erasing me from existence. Wouldn't it be worse if he did know me? Throwing around my stuff and sitting there while the class laughed at me was less of a sting to a stranger. My mind went around and around the entire half an hour, shaken by the scent of his body spray, penetrated by each cough, shift, and bump against my desk. The ringing bell was sweet relief. If I have any ounce of luck, let Royal not be in any more of my classes. I made to rise just as Royal brushed past me. A piece of paper floated on my desk. My pulse picked up speed. Royal wrote me a note? He does remember me. Fingers trembling, I unfolded the paper and saw what the note contained. In a breath, I crumpled it in a fist and lobbed it at his back. Asshole! The ball bounced off his hair as Royal laughed, the smooth, deep sound not lessened by the undercurrent of mocking. Royal walked out with his silent group not far behind. There was no question. Royal remembered me. Brandon tripped down the hall, racing to catch up. Hey, wait up! Mrs. Jackson's physics class. All I was interested in was getting there as fast as possible. I was ready for taunts, accusations, threats, and even violence. But I was not ready for Royal Cruise. My body felt strange, like millions of ants were marching through my veins. Brandon caught up to me, chest puffing. Damn, you're fast. Did you run track at your old school? I'm going to physics, I said. You should get to your class. I've got gym. That's lucky. It's on the way. You can tell me what this is about. My eyes bugged when he flashed the note. What are you doing with that? I snatched it from him, ran to the nearest trash can, and threw it in. What's wrong? He asked, looking at me like I had the problem. It's just a drawing of a cherry. Heat flooded my cheeks. I spun around to stop him noticing. I don't like cherries, I said simply. Royal knows that. He was making fun of me. Making fun of you? Brandon jogged to keep pace as I set off again. You know him? How? You're not from the OB. What was it you called them? I asked, ignoring his question. The Angels? Why? Is that what they call themselves? Brandon glanced around. That's a conversation for later. Lunch. We'll talk then. But it was his turn to run off. My morning classes were much less eventful. One of the white-haired twins was in my physics class, and he took his seat at the back without staring at me this time. I sat in the last row too. The incident with Royal only proved it was best to not have rivals behind me. The other three weren't in the class, so it must have been okay to sit next to him. He certainly didn't pay me any mind when I did. I peeked at him during Mrs. Jackson's lecture. He had tattoos, a lot of them. From where they were placed on Royal, those bandages were covering the parts where his tattoos were visible. It must have been the same for this guy, the replica, and the angry pretty boy. When I first met Royal, I was intrigued by the 16-year-old with the unique name who racked up so many elaborate tattoos. And here there were 3 more of them. Are they Royal's friends? Do they know about me? Did they get together after class and laugh about cherries? It was hard to tell. They acted like freaks in class. But was that about the chair? Who I was? Royal? Or all 3? The boy almost caught me looking at him once, but I flicked to my textbook. Classes ended with 2 chapters and a practice test assigned for homework. My next class was English literature. I walked into the unwelcome sight of Bryn, Destiny, and Leo, as well as the replica and angry boy. I was only certain it was the replica because his backpack was a different color. Leo wolf whistled.
Damn, looking good in that skirt, mommy. Leo swiped some random kid's books off the desk. What the fuck? He smirked, zeroed in on me. Bend over and pick 'em up for me. I calmly stepped over the boy's books and advanced on Leo. If glares were lethal, Bryn would have me dead on the floor. Leo, honey, I said, voice as sweet as my favorite treat. I grasped his chin between my fingers. Leo's grin faded under a flash of surprise. I wouldn't bend down in front of you if I dropped $1,000. I ignore Bryn hissing and spitting next to us. You're a disgusting pig. Leo winked. Didn't stop you taking a ride. What? Bryn screeched. Never happened. I flashed out and threw his shit on the floor. Pig. Leo laughed at me all the way to my seat between Angry Boy and the replica. They both gave me looks, but neither one spoke to me. The end of morning classes saw me the first one out the door. I promised Eli I wouldn't stalk him, so I refrained from texting. It didn't stop me from worrying about him all morning. The kids were starting in on me day one. I'd lose my shit if they'd been messing with him too. The academy's dining hall was a different place when it was full of people. As in, it was loud, crowded, and reeking of pasta sauce. I searched for my brother through the chaos, taking a few bumps to the shoulder I didn't believe were accidents. Hey, Ember! Brandon waved to me from the stairs to the seniors' loft. Over here! I shook my head. I had just spotted Eli. I pointed at him to give Brandon the message. Eli glanced up as I approached the table. It was packed with tiny, wide-eyed, skittish creatures known as freshmen. Regardless of his grumblings that morning, he moved over on the bench so I could sit. See, I'm in one piece, he signed. How did it go today? Fine. See that guy over there? Eli motioned with a jerk of his head. Wow. A short-haired man in a gray polo and jeans stood near the staircase, talking on his phone. The guy's the size of a truck, I replied. He's my interpreter. Can't be sure, but I'm guessing he's changing minds about giving me crap. I bet he is. And you? Are you okay? I tried to smile. I'm always okay. You know nothing can get to your big sis. Eli's face fell. Really, I'm fine. The frown deepened. My brother read me as well as I read him. Ember? For the first time, I was glad for Brandon's interruption. He hovered over the table, holding his tray. They didn't tell you that seniors eat upstairs, he said. Get your food and we'll go up. I saved you a seat. I did know, but I'm sitting with my brother. This is Eli. Eli waved. Hey, little shorty, I'm stealing your sister. Brandon grabbed my arm and pulled me up. Okay. Eli waved again, this time to send me off. Not okay, I gritted out. I got free of his grip. I don't want you to eat by yourself. I'm not eating by myself. This is my roommate, Tatum. A boy beside him beamed at me, indicating he'd been waiting for his introduction. He was even shorter than Eli and sported cute round-framed glasses. Hi, Ember, he said, and shockingly signed. You know sign language? He bobbed his head. My dad taught me. My grandparents are deaf. A roommate who knew sign language and an interpreter who could flip me on my ass with one finger. Damn, if this wasn't another point in Headmistress Hart's favor. Okay then. Are you sure you're fine? I asked Eli. Yes, he replied. I love you. Go away. Brandon took my hand again and I let him. He stood next to me in line as I loaded up my plate with mashed potatoes, country fried chicken, and broccoli. Your brother is deaf? He asked. Yeah, he hummed. Cool. Gives me a reason to learn sign language. Kind of presumptuous. I put a bottle of apple juice and a fork on my tray. What is? I flashed him a wry look. To think you'll be hanging out with us enough that you'd need the reason? Brandon clutched his chest, almost dropping his tray. Ouch, Bancroft. Girl, you vicious.
A giggle escaped me. Stop it, Ember. You don't know this guy. Be careful. That wiped the smile from my face.
Come on, he said.
Brandon headed up the stairs. After a beat, I went with him. Discovering what he knew about Royal was reason enough. Together we topped the landing and passed through a sea of darkening faces. One by one, mouths snapped shut as I walked by. The seniors were all glowering as we rested our trays on a small table in the corner. Their eyes were on me, but mine were on Royal. 2 tables away, he sat with Angry Boy and the replicas. His food cooled on the tray as he ignored it in favor of texting. Even though I knew my mind played tricks on me, I swore I smelled his citrusy body spray from over here. Can we sit somewhere else? I asked.
Nah, there's nowhere else.
What are you talking about? I gestured across the loft near where Julian, Pomona, Bryn, Leo, and Destiny were sitting. Pomona was sitting in Julian's lap, and they made out on a level that was approaching gross. There are 5 empty tables over there.
Yep, and they're all for the Raveners. They sit there. The OB kids sit here.
You've got to be kidding me. He pointed at his face.
Do I look like I'm kidding?
Fine, whatever. I finally sat and popped the top on my apple juice. So, tell me about...
Me first.
Brandon broke in.
This morning you called Hamilton a chipmunk and she flipped out. What was that about?
Oh, that. I smothered a laugh. When Destiny was 12, she had buck teeth and bright green braces. She was super embarrassed and was always hunching over and trying to cover her mouth when she ate. So that guy Leo, who she is trying to dry hump right now, started calling her chipmunk and got all the kids at the 4th of July picnic to shout it at her until she ran off crying. Eyes falling shut, Brandon lifted his head to the ceiling.
That is the best story I've ever heard, he breathed. Thank you so much. I can't wait to use that.
I chuckled. You don't like them very much, do you?
They literally call me trash to my face. Sometimes the Raveners act like it's our name. Hey, trash, get out of the way. Or sit somewhere else, trash.
His friendly countenance vanished.
You have no idea what it's like having to go to school with those dicks.
I'm quickly finding out. He sighed.
All right, you answered mine, I'll answer yours. The Angels. He patted the seat. Sit next to me so we're not obvious.
I slid my tray down and did as he asked. Brandon leaned in, dropping his voice for good measure.
What do you want to know? You said you and Royal have history.
I met him once, I confessed. I don't know the other guys. Are they his friends?
I guess you could call them that. I don't know if a guy like Royal has friends. But if he does, those guys are as close as it gets in this school.
My confusion compounded. What?
The Asian guy is Hiro Sato, he went on. He speaks English and Japanese, but doesn't say much in either language. He's the one you go to if you need something.
The one I go to?
Yup. Anything you want, he can get his hands on. No one knows how he gets the stuff through the gates, and he wouldn't tell us if we asked.
Okay, I drew out. What about the twins?
Cassius and Clay aren't twins.
I snorted in disbelief. How are they not twins? Did they have plastic surgery to look like each other?
He laughed. Of course not. They're not twins because they're triplets. See that girl coming up the stairs with the Ravener? That's their sister, Camila.
The Ravener he was referring to must have been Nolan, because he was heading to Julian's table, walking next to a girl as heart-stoppingly striking as her brother's. Camila's platinum blonde waterfall swayed free, tips skating along the hem of her blazer. The resemblance wasn't as strong between her and her brothers as the one between Cassius and Clay. All the same, her pert little nose and big blue eyes accomplished her parents' task of spitting out 3 unnaturally attractive humans. Under our watchful eyes, Camila placed her tray next to Leo, and then ran across the space to Cassius and Clay. She said something to them, smiling away, and one of them took out his wallet. A fat stack of bills was placed in her hand. She kissed her brother's cheek and then skipped back to Nolan, plopping down in his lap. "I'm confused," I said. "I thought you said it was Raveners on one side and OB kids on the other. Are the triplets not from the OB?"
"No, they are. Camila just doesn't have to stress about that shit because she looks like that, and Nolan is her boyfriend."
"Ah, that clears it up." Brandon forked some chicken in his mouth.
"So Cass, he's the one with the tattoo on the back of his hand, and Clay run a few rackets."
"Rackets?"
"They're wicked smart, and for the right price, they'll take care of your homework, papers, or get you the right SAT score. There's also rumors that they run a high-stakes poker game, but that's only for the kids with money to play."
My eyes widened. "Are you serious?"
"Straight up."
He dropped his voice again despite no one being close enough to listen.
"Stuff also has a habit of disappearing around them. So, like, hands on your purse and keep your backpack where you can see it."
I stared at them, attempting to reconcile what Brandon was telling me to the boys nonchalantly drinking apple juice.
"Then there's Royal."
"What about Royal?" I breathed. "What does he do?"
"Whatever the fuck he wants."
"Okay." I pressed a hand to my stomach, sending the command to stop twisting. I was pissed about him not knowing me when I was the one who didn't know Royal. "So, calling them angels is an ironic thing."
"It'd be nice if that was it," Brandon said. "But no, they got the name for their matching angel tattoos. And because it took us too long to realize what it meant. Ember, those guys run with the horsemen. And if I didn't make this clear to you already," he gripped my forearm, "you need to stay away from them."
"Them?" I looked from Brandon to the boys and then back to Brandon. "Those 4 teenage boys attending the best school in 5 counties are running with the most dangerous gang in Raven River?" I shook him off. "Now I know you're joking."
"This isn't a joke,"
he snapped, shattering my surety.
"Why do you think Hart has them wrapped up like mummies? They're covered in gang tats. She didn't know what she was taking on when she changed the admission rules. The Ravener got a little charity in her heart and made it so the top students in OB schools could apply here."
I did hear about that. My uncle shouted about it one Christmas 5 years ago. I remembered him saying that the academy was for our children and was not the right place for those kids. An interesting thing to say for a man with no children at all.
"A lot of kids in the OB do what they have to do to survive," said Brandon. "Even the smart ones. Cassius, Clay, Hero, and Royal got in. And don't think Hart hasn't been waiting for them to give her a reason. But like I said, they're smart." "What are you doing out here, princess?"
I pushed my food away, not having taken a bite. "So Royal is
"A gangbanger,"
he said.
"And if you didn't know that, you for sure aren't close."
Royal raised his head and his eyes met mine. It was impossible. Of course it was. But as we gazed at each other, I got the impression he heard every word, and he wanted to know what I'd say in response. Swallowing hard, I rasped, "I never said we were."
"Why is he teasing you with cherries then?"
I squeezed my eyes shut. The phantom lips brushed against my lids. Why did Brandon have to use the word tease? "Because it's like you said," I replied simply. "Royal does what the fuck he wants."
"That's true." He nudged my arm. "You've tapped my well of angel information dry. So tell me about yourself."
I opened my eyes, and Royal was gone. Whipping around, I searched for him and caught a flash of his black hair disappear down the stairs. "Later," I said, pushing back my chair. "Thanks, Brandon. See you around."
Okay," he called. "Bye."
I rushed down the stairs as fast as I could without breaking into a sprint. Royal turned in the opposite direction of the front doors, heading for the back. I climbed off the last step as he pushed through the back door. Eli was happy, talking and eating with his new roommate. His interpreter looked on like he knew he had 2 functions. My brother was fine, which left me free to deal with Royal. A gangbanger? That can't be true. Not the boy I met that night. Not the boy who made me laugh. Not the boy who drew beautiful designs on my palm. Picking up the pace, I ignored how it looked and sprinted. Royal is sweet, gentle, caring. I burst out the door.
What are you doing out here, princess?
I froze, turning slowly. I gazed into the eyes of my boy in the flowers. He's my first. The passing storm left a parting gift of a light summer drizzle. Royal's face was turned up to the sky, tiny droplets sprinkling his face and collecting on his eyelashes. Royal wasn't beautiful. You didn't look at this boy and think of sunsets or city lights. He was harder, sharper, rougher. The diamond before it's cut and polished. No, not beautiful. But he was a trap. You wanted to feel his rough, strong jaw under your palm, run your fingers through his hair and discover if it was as soft as it looked. Sink into the depths of his uncharacteristically light chestnut eyes, and learn if it was the only part of him that hadn't sunk into darkness. Royal was a trap, and he caught me all too easily. Feverish memories of us tangled up on the carpet tried to suck me in. I pushed them down. I wouldn't let them show on my face because it certainly didn't show on his. Royal was looking at me like he didn't know who I was. Or he didn't care. And that pissed me off. I'm here to talk to you, I said clearly. I've heard some interesting things about you and your friends. Royal leaned against the building, hands shoved in his pockets, shirt unbuttoned a bit to reveal part of the snow-white bandage. Beneath it was his kanji tattoo. Art is to suffer. He told me what all of his tattoos meant that night, but I didn't remember an angel. Seems he made a few new additions since my last tour of his body.
Did you?
A faint smirk crossed his lips.
You shouldn't listen to gossip, Cherry.
I saw my blush reflected in his widening grin. Don't
gossip?
I whipped around. A low, shockingly deep voice preceded the replica emerging from behind the building, trailed by two others. No, he's Cassius, I thought, noticing the bandage on his hand.
Who's been running their mouth? And what exactly have they been saying?
Clay finished, propping his arm on his brother's shoulder. Hero just adopted Royal's position, his fierce dislike burning in his gaze.
I told you she'd follow me, said Royal.
Told them that I'd follow?
Called it,
Cassius congratulated. Stepping back, I moved further away from them but closer to Royal. I didn't know these guys, and I didn't like the way Hero was glaring at me, or how Cassius and Clay were grinning like they knew the joke and I was missing the punchline. I did follow, I said, because Royal and I need to talk. The rest of you can leave.
I'm good here, said Cassius. What do you think, bro?
Cassius and Clay broke apart, fanning out around me.
Can't leave when it's about to get interesting,
Clay added.
Go on, tell us what you heard about Royal and his friends.
I backed up again and came down on Royal's foot. A faint click sounded behind me. I faced him as he put the cigarette between his lips. Don't do that. It was an automatic reaction that made me snatch the thing and flick it in the grass, as immediate as the shift in the air. Hero's glare dropped as he glanced at Royal, waiting to see what he'd do. Royal slowly straightened. The lighter's flame danced in his eyes.
That's the second time. You go for a third and I'll start making you pay for them.
I scoffed. How much for the whole pack? My grandfather died slowly and painfully of lung cancer. Don't be a dumbass.
Oh, you worried about me, Cherry? How sweet.
Don't call me that.
Why do you call her that, Cruz?
Asked one of the triplets. I opened my mouth. None of your...
Because of the cherry-shaped birthmark on her ass.
Royal dropped the truth as casually as one gave directions to a corner store. Like it didn't matter at all. The effect it had on his friends said otherwise.
Holy shit, Clay hollered.
laughing his head off along with Cassius.
And how exactly do you know that? We met at some Ravener party and I fucked her on the floor upstairs.
Royal! I shouted. How dare he?
You and the Bancroft girl? Asked Clay. Why the fuck didn't you say so before?
Royal shrugged as he pulled out his pack of smokes.
Forgot. Can't have been very good then.
Stop it!
Virgin, Royal replied. Slobbered all over my cock and then flinched when I
smacked the pack out of his hand. It went soaring, striking Hero's shin. I told you to shut the fuck! Royal blurred. He flashed out and gripped my throat, yanking me to his chest and pinning me still. I gasped as his hand tightened.
Careful, Cherry, he hissed in my ear. We were having a nice, friendly discussion, but if you'd rather we have a problem, try that again and see what fucking happens.
Tears burned in my eyes, fed by differing emotions and only some that I could name. What is wrong with you? I shrieked. I clawed at the hand on my throat, bending my nails painfully back. This isn't you!
You don't know me.
A real human feeling finally crept into his voice. Anger.
You never did. You were a pity fuck, a distraction.
His harsh words wheedled in, trying to destroy the perfect memories of that night. Hadn't I lost enough already? Now he wanted to take this. You're lying! I brought my hand up and wildly jabbed. A sharp grunt, and his hold loosened. I broke free, spun, and grabbed his collar. Royal didn't stop me slamming him against the wall. That night was the first time in your sad, empty, pathetic life that you felt a real emotion and you couldn't handle it. You ran from me like a fucking coward, and 2 years later you're still the same. The Horsemen, Royal? I cried, shaken with disbelief. Are you out of your mind?
Someone has been running their mouth,
said one of the triplets. Suddenly, hands were on me. Cassius and Clay pulled me off Royal and even went so far as to dust me off.
That's enough,
said Clay. Royal and I glared at each other, chests heaving.
Settle your shit some other time, Cassius said. We got you out here for a reason.
What reason? I threw up my hands, shaking them off. If this is about my parents...
You know it is.
His soft, low voice tore me from Royal. Hero peeled himself off the wall, gliding over to us because even the way he moved had to be beautiful.
You couldn't be got to when you were enjoying the state's hospitality or when you disappeared into the estate. But then we found out you were coming to Raven River, and right to us.
Got to? What do you want with me?
We've been told to pass on a message and offer you a deal that you'd be smart to accept,
finished Cassius. My attention snapped between the three of them. What message? What deal? From who?
Royal pushed Hero to the side. Your parents stole money from the wrong person and that person will get it back.
I swallowed. Not one of the Horsemen. I tossed my head, rejecting the idea immediately. That's not possible. My parents aren't stupid. They had plenty of legitimate investors. There's no reason they'd hit up gangbangers. No, I repeated. You four have nothing to say to me.
Shut up, Bancroft, Hero growled. And listen, your parents stole $84,000 from this person. You have 2 weeks to get us the money. Make it a flat $100,000 to make up for the trouble.
My eyes popped. Give you $100,000? I don't have that kind of money.
But you can get it, said Clay. From that rich uncle of yours or from your parents.
My body shook in Cassius's hold. He had draped his bandaged arm around my sore neck like we were a couple of friends shooting the shit. I don't know where my parents are or where they hid the money, I gritted out. Clay winked.
We both know that's not true.
You don't know anything, I snapped. When will you fuckers use your brain? If I knew where my folks and a pile of money were hiding, do you think I'd be dealing with you? I'd have taken off weeks ago. Royal fished an untouched pack out of his pocket. He held my gaze as he lit the cigarette and took a long drag.
"If that's true,"
he said, smoke curling around his head and dissipating in the misty afternoon,
"it's unfortunate for you because, like we said, they'll get their money back even if they have to resort to harsher measures."
What's that supposed to mean? Clay moved into our path.
"It means you're generously being given the chance to settle this the easy way. 100 grand by the 15th and our business is finished. We never bother you again. If you don't get the money, you'll be forced to,"
he looked me up and down,
"work off the debt."
Cassius's arm fell off as I got in his face. "Fuck you," I said clearly. "I wouldn't give you monopoly money." He blinked lazily.
"I strongly suggest you think about this incredibly generous offer and then take it."
"No, I'm not asking my uncle. I'm not giving you anything. You don't know how sorry I am for the innocent people who were hurt because of my family. I know they destroyed lives. But ripping off a violent street gang that's been terrorizing the OB?" I smirked. "Well, this is the first time since this nightmare started that I've been proud. I'm guessing it's money they squeezed out of innocent blood. So they don't deserve to get it back." The boys were silent through my speech. "You can tell that person that my answer is no." Clay didn't speak. He looked at me with an intensity I assumed was meant to frighten me. But as the silence stretched and his eyes swept over my hair, nose, and mouth, it dawned his interest had another reason.
"Does she taste like cherries too, Royal?"
Clay asked softly.
"She does. Fucking delicious."
Royal's voice poured in and flicked the heat on. I would have shouted at him to keep his mouth shut if mine could come unglued. Clay hummed deep in his chest. I was suddenly exposed under his gaze.
"Then no, we won't pass on your message," he said to me. "Instead, we'll tell him you accept, but you need some time to get the money together. I'll also throw in a thank you from you."
Clay stroked my cheek with the back of his fingers.
"I like Cherry," he whispered, "but I'm sure you and I will come up with our own names for each other."
I pushed his hand away. "Asshole, thug, gangbanger, trash." Each insult brought me closer to him until we were a hair away from talking in each other's mouths. "Any of those working for you?"
"A bit unoriginal." His hands found my waist. "Keep trying."
I made to reply, and then his mouth was on mine. Soft lips caressed me, sucking my bottom lip between his teeth. Ripping away, I nearly fell, scrambling from him. My heart jackhammered in my throat as I clapped a hand over my mouth, gaping at him in true amazement. He kissed me. This random fuck actually kissed me. Clay licked his lips.
"He's right. Delicious."
My control snapped. "Get out of here," I barked. "The four of you, I'm done." If I expected a fight, I didn't get one. They walked off, heading in the direction of the main building. Royal was last to go.
2 weeks, Cherry. He flicked the cigarette at my feet. "Let's keep this friendly."
"You and I are going to talk." I returned his threat with my own. "Alone. For real." It was impossible to tell what he thought of that, and he didn't give me time to figure it out. Royal went back inside the cafeteria, leaving me with my memories. Chapter 3. I spent the rest of lunch in the gym eating the candy and potato chips I stashed in my locker. Despite what just happened, my mind struggled to reconcile this new information. Royal Cruz was the boy who took my virginity. He stepped out of the darkness on the worst night of my life and somehow made it one of the best. He was sweet, kind, and gentle. As casino night raged downstairs, I fell into my own world with the dark stranger who promised to take my troubles away. It wasn't possible that boy would join the Horsemen. They were ruthless. The gang controlled the entire east side of the outer borough, and bodies were turning up in their bid to control the rest. They were the reason my dad built a house on a fenced-off piece of property on the outskirts of town and sent us to a tiny high school that could fit inside Raven River Academy's gym. Living in the estate my dad hated was out of the question, but so was the OB. Poverty had a tight grip in the outer borough, along with a few other things. They were the streets you went to if you were looking for blow, another where the meth dealers hooked you up. There were streets for people looking for a good time. Then there were the streets you didn't visit at all. All the latter streets were in horseman territory. I knew this from my dad. Some of my friends in my old school lived in the OB, and after constant pestering to know why I wasn't allowed to go to their houses, he gave me a straight answer. My parents never went so far as to call them trash or rant about where kids from the OB went to school, but he did make it clear he didn't want us in that outer borough at all. The horsemen had a big part to do with that, and now Royal was one of them, carrying out a vendetta I inherited from my parents. Ugh. I shoved the potato chips away, clambering off the bleacher. I unzipped my backpack and pulled out the music box. I set it on my lap, but did not open it. Holding it was enough. I can't get that money, I said to no one. Imagining Uncle Harrison's reaction if I told him he had to pay off my father's $100,000 debt to the horsemen wasn't worth thinking about. He'd say it wasn't his responsibility and direct me to the police. Honestly, that is what most people would say. Go to the police. Most likely why Royal and his friends wouldn't give me a name, and why they'd deny it if I told anyone. My only option was the one I laid out. I wasn't giving the Angels a cent, which meant this year would get a whole lot harder. A bang jerked me out of my head. I quickly stuffed the music box in my pack. Get in there and get changed. A woman in a purple tracksuit marched through the gym, leading a trail of seniors like their mama duck. The court's wet, so we'll set up the net in here and do a little volleyball. A first-day treat to get the heart pumping and have a little fun. I climbed off the bleachers and went to join the others in the locker room. Gym was my class following lunch. Holing up in here saved me a walk through the crowded halls, collecting harassment. I'd eat in here every day if I didn't have to keep an eye on Eli. Bancroft. Pulling up short, I paused as the coach walked over to me. She stuck out her hand. I'm Coach Sutton. Hi, Coach. Coach Sutton was a thick woman, and by thick, I meant muscles. Hard, ropey limbs filled out her suit and flexed as we shook hands. I'm told you're coming to us from Wesley High. They take a more liberal approach to physical education over there than I do. What do you mean? She clicked her tongue. I mean no disrespect to your old coach. Kiki is a friend, and her philosophy that she's to teach things that are accessible to everyone has sound logic to it. But your days of yoga, bowling, and jazzercise are over. Fine by me, Coach. I'm up for anything. That's what I like to hear. She punched my shoulder and almost sent me to the floor. Grab any free locker and change, Bancroft. Fair warning, they don't have locks after some trouble with students stashing contraband. The only thing that should be in there are a change of clothes. Got me? Yes, Coach. Also, no, I don't allow phones or video recording devices in the locker room. Sad to say, we've had some trouble there as well. I see a phone out, I confiscate it, and you're not getting it back until the end of the semester. No exceptions, no excuses. I repeated my agreement. Good. We're going to have ourselves a smooth year. She jerked her chin at the door. Go on. I'm putting you right in it. First team. Great, I said, kind of meaning it. At least my teachers don't have it out for me. So far, they've treated me the same as every student, and Gesk was quick to call out Destiny. I hoped they all remained professional. Sutton gave me permission to grab any free locker. I heeded the chatter and slammed metal, and searched out the heart of the noise. Most of the girls were congregated in the middle of the room. We're having a back-to-school party in our dorm Saturday night, I heard Pomona say. We'll have lots of booze. Plus, Julian's got to do this whole split custody thing with his dad, so he's lit out on the weekends. He'll sneak in the speakers. But Pomona, someone said, I thought we were studying this weekend. We've already got a test in calc. Her groan echoed through the room. Ugh, fuck, Cammy. I forget sometimes you're one of them. Forever going on about keeping your scholarship. If you don't want to come to the party, sleep somewhere else. No, was the quick response. Of course I'm going to the party. It's our senior year. Have to enjoy it. I stepped into view. Pomona, Bryn, and one of the triplets, Camila, talked and stripped with the rest of the gym class. The girls slowly fell quiet as I scanned the row for a free locker. What do you think you're doing? What does it look like I'm doing, Pomona? I replied. There, second from the last, a free locker. I threw it open and tossed my stuff in. I don't think so. Go somewhere else. Pomona took lead, standing in front of the girls in her lace bra and panties. Go where? I replied. In some dark, empty corner so you and your friends can sneak up and jump me any time? No thanks, I sang. I want you right where I can see you, Momo. She laughed. Why? So you can get a peek? Pomona pushed her boobs together, wriggling her hips as her audience hooted. You only had to ask. Stripping her bra off, she twirled it over her head, and soon I was treated to a colorful helicopter parade of lace and cotton. They threw them at me, and one ass with good aim landed it on my head. Calmly, I pinched it between two fingers and dropped it on the pile at my feet. There, Pomona crowed. You got what you wanted, so run along. Believe me, it won't be any easier for you if we are in sight. When we jump you. None of these witnesses will stop us or back you up. The only way to make it stop is to give back the money those piece of shit con artists stole from us. Camila stepped in front of her. Do you have any idea what they did to the people in my neighborhood, Backwater skank? Backwater. I didn't hear that one often, but it was another title for those not blessed to live in the estate. If you weren't an OB kid or a Ravener, then you were a Backwater kid like me. And if you were neither of those, you're the lucky bastard who grew up somewhere else. I sized up number 3 in the terrible trio. She looked like a children's toy, if those were allowed to have nipples. All tiny, long-haired, and perfect. But the contempt etched in her face wouldn't be found on any doll, besides Chucky. People who scrimped and saved their whole lives are now bankrupt. The Masons had to sell their house. Mr. Hahn had to... Pomona grabbed her and shoved her back. Thank you, Cammy, I've got this, she said through gritted teeth. Camila's righteous anger went out under Pomona's scolding. Sorry, Mona. Anyway, Pomona continued after Camila took her place behind her. Those are your options. Give up your folks, or get your ass handed to you on the daily. I nodded along, lips pursed like I was thinking it over. This is tough, I said. I walked up to her, stepping on the bras and making sure to grind them with my muddy shoes. I would love to choose option 1, but sadly, I don't know where my parents or the money are. What do? There has to be another way we can settle this, because I just hate fighting with you, Momo. I snapped my fingers. I know. I bet Julian could help me out. Son of the headmistress. No one is going to mess with his friend. I drew out the final word, taking almost sick pleasure in the grin vanishing off her face. What? She ground out. Julian and I used to be close, I purred. Don't you remember? He'd follow me around like a little puppy. Ruff, ruff, ruff. No, he didn't. I heaved a sigh. I didn't appreciate him then, and now I need him. I've got his rabid girlfriend and her brainless idiots mugging me. What choice do I have but to stick very, very close to him? He has my back. I've never seen anyone snarl until that moment. Julian doesn't give a shit about you, she snapped. That's not what he said, I replied, right before you shoved me off the terrace, and now that I've brought that up, I didn't hesitate. Weeks of buried pain exploded out of me and fueled my flying fist, and I buried it in her gut. Pomona went down, clutching her stomach. My rush of adrenaline was short-lived. The pack of half-naked girls ran at me, and I fell under a mob of scratching, punches, and kicks. Put that on your eye, dear. The nurse passed over an ice pack. It'll bruise, but you'll be right as rain in a few days. No, you won't, Pomona screeched. I'm going to sue you, trashy, violent backwater slut. My eyes fluttered in annoyance. She'd been going on nonstop since we were hauled into the nurse's office. Growing up a Ravener princess taught her how to dish it out but not to take it. She howled and wailed on the gym floor while the others pummeled me. It took 2 teachers and the coach to wade into the fray and break up the fight. Camila had to be restrained and held on the floor because she kept coming back for me. Say what you want about her, but the triplet was scrappy. The other girls scratched at my arms and landed a few kicks, but Camila got me by the hair and gave me the black eye I was nursing. She wouldn't let me go until I backhanded her across the face. That's why I was getting abuse from her, too. My brothers are going to kill you, she hissed after the nurse wandered away to check on the other girls. A black eye, sore ribs, scratched up arms, and some hair ripped out. But I gave it back just as hard. Bryn and 2 others were dragged in here with us. Just fucking wait, backwater slut, Camila spat. Is that going to be my nickname? I asked, because it's not very accurate. It's not like I lived in the forest and I've only had sex with one guy. I grinned at Pomona. Guess who? Pomona turned a nasty, unhealthy purple. You're lying. I swear, bitch, I will make your life hell. You, Miss Winchester, Blanchett roared. I jumped. I wasn't prepared for this short, smiling woman to produce such a sound. Stop that racket this instant. Pomona quieted, but the look in her eyes was delivering the rest of her threat just fine. It wasn't the smartest move, riling her up about Julian, but I was having one hell of a first day. It wasn't enough that my parents abandoned me and my brother. Everyone hated me for what they did, and no one believed I didn't know where they or the money were. No, that wasn't a sizable enough shit sandwich. Fate had to pile on the horsemen, being choked out by my sorta ex, and threats of constant violence from Pomona Winchester. Groaning, I leaned back on the cot. The academy nurse's office was more comfortable than I expected. 4 cots lined up on either side, and next to each was an end table with bottled water, sweet candy, and an eye mask. I polished off half the candy jar while Nurse Blanchett checked me out. You're not very smart, Camila said, voice low to avoid the nurse. You had your chance to make it right, but now it's too late. My brothers will tear your ass apart. You don't know who they are. I swung my head to her. The horsemen's bitches? Surprise flickered on her face. Yeah, that's not as big a secret as you think. But you know what? I believe your brothers will tear my ass apart, I said, grinning. Clay certainly seemed interested when he kissed me earlier. Camila flushed the same reddish purple as Pomona. Yeah, she said, teeth clenched. Backwater slut will definitely be your nickname. I heaved myself off the cot. It's been fun, ladies, but I've missed all my afternoon classes because of you, and I've got homework. We'll pick this up tomorrow, Pomona promised. I flipped her off all the way to the door. I dropped it when I came face to face with Eli. My brother zeroed in on my eye. I'm fine, I said quickly. He gave me a furious look. Fine? Will you stop trying to protect me for a minute, Em? The whole school is talking about what happened. Even the freshmen know. They said like 10 girls jumped you. I waved my hands over myself. No lies. See, I'm fine. It did get a bit crazy, but I started the fight. Pomona and I had business to settle after the party. Although, I'd have been better off not punching her in front of her backup. You punched her? Right in the gut, little bro. She went down like Jenga. It was beautiful. I could tell he was trying to maintain his stern look, but a tiny smile tugged at his lips. You're supposed to be the responsible one, setting a good example for her little brother, he signed. Don't give them any more reasons. Too late. Pomona's mission to get me was now written in the stars as a heavenly mandate. Things would only get worse when the Raveners and OB kids didn't get what they wanted from me. And then there were the angels. Do I tell Eli about this newest and infinitely more dangerous threat? No. Drawing him in for a hug, I kissed his forehead. Eli would get scared, and there's no reason he should be. I was handling it. Together, we left the main building. The clouds cleared, leaving behind grass puddles and a full view of the oranges, reds, and blues of the setting sun. Eli and I parted in the lobby. He let me hug him longer than normal, but squirmed away when I got free with the kisses. You love me too much, he signed, backing toward the door. No such thing. He rolled his eyes, but replied, Love you too. Chill tonight, okay? I'll bring your dinner up to your room. Thanks. Riding the elevator up, I pictured a relaxed night, locked in my room. Getting jumped was the perfect excuse for not getting most of my homework in. It wouldn't take me long to knock out the rest. Chilling in bed and maybe sneaking in a movie or two is just what the doctor ordered for this hellish day. I trudged to my door, sticking my hand in my skirt pocket for the key. Nothing. Oh no, I groaned. I dropped my head on the wood. No, no, no. My room key was gone. It must have fallen out during the fight. I'd have to go back to the gym to search for it. Hopefully it was found and turned in to Coach Sutton. I turned to go. Thud. My ears pricked up. What the hell? Another thud sounded in my room. Hey, is someone in there? I knocked. Hello? I heard a bang and then a muffled voice. No doubt someone was in my room. Hey! I pounded on the wood. Open the door! Open the fucking door! Get out of my room! Jerking on the knob, it suddenly jerked back. The intruder threw open the door and I went flying inside. Wanna shut the fuck up, Bancroft? What are you making all that damn noise for? My feet tangled in my sweater and I fell on my knees before Cassius. Disbelief rooted me to the spot. My bedroom was trashed. Clothes strewn on the floor, books thrown from the shelves, drawers pulled out and overturned. Second mattress pushed off the bed, and on my mattress was Royal. Hero sat at my desk, clicking through my desktop. While for Clay, my arrival didn't slow down his pawing through my duffel. What the hell are you doing? I flung the shout at Royal. He didn't look up from his phone, but I did, as Cassius put his finger under my chin and tilted my head up. Clay passed on that you were being a good girl and getting the money together, he said. A shiver rippled over my skin as his rough, calloused thumb stroked my jaw. But you've made it clear you're going to be anything but. I like that. He tugged me closer, and I fell against him, automatically clutching his legs to stay upright. Turns me on even, but we're not showing up empty-handed. Shoving him away, I scrambled to my feet. How'd you get in here? Clay proudly held up my key. Lifted it while you were kissing me. You kissed me, I snapped. That's what you told my sister. Clay came around the bed. The guy moved like no one I'd ever seen. This unique, swaying stride like he was crossing a rolling ship. He held up his phone, dark brows rising to meet his light hair.
I've been hearing about it for the last 20 minutes. Also that you hit her and ruined her favorite bra.
I pointed at my face. The bitch gave me a black eye for the trouble, so I'd say we're even.
She doesn't say the same. Now we've got to take care of that too.
What does that mean? Clay turned his back on me and went to my nightstand. He ripped open the drawer. Stop! Cassius caught me as I lunged for him.
First things first, he said. You refuse to cough up the money, then we'll bring this shit to your folks. That works for us just fine. You know where your parents are and don't deny it, he growled when I opened my mouth. Where's the note, Bancroft?
My body went rigid. The note? Of course this was about the note. I don't have it.
We'll make sure, said Royal, glued to his phone like all of this wasn't worth distracting him. Check her backpack.
Hero sprang up and grabbed it. He ripped it off my shoulders with one hard yank. Quick, like someone ready and waiting for the order. Panic flooded me. Hero tore the bag open, flipped it, and roughly shook out my stuff. The music box crashed to the floor. No! I dove, scooping up the box and clutching it to my chest.
Get it, Royal ordered.
No, stop! The scream punched through my lips. I ran for the door and the boys were on me in a heartbeat. Fingers tangled in my hair, and I cried out as sharp pain raised my scalp. Hero pulled me back, wrestling me to the carpet, and Cassius jumped on me. I kicked out and struck his face, snapping his head around. Fuck! He came for me again, fury twisting him into something unrecognizable, and grabbed at the box to wrest it from my grip. Leave it alone, I cried, tears spilling down my cheeks. The corner of the box painfully dug into me, but I hung on with all my strength. You'll break it!
Give it up!
Cassius bent my fingers back and pried the box free. He shoved it at Hero, who released me. I fell back and swiped at him. Cassius pinned me down. Blood dripped from his lips, staining his teeth and making him appear more than terrifying. I could only look up at Hero. Please, I sobbed. Be careful. Don't break it. Royal wasn't on his phone anymore. He sat on the edge of my mattress, watching the scene unfold and doing nothing to stop it. Hero opened the box.
Shit, there's nothing fucking here.
He hefted it over his head. No, I screamed.
Stop.
Hero froze, milliseconds away from smashing it.
Give it to me.
There's nothing, Hero insisted, but he dropped his hand and passed it to Royal. My breaths came in rough, rapid pants, watching Royal calmly open the box and look himself. Clay moved into sight, but he wasn't nearly as important. Royal tipped it over and the baby shoes tumbled onto his palm.
No note.
Pain and frustration exploded out of me. I don't have the note. Upside down, Royal returned the shoes and set the music box next to him on the bed.
Then where is it?
Hero demanded. It's in evidence. The police have it.
Not a problem, hissed Cassius, because you're going to tell us what it said.
He pressed his entire weight on top of me and brushed his lips on my salty cheek, mixing my tears with blood.
Every word.
I choked back a sob. I wouldn't give him the thrill of more of my tears. Nothing. They just said goodbye.
That's not what we heard.
Lips trembling, I pressed them together and held my breath. That wasn't what they heard. One federal agent, one news team, one comment, and it set me on this path. The FBI took me in and questioned me, going on and on that I had to know something, and what did my parents say that could be a clue to their whereabouts. So, I said they left me a note, and I put it in Agent Underhill's hands. The next day, he gave the reporter who ambushed him outside of the station a soundbite.
At this time, the whereabouts of Frank and Lenora Bancroft are still unknown, but we're getting closer to tracking them down, Underhill announced. Just yesterday, their daughter turned over a note they left before they fled. One line appears to be a coded message. We believe once we discover its meaning, we'll find them and bring them to justice.
But Underhill never discovered the meaning of that line, because I refused to tell him, repeating that I didn't know. And just like that, I went from victim to uncooperative witness.
What did it say, Bancroft?
Asked Hero. I let go of my breath and air rushed into my lungs. Arching my back, I looked Royal in the eyes as I said, I won't tell you. They said goodbye. That's all you get out of me, so... I violently bucked. Get the fuck off! Cassius pushed me down.
Not until you tell us, get off, said Royal.
He rose, larger than life, towering over me.
Let's go. We've been here too long. But Royal,
Hero said under his breath,
if we don't get that money, shut up.
Royal's growl was quick.
We'll get the money. We've got plenty of time and more than one way to get her to talk. But none of that happens if some girl calls hard about screaming and she finds us in here with Cass trying to grind her into the fucking carpet. We're leaving. Now.
Cassius pressed another bloody kiss to my cheek.
Until next time,
he whispered. Then he was gone. I scrambled up and went straight for my music box. Carefully, I picked it up and checked it for scratches.
One more thing I gotta do.
I tore my attention to Clay. He dropped my wastebasket on the carpet and picked up a bra that was wedged beneath me and Cassius.
Camilla's form of punishment, but this one should be counted a public service.
Clay dropped the last one in and brought out the match.
Don't!
The wastebasket lit with flames. I charged at him, snatched up the bin, and ran to the bathroom. I threw it under the pouring shower, heart pounding so loud it echoed in my skull, mixing with the boys' laughter as they abandoned my room and the damage they left in their wake. My underwear littered the tub in a soggy, charred mess of fabric. Camilla's punishment. I sank to my knees, dropping my head on the rim. Safe in my hands were the music box and what it held. At least they didn't destroy this.
This stays between us.
My head snapped up. Royal leaned against the doorframe, a witness to the pathetic scene.
You're not running to Hart about this,
he repeated. Think again, I rasped. You think I'm intimidated? I'm telling Hart everything. You broke into my room, assaulted me, destroyed my things. I'll have the 4 of you expelled by morning. Inexplicably, he smirked.
No, you won't. Because even if we're gone, your problem won't go away. Just the opposite. It'll get worse for you. Clay passed on that you're cooperating and further action isn't necessary. If you get us expelled, he'll know that's a lie, and he'll send others to handle the problem.
Royal crouched down to my level.
They won't be very nice, Cherry. If you kick one of them in the mouth, they won't sit on you. They'll knock your fucking teeth out. And if you tell them no...
He drifted off, letting my imagination fill in the rest.
The point is, he said, it's better if the 5 of us work this out amongst ourselves.
Royal put a cigarette between his chapped, grinning lips.
You can handle me, can't you, Cherry?
I placed my music box on the bath mat. Quietly, I crawled over to Royal and smacked him across the face. The cigarette bounced under the unused bed. Yeah, I can handle you. Royal snapped back, laughing his head off. My red imprint marked his cheek, and his hair hung wild and loose over his eyes. He looked like an angel right then. A gorgeous, unpredictable, insane angel.
I like a girl with some fight in her.
Royal licked his lips, tasting my slap.
It's just me and you now, Cherry. Don't hold back.
I swung to slap him again. Royal caught my hand and I leapt, knocking him over and coming down on top of him. I wrapped my free hand around his throat. You like this too? I shouted. His raspy laughs chilled my bones.
Fuck yeah.
He opened his hand and released me, giving me the freedom to squeeze with both hands. Royal moved down to grip my hips. We both made harsh noises as he rocked me back on his hardness.
Now that I remember that night,
he rasped,
I can't stop thinking about it. Your lips around my cock, that little ass in the air, those perky breasts hitting my face while you bounced on my lap.
Shut up! I tightened my hold.
That's right, he forced out. Do it, Cherry. Hit me. Choke me. I'm not going to see you as that innocent, sweet little thing anymore. For what I'll have to do to get that money, this is who you are now.
My hands shook. Royal's manic grin warped through my tears, and I hated him for making me cry, for threatening me, for watching while Hero and Cassius hurt me, for destroying one of the few good memories I had of my life before it all went to hell.
Because you can handle me, Cherry, he said. I won't hold back, and neither will you.
Taking a deep breath, I kept it in my chest until I couldn't anymore. As it burst out, I let Royal go. Yes, I whispered. My hand slid down his stomach and found his wrists. Holding on, I pressed down, rolling my hips, and the manic light winked out under a flash of surprise. But we don't do this again, I breathed. You and your friends will never put your hands on me. You'll stay the fuck out of my room, out of my stuff, out of my face, and I'll get your money. The full 100 grand in your hands by the deadline.
You won't make it that easy for me.
Royal was meeting my every grind, lifting his hips and digging deeper into me. I stifled a moan. My veins pumped tingling hot anticipation. My body remembered Royal, the only boy to ever touch me, make me respond, make me feel alive. 2 years without was a long time, and the hunger came roaring back with a vengeance.
You'll fight, he said.
I leaned over him, not stopping what I was doing for a second. You don't know me, Royal. You never did. I say you're going to sit back and be patient like a good boy, and you will. Because what I know now is you don't want me to get hurt. You gave yourself away. You want to be here taking care of this so that it won't go too far. Royal chuckled deep in his throat.
I'm not your guardian angel, Cherry. Don't confuse mercy with restraint. The hunter will shoot a deer between the eyes to stop its suffering. But Bambi's still dead, with her guts ripped out and her meat on a slab. We can play this your way, but if I don't have my money by the 15th...
Royal smoothed the creases between my brows.
No mercy, no restraint.
I didn't let his promise rattle me. Then we have an agreement. I rolled off him. Get out. Royal unhurriedly pushed himself up.
Not yet. One more problem to take care of.
Facing me, he reached down and stroked himself through his pants. I clenched my knees tighter. My pulse reached a dangerous speed and then rocketed past it. My panties were soaked from our conversation, and a damp patch darkened his plaid crotch. Gripping his zipper, he pulled it down, achingly slow. My gulp was audible. 2 years was a very long time. Royal sprang free. He held my gaze completely unashamed as he stroked his length. He backed into the bathroom, willing me, challenging me to follow him, court him in a fight neither of us would win, but neither would lose. I said nothing, just shook my head, and he slammed the door in my face. Royal was in my bathroom for a while. I didn't have to ask what he was doing in there. I was simply relieved he stayed in long enough for me to masturbate and come screaming in my pillow. The door opened and he blew out of my room without sparing me a glance. After he left, I washed the blood from my face and put my room to rights. The toilet didn't flush, and I didn't hear the faucet. That left me a good idea where Royal did his business. Some of my underwear could have been saved, but picturing them soaked through with Royal forced me to toss every single one in the trash. By the time Eli knocked on my door with dinner, my bedroom was spotless, and the music box was safely tucked away in my nightstand. The chairs in administration were criminally uncomfortable. I squirmed, wondering how long we'd have to wait. "What's wrong?" Camila sang. "The skirt chafing your bare ass, skank?" I ignored her. All the girls from third period gym were called in for a meeting with the headmistress. I made a quick escape the day before and missed out on the fun. An aide caught me up on the way to class and summoned me to her office. I walked in to find Camila waiting too. "I said my brothers would handle you. You seem pretty proud about getting them to fight your battles for you." Nastiness didn't make her smile any less attractive. "I fight my own battles, Bancroft," she pointed at my face. "Nice eye." I inclined my head. "Fair point," she scoffed. "You don't get it, do you? This isn't a game. We won't stop coming after you until you give up what you know." "Can I ask, is this dislike of me just about what my parents did, or are you taking on a piece of Pomona's hatred?" I pulled a face. "I'd drop that sister solidarity if I were you. Pomona cares about two things, herself and Julian Hart. And yes, I'm leaving out the people who brought her into existence and her best friend, since she was 5. It's only those two people, and even if she expanded the list, you wouldn't be on it, Cammy." Camila flushed. "I don't like you because you're a smug bitch laughing in our faces when real people with lives and families and futures had to see it all disappear in one night." "Yeah," I said softly, voice trembling. "Well, they're not the only ones." A creaky hinge signaled the end to our conversation. "Miss Bancroft, step inside, please." Day 2, and I was in the headmistress's office. As offices went, hers was less institutionally stuffy and more chic, with a side of tasteful. 2 high-backed green armchairs sat before her ornate desk. On the walls were the usual achievements, awards, and one photo of her and Julian. Hart took her seat and gestured for me to sit. "Good morning, Ember. I'm sure you know why you're here." "I do," she nodded. "I've gotten reports from the other girls, but I'd like to hear the details of the fight from your point of view." "It's like this, headmistress. Pomona almost cracked my skull open before school started, and yesterday I got her back. I threw the first punch, but a court of pacifists would agree she had it coming. She went down, and the other girls decided to take their chance and jump me. Feel free to punish them as you see fit." "I see," said Hart. "I appreciate your honesty, Ember, but you're old enough to know that she did it first is not a justifiable defense for your actions." "I do know, and I'll accept whatever punishment you see fit, too." Hart leaned back in her seat, forehead crinkling as she assessed me. "Why did you do this, Ember?" I frowned. "I told you, Pomona threw me off a—" She waved her hand. "No, I'm not speaking of retaliation. Explain to me why you chose that time and that place. You could have gotten her alone. Instead, you hit her in a crowded room full of girls who aren't big fans of yours. Did you imagine it would play out another way than it did?" Her question met with silence. "You're a smart girl," she continued. "You didn't get into Raven River Academy on your uncle's money alone. I have a hunch that you walked into that locker room intent on showing everyone from the outset that you are not afraid. Am I correct, Ember?" My hands were fists in my lap. You didn't become a headmistress on money alone either. "I won't be an easy target," I said simply. Hart tapped a manila folder resting on her desk. You know, I've been reading your file. You were made to see your Wesley High guidance counselor after getting into fights there as well. Insightful woman, she remarked. She noted that your behavioral issues didn't appear to stem from a lack of impulse control. You knew the true source of your anger and exactly what you were doing, but you were reticent to speak of what was bothering you in the sessions. Am I allowed to know this? I asked, tone even. Hart graced me a soft smile. You are. You are also allowed to be angry at the cards life has dealt. You are allowed to defend yourself. She patted the folder. And you are most certainly allowed to speak to me whenever you're ready to dig deeper. But what you are not allowed to do, Miss Bancroft, is punch your fellow students. Raven River has a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to violence. Your punishment is a month's detention. If this happens again, you will be expelled. I understand. I was first to reach out my hand. Thank you, headmistress. She shook. You're welcome, Ember, and remember the offer to speak is genuine. Before I go, can I ask about getting deliveries? I need new clothes. New clothes? So soon? I shrugged. Turns out I forgot the case with my underwear and my uncle doesn't have time to drive it up here. Surely that counts as a wardrobe emergency. Quite, she said. As a rule, we don't allow deliveries, but in this case, we'll accept the package. You'll have to open it here in the office so it can be checked. Otherwise, it won't be an issue. Thanks again. I waved goodbye and left her office. Homeroom had let out. Students streamed through the halls, heading in all directions. I accepted this perfect timing for the mercy it was. I'd see the angels soon enough, but that meeting had been put off for a little longer. I was sitting in Hart's office. I could have told her what they did. I should have told her. But Royal's warning was too true to ignore, said another voice. Whoever they were reporting to had no reason to act while he believed the angels had it under control. At the moment, I was dealing with Royal, Cassius, Clay, and Hero. I knew who they were, where they were, and that I'd gotten them to back off for now. Getting them kicked out and someone else sent after me, I'd be constantly looking over my shoulder. Raven River Academy wasn't an impenetrable fortress, and I wouldn't be within its walls forever. I'd rather Royal's mercy than a horseman's justice. And that's what I'll have until the deadline comes and goes, and I don't have their money. I stopped and held my breath, promising to pay dealt with yesterday's problem. Time to deal with today's, protecting my family from the horsemen. I need to talk to you. The air whooshed out of my lungs as someone grabbed my arm and pulled me into an empty classroom. Julian tossed me inside and locked the door behind us. What is with the people in this school always grabbing on me? I threw at him. Would it kill you to use your words? How's this? He retorted. Did you tell Pomona I took your virginity? Julian came across genuinely pissed. Ember. I'm not lying, Julian. I didn't name you or anyone else. I told Momo to guess, and she assumed you because you grade A stalked me for a good chunk of our lives. Julian pretended he didn't hear me. She's pissed as shit, he breathed, shaking his head. Yelled at me all night and demanded to know what I was going to do about you punching her. Nothing. I got her back for the party and now we're even. We can move on to what you're going to do for me. He made a face. What are you talking about? You said you'd have my back this year, Julian. More importantly, you'd keep everyone off of it. I steeled myself. I'm accepting your offer. It was something to be proud of that I got Julian to make that dumbfounded face. You're accepting my... Are you fucking with me? Nope. Like you said, your girlfriend is pissed as shit. I've got a black eye, sore scalp, scratches on my arms, and it hurts to laugh. That's just day one. I don't have time to deal with this every day because it turns out I have bigger problems. I thought of Royal marking me between the eyes. Much bigger.
Okay, but do you remember the terms of my offer?
It tasted bad on my tongue coming out. I have to stick close to you.
It's the only way, he said, grin returning. OB trash don't follow directions. They'll take their shot, but if you're hanging around me, you'll be fine.
And your girlfriend?
Don't worry about Mona. I'll handle her, he sighed. But it'd help if you told us about the note. We can keep it between the Raveners. The cops don't have to know or the rest of the town. As long as we get our money back, it's cool.
I don't think anything could be less cool than what this guy just said. Julian, I'm going to say this once, and I want you to hear me this time. I tapped his skull. Let it sink all the way in. The note was a goodbye from my parents in a message they knew only I would understand. But it was a goodbye. Not instructions, not directions to their villa in the Cayman Islands. If you can't believe that I'd tell you the truth, believe that I'd be honest to Eli. If I could get my brother his parents and put his life back to the way it was, I'd do anything. I searched for understanding. All right, can we be done with this?
If that note was just a harmless goodbye, tell me what it said.
My silence spoke volumes.
That's what I thought.
Julian backed to the door.
A deal is a deal. I'll hold back the Raveners.
My eyes narrowed. Don't run off before you tell me what you want in exchange.
I told you, Em.
Julian was feeling bold using my nickname.
We'll figure something out.
Julian went one way to class, and I went the other. I hated having to get in bed with Julian. If the time came and he asked more than I would give, I'd be back where I started on everyone's shit list. Until then, I'd accept the reprieve. Tuesday welcomed new classes and new professors. After homeroom, sociology sat top of the list.
Ah, Miss Bancroft.
A young, wavy-haired man with rolled-up sleeves greeted me. He had to be the teacher since he was standing before the board. But if you told me he was a college student who got lost, I'd believe that too.
Cutting it close. Let's not make that a habit.
Yes, sir.
No need for sir. Mr. Jennings will do just fine. Take any free seat.
Brandon waved to me from his place in the front, but all the chairs around him were taken. I fell on the seats in the back. The angels were all there, lined up in their row, watching me. The class gave them as wide a berth as possible, which left me no choice but to sit in front of Hero or Royal. Hero's glare made the decision for me. I avoided eye contact as I placed my bag at the foot of the chair. I sensed Royal like a blast of frigid air piped directly on me. Goosebumps dotted my skin and tiny shivers traveled up my body. Jennings launched into introductions, and the scritch, scritch, scritch started up immediately. I wondered how well Royal did in school when he spent the whole time drawing. There was a minimum GPA to stay in the academy, so he couldn't be flunking. The sound of his pencil grated on my brain, similar to a jingle I couldn't stop humming. What was he drawing? Was it another cherry? The first one he drew of me was incredible, despite it being a cruel jab. Royal was talented. I remarked on it the night he drew designs on my heated skin. He was so intent on what he was doing, shushing me when I spoke. A little wrinkle formed between his brows, and I kissed it away, making him laugh.
Bancroft? Miss Bancroft?
I blinked. Reality shoved out my memories and replaced it with an annoyed teacher. Sorry, Mr. Jennings. Can you repeat the question?
What factors make the town of Raven River a unique sociological case study?
Oh, great. I have a lot to say on this. Sitting up straighter, I replied, A few things. First, economics. Raven River is both one of the richest towns in the country and one of the poorest. The estate is a town within a town. They built everything they needed within the gates, allowing their money to stay within the community and only hiring outside for minimum wage jobs. This separation via 12-foot guarded gate has another effect on the community, in that we aren't one. We think of ourselves as different people. Estaters, OBs, the outskirters, even though we're all from the same small dot on the map that no one from the real world wants to visit. Everyone stared at me as I rattled on. I mentioned my love of history, so my favorite teacher being Mr. Bertram, my former history teacher, shouldn't come as a surprise. He and I had many long debates about the town and the history that shaped it, while I hung out in his class, waiting for Dad to pick me up from my after-school sessions with the guidance counselor. There's our diversity. Raven River is home to many cultures and ethnicities, with the largest groups being African American, Japanese American, Latino, and European American. Not many are privileged enough to live in a cultural hotspot of varied food, music, and traditions. Then there is the most interesting phenomenon of our town, the gangs. Royal's pen stopped. Of course, gangs exist in other places, but most gangs are formed on ethnicity. The Horsemen are as diverse as our community. They formed on a stronger together ideology and have been systematically taking out those who don't agree and claiming more territory. That they haven't fallen due to infighting is interesting in and of itself.
A detailed response, Miss Bancroft, said Jennings, eyes pointed to the papers on his desk. We get the picture.
An odd note laced his reply. I got the sense he wasn't impressed.
Socioeconomics and diversity are correct, he said. What I want you to do is break into groups and discuss these matters further. This is your town, and what is a case study to academics is in actuality your everyday lives. Discuss these topics and how they have affected you.
He picked up the stack of papers.
This is a guided discussion, so stick to these questions. Afterward, you'll record your answers and hand them in. Understood?
Yes, Mr. Jennings.
Excellent. Break into groups of 5.
Brandon twisted around to wave me over. I immediately picked up my stuff to move. Jennings looked over my head.
We have 24 students. Gentlemen in the back, you can be your own group of 4. No. Excuse me? No, Royal repeated. We'll take Cheery.
What did he just say? The next thing I knew, I was being pulled out of my seat. Royal hooked me around the waist, preventing my escape. I ended up nose buried in his chest and minty body wash clouding my mind. He spun my desk and plopped me back in it. I looked around, wondering how I got here. As a hero, Cassius and Clay pushed their desks to meet us.
All right,
I heard Jennings say.
This group will have 4. Someone from each group come up to get the worksheets.
None of the guys twitched a muscle. I pushed myself up, loudly sighing my annoyance, and walked up to get the sheets. Jennings handed them to me. He didn't let go when I took hold. His eyes flicked over my shoulder.
Are you okay, Miss Bancroft?
He asked softly.
If you would like another group, you can change.
I picked up on the dislike coming off of him, but apparently it wasn't strong enough to leave me to the angels. Just how feared are these boys? I'm fine, thank you. Royal was back to drawing when I sat down. I silently passed around the sheets. Whenever you shits want to apologize to me, I said, I'll be ready to hear it.
Apologize?
Clay said that like I told him to dance on the table in a tutu. You broke into my room, assaulted me, and burned my underwear.
You hit my sister, kicked me in the face, and refused to pay the money you owe.
Cassius sounded almost bored. Your replica pickpocketed me, your sister gave me a black eye, and I don't owe money. My parents do. I can play this game all day, I said. It'll keep turning up you 4 having to answer to me.
Don't wait for that apology, Clay said. It ain't comin'.
It is coming. My smile didn't reach my eyes. I promise you that. I was first to look away. First question, I began. What do you think is the biggest?
Why don't I start, Bancroft?
Hero broke in. He looked particularly angry today, and that was saying something. His hair was damp from a shower. Beads of moisture shone iridescent in the lights. and watching them slide down their hair jungle gym was better than reading the contempt in his eyes.
You were spouting that shit with a lot of confidence, but what exactly does a little princess like you, living all her life in a backwater mansion, know about the gangs or life in the OB?
Nothing, I said honestly. I admit I was repeating what I read and heard. If you want to rid me of my ignorance, Saito, how about you tell me about life in gangs in the OB?
Easy. It's us doing what we have to do to survive while Raveners fuck us over every chance they get.
Hiro shoved out of the seat.
Bathroom.
He barked at Jennings and stormed out. Winner for dramatic exit goes to... I mumbled under my breath.
Hiro is allowed to be pissed.
Clay's eyes were unsettling for the hostility within them. It made his light pools glitter.
His college fund disappeared into an offshore bank account. His future is fucked. You can thank Mommy and Daddy.
I sobered. Guilt I didn't want to be mine crept in. My parents did so much damage. Most days I knew I wasn't responsible. And then there were other days. Those days I beat myself up for not seeing what they were doing, for not stopping it. Because if we weren't responsible for our family, what were we beholden to? That's awful, I said. That was his ticket out, wasn't it? Out of Raven River. Out of the gang. Pen continuing over the page, Royal peered at me through hooded eyes. None of them confirmed they ran with the horsemen, and this time was no different. But the answer came through clear. My parents do have a lot to answer for, I whispered.
Now she gets it,
said Cassius. It was much easier to tell the triplets apart courtesy of the fat lip.
Let's get this done. Jenkins gets off on struggle porn. Bang on about your hard life on the wrong side of the gate and you're guaranteed an A.
Are you going to be honest? I glanced at the first question. I want to know what you really think. What shaped the society we live in now?
Clay scoffed. The same that shaped every society in this great nation of ours. Racism, classism, sexism.
Clay wrote exactly those words.
Done.
And you, Cassius?
My brother said it perfectly.
I turned on Royal. What about you? Royal didn't lift his eyes from the notebook. What are you drawing anyway? I asked. You're so damn intent like it's the next Mona Lisa.
Nah.
His voice slid out smooth and languid like honey.
Better than Mona Lisa.
Royal flipped it for me to see. My eyes bugged out. Sketched in extremely graphic detail was me, on top of Royal, riding his lap. It would have been reminiscent of the day before if I wasn't completely naked. Sweat dripped down my breasts. One I cupped in my hand and the other squeezed by Royal. Head thrown back, my lips were parted in a moan, and my eyes fogged with pleasure. Heat set my face ablaze.
Ooh,
Clay hissed, sounding like he was moaning himself.
Damn, girl, you want to be my next mistake?
Leaping up, I snatched the notebook, tore off the page, and ripped it to confetti over Clay's and Cassius's howling.
What is going on back there?
Jenkins demanded. Nothing, I said. I gathered the pieces and shoved them into my bag to later be burned. I threw the notebook in, too, for good measure. Everything's fine. Clearing my throat, I sat and picked up my paper. Question 2. Discuss changes you feel would benefit your society. As I spoke, Royal pulled another notebook out of his bag. Equal parts loathing and desire fizzled my blood as he looked right at me and smirked. I was first out the door at the end of sociology. Enough was enough. I was getting to my next class early and grabbing a seat in the front.
Ember, wait up!
Brandon threw his arm around my shoulder.
I wanted to check on you yesterday, but I haven't scored the girls' side code yet. Are you okay? Heard about the fight.
Everyone must have heard, I said. I'm fine. Got out okay for someone who had 10 girls on her at one point. He sighed.
I'm so sorry I missed that.
Ugh, does every guy have to act like a pig today? For real, is there a national holiday I missed?
Sorry, he said, cracking up. But anyone ever tell you you're about as cuddly as a porcupine? I'm going to have to mellow you out, Bee.
You can try, I muttered, but my grin revealed he got a smile out of me.
So, trending right up there with your fight is the party this weekend.
Pomona's party?
Yup.
Brandon steered me out of the fray to our lockers. Are you going? I asked.
Are you kidding? OBs aren't allowed at Ravener parties. Sometimes one of us tries to crash, and it gets ugly.
He tossed his books inside.
So we're throwing our own party. Saturday. Daniel's room. You should come.
I don't think that's a good idea. People treat me bad enough when they're sober. I don't want to deal with them when they're drunk and high. He patted his chest, flashing me a charming smile.
I'll look out for you.
I'll think about it.
Think about it and then say yes. Our parties are legendary.
Hitching my backpack up my shoulder, I fell in beside him. Oh yeah? What makes them A hard shove propelled me into my locker. I bounced off, head striking the metal, and fell to the floor. You should have run off with your fucking parents! A dark-haired girl stood over me, eyes wild, spittle flying. I'll get back every cent you stole from my dad if I have to beat it out of you. I leapt up and flew at her, belting my rage, and a flood of people got between us. The girl's friends grabbed her, dragging her off while Brandon held me back.
You don't want to fight her, he cried. Said Dad owned a martial arts studio. Unless you've been throwing down your whole life, you won't walk away with just a black eye.
I wanted to say something smart or tough about not being afraid of her. Frustration strangled it out of me. I couldn't breathe for the pressure on my chest. It wasn't me, I wanted to scream. They destroyed my life too.
Easy, Bee. Come on, he said gently. It'll be okay.
Brandon gathered me in his arms. The light winked out as he wrapped me in his blazer, pressing me securely to his chest. He was just in time. I wouldn't have wanted anyone else to see me cry. We were late to class, and I welcomed my 31st day of detention on top of the 30 I already had. Environmental science was a small class of only 19 students. All the empty seats made it easy to avoid Clay, Cassius, and Hero in the back, and Camila, Bryn, Leo, and Julian by the window. Clay caught my eye as I took out my things. He blew me a kiss and then snapped his teeth like he wanted a bite. Hawkeye Camila saw the whole thing and narrowed beady eyes at me, incensed. What the hell I did, I'd never know. I hardly encouraged him. But I did encourage Royal. I sank in my chair, holding back a groan. I didn't know what I was thinking, but maybe that's the point. I wasn't thinking. I was heady on a confusing mix of anger, adrenaline, hate, and longing for the past. All the things I felt casino night when Royal stepped out of the shadows. He said he couldn't stop thinking of that night since we met again, and by the picture he spent all of class drawing that morning, it was proof he was no closer to exorcising me from his thoughts. It doesn't matter. Yesterday was a blip, a mistake. He was acting all removed and above me, and I wanted to remind him he was the same boy from 2 years ago, who worshipped my body like a deity. I made it through class by looking straight ahead at the teacher. Looking to the right earned me filthy looks from Bryn and Camila, and winks from Leo. Glancing behind meant looking at the angels. The bell rang and I set my mind on having lunch with Eli. I might even convince him to take it back to the dorm with me. The cafeteria was filling up with noise, students, and smells. Eli's class was in line. I strode past the kids behind him and snagged a hug. Hey, how are you? Having a good day? Despite my non-cuddly status, Eli squeezed me back. My algebra teacher assigned a mountain of homework. Will you help me? Course I will, I signed. I looked up and kicked myself for it. Responding encouraged him. Stop calling me M. Julian smiled disarmingly.
Don't be like that. We're friends now.
Incorrect.
So get your food,
He continued like I hadn't spoken.
then come sit with us.
Us? He winked.
Sticking close, remember?
What's going on? Eli asked after he walked away. I made a deal with the devil. The cafeteria worker handed me a plate of lasagna and breadsticks. I carried it up the stairs, dragging my feet. I had to do this. I had to find a way to get them to back off, and this was the best option I had for now. Pomona's nostrils flared as I approached. She's not fucking sitting with us, Julian. The thieving slut can go back to her corner. My best option, but I didn't have to like it. The whole pack was there. Bryn, Leo, Nolan, Camila, Destiny, Julian, and Pomona.
Baby, it's cool,
Julian soothed, dropping kisses on her cheek.
Ember's cool. She was just messing around.
When she said she slept with you? Definitely didn't say that, I returned. If I'm doing this, I'm doing it. I slapped my tray down between Bryn and Julian and pulled out the seat. Right away, Pomona climbed on her boyfriend's lap and accidentally kicked me, crossing her legs. She was spitting mad. If it wasn't him, who was it? She demanded. Bryn gasped. Leo? No, I said. You know there are other guys in this town. Destiny made a face. Like who? My gaze drifted over her shoulder. It wasn't fate or magnetism that made me look at the right time. Seniors scattered in a hurry, and the movement out of the corner of my eye caught my notice. They were parting for the angels. Royal crested the stairs. He was a sight to behold when he was still, but watching him move was a whole other beast. Because that's what he was. A beast. A predator. He didn't need to threaten or torment. Prey saw him and fled. Steps behind, Clay, Cassius, and Hero trailed him. With their rumpled uniforms and bandages, they all looked like they got into a battle and came out the undisputed winners. If Headmistress Hart believed forcing them to cover up the tattoos made the boys less intimidating, she was woefully mistaken. Camila followed my sight. My brother? You slept with my brother? She cried. What? I never... Leaning over, she shoved into my personal space. He doesn't give a shit about you. Whether it was Cass or Clay, my brothers will fuck anything that moves. You were just a hole and you meant nothing. The words shot from her lips like bullets. I bet he didn't even remember you. She was talking about the wrong guy, but her misdirected anger twisted my stomach. Royal had forgotten about me. That said enough about how much he valued the night we spent together. I did not have sex with either one of them, I said, and we're done with this topic.
Agreed.
To my shock, Leo came to my rescue.
Playing Guess Who Dicked Bancroft is real fucking boring. I want to talk about the party.
He nodded at Julian.
Is Saito coming through with the beer?
Saito? Hero Saito?
Saito always comes through, said Julian. He'll hook us up, but he wants payment up front and in full. How much? 400.
The hell? Nolan cried. That's 200 more than last time. We're doing something different, baby, said Camila. A Hollywood theme. The first party of the year has to be huge. Hero is getting us vermouth, gin, vodka, and whiskey to make signature cocktails. Everything we need. My eyes crept further up my forehead. Underage kids had been getting their hands on alcohol since time immemorial. But I was supposed to believe Hero could get all that booze past the gates without getting caught?
I'm not paying for that crap, Leo announced.
It's less than $60 if we split it, Camila tried. We? Bryn repeated. Oh, please, you don't drink, Cammy. You rack up the bill, refuse to drink a drop, and then have Nolan cover you, while the rest of us fork up our share. That's not true, she protested, splotches staining her cheeks. I'm not drinking it, but I'll cover myself.
Pomona, this was your idea, wasn't it? Asked Leo. We don't need all that stuff when most of us are sticking to beer.
I'm sorry, Pomona growled. I'm still wondering what the hell she is doing here. Julian thinks if we play nice, she'll give up Bonnie and Clyde. But Bancroft is a scheming bitch who said to my face that she's using you. So that's what Julian said to get me at the table.
She only said that to rile you up,
said Julian. I smiled at her. It's true, I did.
But she's done with that.
Julian gave me a pointed look.
Bancroft was always one of us. She just needs to remember that.
If she's one of us, prove it, Destiny said. Ember will cover the cost of the alcohol, and the decorations and speakers while she's at it. My amusement dried up in a flash. Excuse me? I don't have $400. Then we don't have a place for you, she hissed. And I don't give a fuck what Julian says. You want in with us, you'll earn your keep. 400 out of the... She looked around the table. 8 million you cost our families. You better get started, bitch. Destiny picked up her tray and flounced off. The Raveners were steps behind. Julian was last to go.
I'll give you the money, he whispered as he bent to get his stuff. After class. Give it to Saito, and he'll text you when the stuff is ready.
But... I threw a look at the Angels table. Hero hates me. He wouldn't give me water if I was on fire.
You want the Raveners off your back or not?
Julian, let's go, Pomona shouted. Walking backward, he repeated, after class. With them gone, there was no reason to stay at the table. I carried my tray over to Brandon, getting it as soon as I sat down.
Why were you sitting with them? He asked. I thought you hated them.
I hate them and they hate me, but it wouldn't be a deal with the devil if you liked it. Chapter 4. The money burned a hole in my pocket. I had no problem letting Julian pay for his own damn party. My problems came from standing outside Hiro Saito's door.
You'll be fine,
said Brandon. My ticket into the boys' hall.
Saito is a businessman. You have his money, he'll give you the product. No questions, no hassle.
How long has he been doing this? How does he get away with it?
Who's going to give him away? We're in the freaking forest 45 minutes out of town, and Hiro gets those who didn't get Range Rovers on their 16th birthday whatever we want. On top of that, he takes on the risk of sneaking the Raveners their contraband. If he wasn't him, he'd be the most popular guy in school.
Brandon gave me a little push.
Go on, I'll be out here.
Will you run in if you hear screaming?
You mean run in the opposite direction? He shot back. Yes, ma'am.
I chuckled. Some friend you are.
Kind of presumptuous, he said, smile playing at his lips. Who said we were friends?
Damn, dude, you vicious. We laughed. Weird as it was, our banter helped me stop my dithering and knock on his door. A shout came through the wood.
What the fuck do you want?
It's becoming clear why he isn't popular. I have the stuff for the party.
Bancroft?
The door flew open and a fuming Hiro stood before me, in all of his glory. I mean all. Steam billowed out of the bathroom, filling the space with a hazy, sweet-smelling mist. The evidence of his shower was obvious, as the water rushed over his grooves and bumps to soak the towel, wrapped low on his waist. My eyes were nowhere near his face. Bandages gone, Hiro's tattoos were displayed as they were meant to be. Japanese characters dotted his body, intertwined with skulls, dripping roses, and barbed wire wrapping around his body. The most telling tattoo was the angel adorning his arm. Strangely beautiful as she knelt in her vulnerable pose, head bent. The same couldn't be said of Hiro's twisted sneer.
Is this a joke? Get the fuck out of here.
A lesser man would have scurried away. Good thing I was a woman. If I leave, I'm taking my $400 with me. I whipped it out of my pocket. Your choice. I'm fine either way. Growling, he looked from me to the money. Thought you were a businessman, Saito.
Fine. He snatched it from my grip. Get in here.
Why?
I don't do business in the hall.
I stuck my hand in the way before the door slammed shut. Giving Brandon one last look, I stepped inside and closed us in.
You got the list?
Yes. I fished it out of my pocket. Loads of beer, gin, vermouth, and vodka. Hiro lifted his hand. I thought to take the list, so I went toward him. Hiro gripped the towel and ripped it off in one smooth move. My jaw dropped as he draped the towel over his head and started drying his hair like my standing there was nothing. I'll say this, he's not angry because he's overcompensating for something.
Put it on the desk,
Hiro said. He pointed one way and went the other, stepping up to the closet. This was the part where I was supposed to look away. I didn't. I stared openly at Hiro, eyes traveling over his body as he toweled off and got dressed. I felt behind me for the desk chair and plopped down, refusing to take my eyes off him. His rather shapely toned butt was the only part of him not covered in ink. A smart move, since it'd be a shame to cover any part of it, which he did, tugging up his boxers.
You need something else?
I jumped.
Or did you stay for the show?
He finished. It was my cue to leave, but for some reason I didn't take it. Leaning back, I swiveled in the chair, checking out his room. Typical guy messiness greeted me. Dirty clothes on the floor, beds unmade, posters of half-naked girls on the walls. The only thing non-typical were the drawings. One half of the room was covered with them. No frames, no apparent order, just stuck to the wall wherever there was room. A bewitching, chaotic mess. You share this room with Royal? He grunted something that sounded like a yes. I pushed myself up, drifting to Royal's side. My fingers traced the face of a young girl, reaching for me through the pages. She was soaked, but still I separated the rain from her tears. His work was haunting, disturbing, magnificent. Can you really get anything I want? I asked.
Not nuclear warheads or some shit, but yeah, most things I can get my hands on. What are you looking for?
Settling into the role of businessman leached a fraction of the resentment from Hiro. Honestly, I mused. I burned through my stash too quick and I'm out of nerds. Is candy below your pay grade?
You kidding? Sugar is 26% of my profits. What flavor do you want? I've got watermelon, wild cherry, grape, strawberry, and Nerds rope on hand.
Are you serious? Hiro bent under his bed and hefted out a suitcase. He flipped it open, letting that be his answer. Candy of all flavors, types, and brands laid out before me. Holy shit, I breathed. I rushed around Royal's bed. Getting closer only confirmed what I was seeing was real. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I'll take it.
Which one?
All of it, I said. I slid off my bag and began scooping the lot inside. How much?
$35 for the whole stock.
Take it out of the party money. They won't miss a few cases of beer.
Fine with me.
Unpeeling a rope, I tore off a bite and moaned. Tangy sweetness burst and crunched on my tongue, making a bad day slightly better. Can you get nerd gumballs too? I climbed on Royal's bed. My treat hung from my lips as I opened his drawer and rifled through his nightstand. I try to get them online, but they're always out of stock.
Shouldn't be a problem,
he said slowly. Sweet. Bingo. One of Royal's notebooks rested beneath 2 magazines and a pack of condoms. I settled on his pillows and propped it on my lap, flipping through the mind of Royal Cruz. Pages and pages of dark depictions sketched without color. I paused on a sketch near the back of the book. It was a man whose face was painted skeletal. evocative of the Dia de los Muertos celebration. He looked into my eyes as he swallowed his gun. I also want Jamaican cream soda, I said, while carefully tearing out the picture. It disappeared into the pocket of my skirt. It's the best brand. Nothing else is worth drinking.
That will take longer. About a weekend. Why the fuck are you making yourself at home? He burst out, finally dropping the all-business act. I'll get your candy and your cream. Now leave.
Leave? I repeated. Why? Is this a violation of your space? You think Royal would be mad I rummaged through his stuff and got snuggly in his bed? Hero stalked across the room, bearing down on me.
You don't want me to repeat myself.
He hadn't gotten around to putting on more clothes. Bare-chested, his body was tight, muscles flexed and bound to strike. How will you make me leave, Hero? I asked, eyeing his balled fists. You going to hit me? Drag me out by my hair? A laugh rolled out of him on a disbelieving sigh. That's what this is? You still on that apology shit? I shook my nerds at him. I'm about to become a repeat, valued customer. An apology is the least you can give to foster our business relationship. His expression changed, hardening under my gaze. Hero lowered himself over me as he placed his hands on either side of my body.
I don't give apologies, Bancroft.
Dark, gleaming pools of black captured my reflection.
Apologies are for weak little boys who believe there are mistakes in this life. And if there are, 7 letters can make them go away. I own everything I say and everything I do. I trashed your stuff, pulled your pretty hair and held you down, and I'll do it again without guilt or remorse, if I don't get the money.
Is it your money? I whispered. Is this whole thing you guys forcing me to refill your college fund?
Nope, he said easily. You can rest comfortable knowing I'll never trust a Bancroft with my money again. You should ask Royal, though.
He tugged the notebook from my hands and tossed it back.
This doesn't matter to anyone more than him.
With gentleness I didn't know he possessed, Hero slid his arms under me and lifted me up. He carried me out, deposited me next to Brandon, and tossed my backpack out after me.
A week, Bancroft, he said. Have my money ready.
The door slammed in our faces.
I'm confused, Brandon said. Did that go well?
I honestly don't know. I knocked again.
What?
Hero bellowed. Chill, Saito. I need one more thing. The rest of my first week went surprisingly well. People shouted stuff at me in the halls, but Brandon walking beside me prevented the OB kids from getting physical. As for the Raveners, backwater skank was on the tip of the girls' tongues whenever they saw me. That was as far as it went. No one tried to throw me off the loft or corner me in gym class. However, they made it clear the truce would end if I screwed up the party. Then there was Royal and the Angels. I couldn't be sure if Hero told him I rooted around in his stuff because Royal didn't say a word to me. The sound of his pencil taunted me, teasing me with guesses of what he was drawing, and if he was drawing me. But Royal didn't show me, and the other boys didn't spare me a glance. I was returned to the periphery of their world, having no importance other than delivering a bag of cash at the end of the week. Why do you get to go to a party and I don't? Asked Eli. He and his roommate spread out on my carpet, munching on my candy stash. Because you're 14, I said and signed. I gotta protect that innocence for as long as I can. Eli adopted a stern face. Just what are you getting up to tonight that isn't innocent, young lady? I cracked up. I see the trap I set for myself. How about this? I will be the perfect role model for my peers. They won't be doing the same. Are you sure you should go? Don't worry about me. Nothing is going to happen, I assured. I've worked out multiple stays of execution, and tonight will seal the last one. Eli didn't appear sold, but nowadays he assumed I said whatever he needed to hear to protect him. My cell vibrated on the desk. I dropped my outfit choices on the bed and pulled up the message. Camila. Where is the booze and where are you? The party is in 2 hours. I have to teach you how to make the drinks. I rolled my eyes. This was the 5th time she reminded me. I knew why this party was dumped on my shoulders, but the mystery was how the party she didn't want in the first place became Camila's responsibility as well. Every time Camila asked Pomona what she wanted to do, Pomona told her to figure it out, and the other girls didn't offer much in the way of help either, although they kept saying the party better live up to Ravener standards. Can you say test? I thought as I typed a reply. Those girls do not like the OB chick who snagged one of their men, and the only one who can't see it is Camila. Okay, boys, help me choose an outfit. I held up a tight purple sequined spaghetti strap dress in one hand and a black off-the-shoulder asymmetrical dress in the other. Eli wrinkled his nose. Those dresses aren't you. Which one is less me? He pointed to the purple one. Purple it is. I'm not going for me tonight, little brother. Tonight I'm a full Ravener. Camila's room was a few doors down. She blew up my phone the entire way. Damn it, Camila, I said as I knocked. Leave me alone, I'm here. It's about time. She flung open the door and yanked me inside. I finished with the decorations and we finally have the alcohol. I'll show you how to make the cocktails once, and you better remember, you're serving drinks. The Den of Evil had more pink than I was expecting. Beneath the Hollywood sign, black and gold balloons, fairy lights, and hanging streamers, was a pink bedspread, pink lamps, pink pillows, and pink curtains covering half of the room. Monochrome though it was, the fabric screamed fine silk and crystals dangled from the lamp. Shining, twinkling light. It said Pomona, which left the black and pink polka dot bed, fuzzy, comfy chair, and posters to Camila. Nice. I love BTS, I said, smiling at the handsome, smooth-faced men winking at me. You listen to K-pop too? Why? She planted her hands on slim, narrow hips. You surprised an OB kid has ever heard of them? I listen to all kinds of music, so shove your stereotype up your ass. Wow, you went from 0 to touchy real fast. I didn't mean anything by it, just complimenting you on good taste. Camila's eyes narrowed to slits, obviously searching for a trick. Her outfit didn't go well with the mask of distrust, but still she looked gorgeous. Camila chose a blue chiffon dress with a lace bodice. Waves of platinum hair were teased with glitter and fell around her shoulders. Seeing her done up made me certain I chose the right dress. The purple sequined nightmare Aunt Violet bought me clung to my body in all the right ways. The hem was barely mid-thigh, and the cut showed the perfect amount of cleavage. Whatever, Camila settled on. Come here so I can show you how to do this. A toilet flushed as Camila strode over to the desks. She had pushed the two together and made one for chips, dip, and food. The other desk had everything Hero promised. Cassius emerged from the bedroom. A whistle cut through the room. Holy shit, Bancroft, where'd you get that dress? Out of uniform, the replica adopted an oversized t-shirt, loose jeans, and black sneakers. He oozed the effortlessly casual air of knowing he didn't have to try too hard because he looked good in everything. He moaned. You rich princesses love taking us OB boys for a ride to numb your daddy issues. Cassius came up to me, grabbed my waist, and flung himself back. I shrieked as we collapsed in a heap on Camila's bed. I volunteer to be used shamelessly. Stop it, Cass, Camila snapped. I told you, not her. Cassius locked elbows, keeping me and the boobs in his face firmly in place.
And I told you, you can tell me who to fuck when you dump that Ives bastard. He's a smug little shit who doesn't deserve you.
No, he isn't. He's smart and sweet, and he's my boyfriend. It's not the same as protecting you from her. She flapped a hand at me like I wasn't worth addressing by name. Does it look like he's the one who needs protecting from me? Neither one seemed to hear me.
We know how this goes, Cam. Raveners hunt the OB for mistresses and hookups, not wives.
I piped up. Never thought I'd say this, but I agree with Cassius. Run far away from Nolan Ives. Shut up, both of you. Those splotchy red cheeks were neon lights. You don't know the first thing about Nolan or our relationship. Camila slammed a bottle of gin on the desk. Let her go so we can get this over with.
We'll continue this later, he said, dropping his arms.
I put my hand on his face and ground it into the comforter, pushing myself up. No, we will not. Camila burned me with a nasty look. Her brother's interest in me evidently my fault. You're staying behind the desk, she warned, and Cass is leaving. Did I ask? She sniffed. We're making blood and sand, Hollywood martinis, and a red carpet. Cass will taste test to make sure you don't screw them up. Sounds good. Taking my place next to her, I reached for the vodka. Will you get testy again if I ask why you don't drink? Camila poured a splash of vermouth in the glass and followed it up with orange juice. I assumed she didn't hear me. Growing up with an alcoholic dad tends to put you off the stuff. She replied so quietly I almost didn't pick it up. Oh, I'm sorry, Camila. I don't need your pity. And she's back. Camila taught me how to make the drinks and then wandered off to fuss with the decorations. I passed them to Cassius to try.
Not bad, he remarked, smacking those pale pink lips. Too much vodka in the red carpet, though.
Are high schoolers likely to complain about too much vodka?
You have a point.
Cassius peered over his shoulder. His sister was on the phone, talking to Nolan, if her use of baby was anything to go by.
There's another party tonight, room 4589. Come by when you're sick of this.
Why are you inviting me? His grin put to rest any belief that he was angelic.
I can't get you out of that dress from across the hall. I'm good, but not that good.
Leaning over, I propped myself on my elbows. Serious question. Why in the world would you think I'd sleep with you? You violated, assaulted, and threatened me. You don't honestly believe you have a chance. Cassius mimicked my position. Our noses brushed, exhales touching our lips, as he dropped all pretense of personal space.
I know I have a chance, Bancroft, whispered Cassius, because when I look in your eyes, I see that we're the same.
What do you see in my eyes?
That you're broken.
I stilled.
You're rage and pain and fire, and you don't know what to do with it. But I do. I'll hurt you the way you want to be hurt. I'll take you apart piece by piece and give you what you're looking for. A reason to self-destruct. An excuse to be as low and dirty as you already feel.
His words reached deep inside of me and took root, burrowing throughout my being.
It's not a matter of if we have sex, he said, smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. It's when. When you've hit your limit, I'll be the only guy who can give you what you need.
I breathed hard, lips pressed tight so I did not try to speak. Cass? I'd never been more thankful to hear Camila's voice. What are you two doing? You can go if you're done. He straightened.
I'm done.
Cassius threw one last parting wink and blew out the door. A few minutes passed until I found my voice. How long before this starts? I croaked. The party is at 10, so no one will be here till 11. Gives us a whole hour and a half. Crank up the K-pop so I can at least enjoy part of this night. She wavered. Go on, I pressed. There's no Ravener code against playing your music in your room. If the hated backwater bitch happens to dance along, that's not your fault. The dim lights made it hard to be sure. Regardless, I could have sworn I saw a smile. "It is my room," she said. "I'll listen to what I want." An hour later, Pomona, Julian, Bryn, Destiny, Leo, and Nolan walked in on Camila and a tipsy me, dancing barefoot and belting out Korean music at the top of our lungs. "What the hell is this?" Pomona cried. I held up my red carpet. My test cocktails were just sitting there. Someone had to drink them. "We're pre-gaming." I ran up and booped her on the nose. "You'd know that if people were willing to spend more time with you than they have to." Pomona batted my hand away. "Shut your fucking mouth and get behind that desk." "Ooh," I clapped my hand over my chest. "Pomona is pissed at me again," I snorted. "Pomona, what a stupid name." She charged me. "You want to go there, Ember?" "Whoa!" Julian darted in her path and hoisted me up. You're cut off. Baby, relax. I'll handle this." Julian carried me behind the desk and plopped me on the chair. "You're supposed to be serving them, not knocking them back." "I only had 3, I protested. "Chill, Ember. Make the drinks, lay off Pomona, and show you're one of us. Got me?" Snapping up straight, I saluted him. Julian walked off, shaking his head. The K-pop song we were dancing to ended in the middle of the chorus. Leo and the guys got to work setting up the speakers, while the girls chatted. They had the kind of amazing outfits that money could buy. Fitted black tuxedos for the guys. Leo spiced his up further with a long white scarf and a fedora. Down the line, Pomona, Bryn, and Destiny slinked around in tight gowns and strappy heels. The party would be the same stuffy, uptight bore fest their parents threw in the country club. Leo flipped the music on and I nearly fell off the chair. The volume was so loud it'd wake the entire campus. That must have been the signal because smartly dressed Raveners began pouring in. 45 minutes into the party, my expectations were blown out of the water. I heard Camila in my ear screaming to shove my stereotype up my ass. This was the farthest from an uptight borefest as a party could be. Camila led Nolan around the dance floor, bumping and grinding next to a game of strip poker. Spangly dresses and bow ties littered their dance floor. But what was happening over there was 1,000,000 times better than what was happening on my side of the room. And 10,000,000 times better than the activities in the bathroom. 2 feet from me, Julian and Pomona were going at it like everyone else was the film crew for their porno. Their hands were between each other's legs, and, stab my eardrums, the music wasn't loud enough to cover up her moaning. In the bathroom, Leo and Bryn did lines of coke off the counter, and pills changed hands among the guys, knocking back shots on Camila's bed. Pomona drew up her skirt. Her legs fell open, giving Julian better access, and I was treated to the sight of his fingers plunging in and out of her shaved pussy. I snapped the chair around, gagging. I don't have to worry about Cassius or his offer now. Sex has been ruined for me. This party was officially out of control, and if Headmistress Hart busted in, half the senior class would be expelled. A grand total of 2 people in the room were sober. Camila and me. My buzz wore off and I switched to cocktails that were sans alcohol. Every now and then I got up to dance wildly around the room, doing my best impression of a drunk fool. They all left me to it, content to let me dance and pour the drinks while they partied hard. 2 naked girls fell against my desk. They weren't in Julian and Pomona's crew, but they lived in the estate. The 2 snapped their fingers in my face. "Hello," one cried. "1 blood and sand and 2 Hollywood martinis. More vodka this time, backwater slut." Do one thing in your life right. Coming right up, I said brightly. I mixed their drinks and, while they were distracted looking at Julian and Pomona, added my own special edition. Here you go. The girls picked up their drinks and walked away, forgetting a thank you. Drink up, ladies. I gazed around at my cocktails in their hands, on the dresser, in the middle of the table, and on the floor next to Pomona. We're starting the year off right. Rough, relentless banging ripped me out of a doze. I felt around until I landed on Eli's leg. My brother helped me lift my head from the pillow. Someone is at the door, I croaked. Kill them. Ember, open up. Eli climbed off the bed. Oh, hey, Evan, right? It's Eli, asshole, I managed to say. What do you want, Julian? Can't I die in peace? Ember, what's wrong with you? Food poisoning. Julian stepped in my line of sight, looking at me oddly. The world's been falling out of my ass all morning. You're really sick? Yes, I'm really sick. What do you want? It's just, Pomona's sick too, and Destiny, Bryn, Leo, Charlie, Vera, Gabriel, and Laura. They've been shitting and vomiting all day. Oh no. So it was something from the party. Yeah, Pomona thought. Thought what? I asked when he trailed off. Nothing. She just thought it was something in the drinks because Camila's fine. Maybe the cocktails. I summoned all of my strength and flipped onto my back. Eli helped me prop up on the pillows. The cocktails? But everyone had them except for Camila. You too. Wouldn't we all be sick? That's what I said, he mumbled under his breath. I bet it was the dip. It was left out all night and there was dairy in it. I thought it tasted skanky by the end. He nodded along. I didn't eat the dip. That must be it. Julian headed toward the door. I gotta go, but feel better. I waved him out. Eli hopped on the bed. Was it worth it? Poisoning myself so the people who jumped me and called me backwater slut will enjoy the rest of the day with the world falling out of their asses? Yes, I stated. It was worth it. The stuff Hero gave me worked better than I thought. I slipped it into a few choice drinks and then danced around the room to spike some beers too. I gave myself a much smaller dose, and it reduced me to the sad mess that lies before you. I can only imagine what Pomona is going through. You didn't have to do this to yourself, too. Julian just busted in here ready to accuse me. I would have been suspect numero uno. This was to throw them off the scent. But if you wanted to get them back so badly, why did you spare Camila and Julian? Julian has been a decent human being the last few days. I'm giving him a chance to see if he can keep it up. As for Camila, she's smart. She had one soda the entire night and guarded it like the crown jewels. All the same, she is being punished. She's just too blind to see. Will you stop now? Please, don't hurt yourself anymore. A wobbly smile broke through my misery. I'll stop. If they maintain the truce, so will I. Eli crawled over and settled in the crook of my arm. It was low on my list of top Sundays, but hanging out with Eli made it a smidge better. Monday morning, I was weak, but recovered. Eli and I parted ways on the first floor, and I continued up to my locker. The small dose I had packed a punch. My entire stomach was sore, and a deep ache in my jaw made it difficult to eat breakfast. If I felt this awful after my bout, I could only imagine what Pomona and the others were going through. It's possible they were still doubled over the toilet, praying for death. I heard a stomach bug took out you and the Raveners, someone called. So there is justice in the world. I didn't bother to see who spoke. They were right. There was justice in this world, but only the kind you made for yourself. I stepped off the staircase and turned the corner for my locker. Spinning the dial, I popped the lock and swung it open. A piece of paper fluttered out and landed on my feet. I picked it up and unfolded it. Cut-out magazine letters stuck to the page. I spent a minute deciphering what the jumbled sizes, colors, and fonts were meant to say. Your parents took everything from mine. They ruined my life. Now, I will ruin yours. Hey, B. Hi, Brandon. I crumpled the stupid note and tossed it at a nearby trash can. I gave this newest taunt points for originality, at least. Who would have thought my peers would resort to a creepy, old-school-style ransom note? Brandon crept in, pushing my locker shut. Bet you wish you came to the OB party now. You have no idea, I said. Brandon and I discussed our weekend as we put our stuff away. Next stop, homeroom. I'm not naive, I continued. I know high school parties get wild, but Saturday night was on another level. Let me guess, he said softly. Coke and ecstasy made an appearance. They crashed our party, too. The guys wouldn't give up who they got it from, and Ju didn't give them much of a chance. He threw them both out. It almost broke into a fight. Yeah? He bobbed his head, face grave. It's not the same for us, B. If we get caught at a dorm party with beer and drugs, Hart is calling the cops, and we don't have rich daddies to bail us out. I understand. A shudder overcame me. I saw things I'll never unsee, Brandon. Never will there be a stronger message for sobriety and celibacy. He laughed. You crack me up, Bancroft. I give you a week. My record is 2 years, I said over my shoulder, heading off to class. Wait, what? He rushed to keep up with me. Yikes, let me take back that week thing. I didn't put money on it yet. Speaking of my lack of sex life, did the Angels go to your party? Yeah, they came in, chatted up a few girls, and then took them back to their rooms. Like they do every time. Those guys don't hang around anyone but each other. As I thought, Cassius was not pining for me. Your parties sound much more my speed, I said. But there's still the tiny fact that no one wants me there. There is that. I'll be a good little student and focus on my studies. We rounded the corner. Less chance of waking up in unending misery. And with diarrhea. Blech, I cried. Don't say that word. Ember! Brandon's panicked warning came too late. The Angels bore down on us fast. They surrounded and pushed us back, forcing me and Brandon into a corner between the wall and the water fountains. Leave, Hero barked at Brandon. He bolted. Through the sliver between Clay and Royal, Brandon looked at me helplessly. And then the boys moved in and he was gone. What's going on? My back touched the cool plaster. I wasn't going anywhere. Our sister told us almost everyone at her party got sick, said Cass. Yes, I said. It was awful. Hero surged at me, forcing me tighter into the corner. You trying to set me up, Bancroft? Using the stuff you bought from me? Poisoning yourself and all the Raveners so they lose their minds looking for another culprit? What? No! This wasn't about you, Saito. I've got my own issues with that group and my own stuff to settle. I looked hard at Royal. You know that better than anyone. So what the hell is this? They think it was just something they ate or drank, Hero said. If that changes and they start pointing the wrong way, I'm going to. Don't threaten me, I hissed. If the Raveners start looking for someone to blame, I'll happily offer myself up. Like I fucking said, this isn't about you. Now, get out of my way. I put my hands on Royal's chest and shoved. Hero and Cassius clamped down on me, gripping my wrists and forcing them over my head. Clay's hand slapped over my mouth. What were they doing? Why was no one stopping this? Don't scream, Cherry. Royal stroked my cheek. You don't scream when you're having a friendly conversation. And if this conversation isn't friendly, there's no need for us to be nice. I had to hand it to Royal. His threats had better delivery. We understand each other. I nodded. Once. Clay removed his hand. So, 1 week left, he said. mimicking conversational.
How's it going getting our money together?
The bell rang through the hall. A chorus of slammed doors echoed one after the other in my ear. Class started. I was on my own. Sweat slicked my captured palms. It wasn't going at all. I said I'd give him the money to give me peace and time to think. But at the end of that time, I was going to come up empty-handed. My parents and the accounts Dad set up for me and Eli were frozen. 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years. It didn't matter how much time I had. I could not get my hands on 100 grand. I looked in their eyes. Do not confuse mercy with restraint. Their gaze held neither. If this is truly a friendly conversation, my stricken mind supplied, Royal might listen to reason. Royal, I began, 100 grand is a lot of money. Money my aunt and uncle will never give me. Money I can't access after the authorities froze everything. What if I don't have it by next week? He cocked his head. Excuse me? What if I can't get it? I repeated. Can we work this out another way? I missed it again. Royal leaned forward. What was that? My jaw clenched. It's too much money, Royal. There has to be another way to settle this. He blew out a breath. Shit, this is insane. You're not making sense to me, Cherry. Royal raised his hand, and the switchblade gleamed as it caught the light. He touched it just under his ear. One more time? I jerked back and smashed my head against the wall. I tore at their grip. Royal, what the fuck? My voice was a throttled cry. Are you fucking crazy? No, but it seems I've got other issues if my comprehension isn't messed up. You're trying to tell me you won't have my money. It's too much, Royal, I burst out. I can't. He bobbed his head, face screwed up. It is a lot of money. Money that could front a down payment on a house that isn't in the worst part of town. Money that could send the first generation to college. Money some people save for almost their entire lives. Royal dropped his head. I followed the knife, breath coming in rapid pants. Your parents stole that money, and you have the chance to make it right. I'd be very disappointed if you missed this opportunity to do the right thing. Furious tears filled my eyes, and glinting silver swam in my vision. I want to, I implored. If I could give everyone back the money that was taken, I would. Not everyone. Royal was hard, untouched. Cool air struck my abdomen as Royal lifted my blouse with the tip of his knife. Just one person, he said. They're all you need to worry about right now. The blade pressed into the soft skin of my stomach. I stopped struggling. Who is that person, Royal? I asked. Someone important to you. The reason this means more to you than anyone else. I don't know how he knew to look to Hero, but the rage boiling in his eyes told me I'd struck the right nerve. If this is about you, we can work it out. Me and you. We don't have to do this, A sharp pinprick of pain cut me off. I gasped, more out of surprise than anything, as Royal withdrew the knife, stained with my blood. I've laid out your options, Cherry. You have my money by Monday at noon. His tongue flattened against the tip. He licked his lips, smearing them with my blood. Or I'll find another way to get what I'm owed. All pretense was dropped. No more our money. Through lips stained with my blood, Royal told me what we knew deep down. This was about him and me. The boys released me. Without fanfare or menace, they unblocked the path and loped to class, their work done. Sweetie, heavens, dear, it's just a tiny cut. I'll put a Band-Aid on it and you'll be right as rain. I bit hard on my lip, but my sobs pushed through the pain. Nurse Blanchett smoothed the hair from my forehead. There, love. Whatever is truly bothering you, I can promise you it'll be all right. She couldn't make that promise. Reality won before her optimism had a chance. Because with one tiny cut, the beautiful night we shared vanished. The lingering feelings dissipated. The boy who made love to me that night was gone for good. Come now. Blanchett gently set me down on the cot and drew the threadbare blanket to my chin. You take a little breather while I get you that Band-Aid. Don't worry, I won't make you go to class until you're ready. That was fine for today. But what about tomorrow, or the day after, or the next week? Royal drew a knife on me in the middle of the hallway for suggesting I wouldn't be able to pay him. What would my punishment be if next Monday came and I did not have his money? I cried through Nurse Blanchett swabbing me with antiseptic and applying my Band-Aid. The cut wasn't serious. It didn't even hurt. But the lesson from that cut penetrated far deeper than the shallow wound. Blanchett placed a cup of water on my side table. Why don't you rest until lunch, I'll inform your teachers that you're not feeling well. We do have a stomach bug going around. Thank you, I whispered. You're one of the few people to be nice to me in a long time. Blanchett's smile saddened around the edges. I'm one of the few people to accept where the blame truly lies. They don't hate you, Ember, she whispered. They hate that they've been made to feel stupid and powerless, and there's no one to direct that anger at but you. Eventually, people will realize you lost something worth a lot more than money. Your family. I sniffled. Damn it, I had just gotten myself to stop crying. Don't let me start you up again, she said with a soft chuckle. Just know you're safe here, and this is your time for much-needed peace. She patted my hand. Tell you what, I'll grab your lunch and you can have it here as well, if you want. I do. Eating lunch with Julian, Nolan, and Pomona, or even with Brandon while the angels sat a few feet away, was the last thing I wanted. Thank you. Of course, dear. My job is to look after you nuggets. Blanchett returned to her desk. Calm and peace awaited me as silence filled the room. It was time I could have used to think. What is there to think about? I have only one option left. I closed my eyes, knowing I'd likely fall asleep after my long night. I woke up a couple of hours later with puffy eyes and a stuffed nose. Nurse Blanchett was gone, and a food tray rested on my side table. Pushing myself up, I took a deep breath. The lights were dimmed and the blinds shut. She left me the space to rest, as well as the privacy to make the phone call. My uncle didn't answer the first call. I cut off his answering machine and dialed again. Hello? Hi, Uncle Harrison. Ember, what is it? It's important, I said. Do you have time to talk? I'm on my lunch break. I can spare about 20 minutes. What is it? He repeated. I skipped the preamble. Grandpa mentioned once, years ago when he got sick, that he wanted to set up trusts for me and Eli so we'd always be taken care of. Did he ever get to do that? Of course, he replied. My brother may have spurred the Bancroft name and traditions, but Father wanted to ensure you had everything you were entitled to. How much is in that trust? A pregnant silence seeped through the phone. That's hardly an appropriate question, Ember. When the time comes, we'll have a discussion about your finances. Uncle, I'm asking you this because I want to access the trust. Excuse me? Genuine shock laced his voice. What on earth for? Do I need to give a reason? Grandpa left the money for me. That may be so. However, with your parents gone, I am the trustee of your funds. The money becomes yours when you marry or turn 25, whichever comes first. Since neither is the case, you'll need my permission to withdraw money early. I ask again, Ember, what is this about? I let my head fall back onto the wall, He was never going to make this easy for me, but asking him to fork over 100 grand of his own money would be an outright no. This kindling of an idea was all I had to get the angels off my back. My parents hurt a lot of people, I said. They destroyed many lives. I want to access the money so I can give some back.
One moment, Ember.
I heard shuffling on the other end, then my uncle's faint voice.
Barbara, push my 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Was this a good sign? He made time to talk to me instead of bellowing no and hanging up the phone.
Ember?
I'm here. Clearing his throat, he said.
Ember, let me make it clear. The trust is sizable, but it holds nowhere near $25 million. You do not have enough to pay the investors.
It doesn't have to be everyone, I explained. Just a few people that were hit the hardest.
The scenario you're proposing isn't much better. If it got out that you were providing reparations to some and not others, it would cause an uproar. The Bancrofts have been through enough in the last few months.
I balled my fist. I know exactly what we've been through, and no one's had it worse than me. They hate me here, Uncle. They all think I'm a scheming liar that could take them to their money any time, but won't out of misplaced loyalty. But that's not true. I care and I want to help.
How much help do you wish to provide?
He asked. Right now, I'd like to withdraw 100 grand.
Uncle Harrison sputtered. 100 out of the question. I will not give an 18-year-old girl that amount of money to hand over to anyone who approaches her with a sob story.
Not even if it will make my life easier here?
No, he said,
tone brokering no argument.
If you're having problems at the academy, the amount I'm paying in tuition should motivate the headmistress to handle it. I respect that your intentions are noble, but I will not grant you permission to access your trust early. Do not ask again.
I sensed him about to hang up. No, this is the only way. I'm being threatened, I blurted.
What? Threatened? By who?
My brain scrambled for an answer. If I snitched on the horseman, the first domino I knocked had better take out all the rest, or it wouldn't be safe for me to set foot in the outer borough for the rest of my short life. I don't know who. They put a note in my locker. They said their parents lost everything and they'd make me pay for it. What they're doing is terrible, but if I can end this by righting a wrong, there can be a happy ending.
That is the opposite of what would happen, he said. This goes beyond righting a wrong and escalates to blackmailing. Once a blackmailer realizes they have you trapped, they rarely stop at enough. I will not send the message that the Bancrofts can be bullied, any more than I'll allow us to be viewed as a charity.
But, Uncle,
you did not do this, he growled. My brother did. He is responsible, and when the time comes, he will pay the price. As for this coward leaving notes, report them to Headmistress Hart and let her handle the matter. This is my final word on the topic, Ember. Your trust fund will not be accessed early under any circumstances. Am I understood?
Yes, I forced out.
Good. In the future, only call me at the office if there is an emergency. Otherwise, your aunt is available.
Yes, Uncle. Goodbye. The dial tone rang in my ear. He didn't bother to say bye back. My phone slipped through my fingers. It was a long shot. I knew that before I picked up the phone. Even so, having my last chance to resolve this ripped away crushed me. What now? I placed my hand over the small purple Band-Aid. A foreign emotion welled up inside, spreading tendrils like creeping ivy. If Plan B won't work, there is only one thing left to do. After lunch, I said goodbye to Blanchett and went to class. She was incredibly kind, but allowing me to miss an entire day of class over a small cut on my stomach was hard to explain to the higher-ups. Better not to get my newfound ally in trouble. Brandon stood outside the door to the gym, scanning the passing faces. He found me, and I swear relief made him stumble.
Ember!
Brandon grabbed me in a fierce hug. Ember, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you. Are you okay? You look okay, are you? Brandon was spinning out. Fuck, please forgive me. Brandon. I gently but firmly pushed him away. Don't apologize. It's okay. I don't expect you to go up against guys like that for me. You barely know me. He dropped his head. That's no excuse. I ran off like the chicken shit piece of crap I am. It's just Royal is insane, I finished. He's fucked in the head, and anyone with sense would stay far away from him. My voice sounded harsh to my own ears. I don't blame you, Brandon, so let's drop it. A hand on the arm stopped me from walking into the gym. Are you sure you're okay? What happened? I kept my gaze straight ahead. The angels and I had a friendly conversation about an issue we're having. Very soon I'll have it resolved. Good, said Brandon. That's good because you do not want to have an issue with those guys. You misunderstand, I thought. It's them who have the issue with me. But I will put an end to it, because I can handle Royal Cruise. That night, I reclined in bed as Eli put the tray on my lap. Do you still not feel well? How long does that stuff last? It's out of my system. I'm eating in my room because dinner with Constance Wu and Henry Golding is always the right choice over the Raveners and the Angels. I can't believe those guys are really horsemen. I dropped my fork. How do you know that? I hurried to sign. Who told you? Eli stretched out at the foot of my double mattress bed. Everyone knows. Even the freshman talks sis. Tatum said he met one once. Eli acted like we were talking about a panda instead of a dangerous gang member. His dad is a doctor who volunteers at a free clinic on the weekends. The man came in with his sick son, and Tatum's dad warned him if he ever saw someone with an angel tattoo like his, he had to stay away. Good advice. I wish we could. He shook his head. How bad does it have to be for you to become one of them? Raveners are afraid to drive through the OB because they force the nice cars off the road and rob them. They kill people, Ember. Those guys have to be smart to go here. So why? I don't understand. I don't want you worrying about this, I signed. Whatever their reasons were, they made a choice. They have to live with the consequences. And you keep your distance. Eli shrugged. Easy. I don't see us having a lot to talk about. Unless one of those guys likes Artemis Fowl too. Don't find out, I warned. I'm serious, Eli. Do not go near them. My brother rolled his eyes. I won't. You know I'm not your baby, right? I laughed. Nope, you're my handbag. Eli's face scrunched up with a smile, but I regretted it as soon as it was out. Dad used to say that all the time. When I was little, I was so in love with my new baby brother. I was all over the poor kid. I wanted to push his stroller, nap with him, and if he cried, my parents had to race to the nursery to beat me, because I'd try to climb in his crib and comfort him. I wanted Eli to be with me all the time. Your handbag, Dad would say with his crinkly-eyed laugh. So much like Eli's. I lowered my head, pressure building behind my eyes. The last thing Eli or I needed was to be reminded of him. Eli squeezed my foot. I'm going to catch up with Tatum. We're studying in the library after dinner. Will you be okay? I'm good. You go. Have fun. Make friends. That's all I want. That's what I want for you, too. He popped up and gave me a hug. See you later. Night. I stared at my plate long after Eli left. Fun and friends weren't in the cards for me. There were situations you stumbled into, and you look around wondering what series of events brought you here. This wasn't that moment. I stood at the crossroads, and where each path would take me was plain. Neither path would take me where I wanted to be. So there was truly only one thing I needed to consider. How much pain could I handle? Brandon and I swapped breakfast the next morning.
I don't know what I was thinking by getting the oatmeal, he muttered. I get it into my head to eat healthy, and then I remember bacon exists for the good of humanity. I chuckled. He kind of glommed on, but damned if he wasn't growing on me. Thanks, I said. My eyes were bigger than my stomach. I handed over my eggs, bacon, muffin, and fruit, and dug into my little bowl of blueberry oatmeal. Do you always eat breakfast this early? I do this year. I want to join the tennis team, but my gym time is after homeroom. Racing up and down the court 20 minutes after I've eaten makes me heave. I hummed, nodding. The cafeteria was basically deserted. They opened the doors at 6, and we were allowed to wander in and get food up to the start of class. I walked up at 6 on the dot, just as Brandon did. We carried our food up to the senior loft to eat with 2 other kids. You play tennis? He asked. No, I'm a canoeing, biking, fishing, and off-roading kind of girl. Really? He said, smiling. I thought all you rich kids played. My eyebrows shot up my forehead. Let me educate you real fast, LaCroix. I grew up on the right side of privileged for sure, but it was nothing like growing up in the estate. Dad was on a pathological mission to keep me from becoming Pomona. It was Little League and hair dye for me instead of cotillions and pearls. Brandon clutched his heart, lips trembling. This is beautiful. You're opening up to me. I laughed. Thank you for immediately making me regret it. As payback, you have to tell me about yourself. All the dirty details. He waggled his eyebrows. If you want to get dirty. Bye. I picked up my tray to leave. Brandon hauled me back in the chair, guffawing. I'm gonna get those quills out of you, porcupine. Just you wait. He paused to polish off 2 slices of bacon. As for me, there's not much to tell. I grew up on the west side of the OB over my family's restaurant. My dad is French and my mom's Japanese. They do this fusion thing that shouldn't work, but somehow does. Sounds delicious, I admitted. I've got 2 little sisters. They go to Wesley Middle, but Mom's hoping to get them into the academy too. That's where I went. My sisters love it, but the place is weird, he said. They've got you doing yoga and gym class, and one week they took away the chairs. They were testing the theory that students learn better when they're on their feet and moving. Wesley is a bit more alternative, but that's what I liked about it. They didn't have accommodations for Eli when he enrolled, but they worked it out in his first semester. They're student-focused. It's about the kids, not the test grades. His teasing glint dimmed. You miss it, don't you? Yes and no. It's still high school, which sucks for most people. I got into fights and got stuck with the guidance counselor twice a week. Still, I had cool friends and we were our own clique. You guys still friends? No, I clipped. He let out a deep sigh. So, I'm all you have in this world. Hence why I'm slipping into a deep depression. Another point to Bancroft, he announced. You're ready with these soul-crushing comebacks, one after the other. Laughing, I replied, I'm not after your soul, LaCroix. You're the only one not calling me a bitch, slut, thief, or threatening me. I appreciate it. I don't have many friends either. You and I are outcasts together. Wish I knew why that was. A kind, funny, cute guy like you shouldn't be eating alone every day. One day you might tell me why, but today I won't push it. Getting back to what we were talking about, I said. I've never played tennis, but it looks like fun. If you want someone to practice with, I'll give it a shot. That'd be cool. You have to sign up for court practice time. I'll put us down for some time after school this week. Awesome. I cast my eye on the near-empty dining room. And while we're in the mood to be good friends, can I ask you a favor? What? If you want to make up for leaving me to the angels... Brandon froze with the fork in his mouth. There's something you can do. He ripped the utensil out. I can't have those guys as enemies, Ember. I'm sorry, I can't. Relax, I said. They will never know it was you. They'll be too focused on me. What exactly do you want me to do? You don't even have to get up from the table.
The soft click reverberated through the space, despite my gently closing the door. I paused to adjust to the darkness. A heavy silence hung over the boys' locker room, the thriller movie kind that filled you with anxiety because you knew you wouldn't like what was coming next. My sneakers were soundless on the tiled floor, carrying me where I needed to go. The numerical ordering of the lockers put my destination at the very back, between the final row and the wall. Hard to believe them being side by side and away from everyone else isn't deliberate. Do they demand it, or is it the need to put distance between those ironically named devils, ingrained in the staff as well? I found the first locker. I eased it open as the lights flicked on. "Forgot my watch," said a familiar voice. Shit, of all the people to walk in right now. "Can't believe we all got food poisoning or whatever it was," said Leo. "I had to leave my watch in here all weekend. OB trash probably swiped it." "Should have told me," Nolan spoke up. "I would have gotten it for you." I heard squeaky hinges and then something hitting the floor. "Yes!" he cried. "It's here." "It's fucking ridiculous that we have to be worried it wouldn't be," Nolan said. "Why the hell did your mom let OB kids into our school?" "Something about fostering a stronger community or some shit," said Julian. "Mom does whatever the hell she wants." "Like you're mad, Ives," Leo shot back. "Lowering the attendance standards brought the sweet, tasty Camila into your life." "Shut up." Nolan's command lacked heat. "I gotta give it to her at least," Leo said. "She was smart to hold out until you made her your girlfriend. Was that tight virgin snatch worth it?" "Fuck yeah. She gives it up on demand now. That's what I love about OB girls. Always ready and willing." A chorus of laughter and high fives set my teeth on edge. What happens to a person to make them this vile? "Are you sure she was a virgin?" asked Julian. "She hangs around that Cruz thug and he's fucked his way through half the school. Don't think I'd buy he didn't get there first." He scoffed. "I hate that guy. And her brothers, and Saito. They walk around our school pretending they own it, and tell Camila to dump me like I'm the garbage. People seriously think they're horsemen?" "I don't believe it," Julian said. "I bet they covered themselves in those tats to make everyone think they're hard. There aren't any real horsemen here to call them out, so they get away with it. I mean, Royal Cruz? Who the hell can be scared of a dude with a dumbass name like that? Sounds like fat, drunk tourists ride his ass to the Bahamas." I touched my side as they busted up. Royal Cruz was plenty scary. "I don't know, man," Nolan said. "Camila won't talk about it. She says her brothers are good guys who do what they have to do. Then she changes the subject. I'll give them this much. They front the bill for all the stuff she wants. When we first started dating, they cornered me outside their house and said I wasn't going to treat their sister like some gold digger." He laughed. "Those fuckers don't know they're the reason we've been together this long. I get to screw her as much as I want, and for once, I don't have to pay for it. The perfect girlfriend." Their laughter grew faint as they headed out. "As soon as you grow tired of her, pass her over to me," said Leo. "Bryn's driving me crazy." The door shut on their repulsiveness. I felt something approaching sympathy as I returned to my task. When the real Nolan Ives struck Camila, it would hurt infinitely more than a black eye. I walked into homeroom and greeted Gesk with a smile. "Morning, sir." "Good morning, Miss Bancroft. Making progress with your paper? I heard you fell ill as well," he said. "If you need more time, I'm willing to grant you another week." "I'm actually almost done, sir, but thank you." "Excellent," Gesk sounding impressed. "Nurse Blanchett had 7 students this morning alone claim they caught the stomach virus too. I'm glad to see you're working hard." Wow, gotta applaud those buggers for the opportunists they were. I thanked Gesk once more and continued down the row. There weren't assigned seats on the first day, but there were now. My spot in front of Royal sat bare and ready for me. The bandaged boy tracked my approach like the predator I once compared him to.
"Cherry."
"Hello, Royal," I said brightly. His eyes narrowed, just a fraction.
I assume you have your shit sorted and we won't have a problem on Monday.
You assume correctly. I dropped my things and took a seat. Out of the corner of my eye, the boys traded looks.
All of it?
All of it, I confirmed. You'll get exactly what you're owed, Royal Cruise.
What's wrong with you?
His presence loomed closer. Hot breath washed over my ear.
Don't tell me we neutered you that easily.
Did you want more of a fight? I asked, curious. His hum rumbled inside of me.
What can I say? You're so delicious when you cry.
Am I? Well, you'll be disappointed because you won't get me to do that anymore. Now, if that's all, I've got to work on my English paper. I leaned forward, pulling out of his magnetic field.
I'm going to want that drawing back, Cherry.
It was interesting the times I sensed an emotion other than wicked amusement from Royal. Interesting that emotion was consistently anger. And interesting I sensed it then. What drawing would that be? I fished our assigned reading out of my bag, flipping through for my last page.
Don't play games with me. Give it back, or I'll take it back.
I didn't turn around, let alone lift my eyes from the book. You should let me keep it. It's lovely, powerful. Your work deserves better than a nightstand or dorm wall. Art is meant to be appreciated. I waited for him to respond. And waited, and waited. Holy hell, did I strike Royal Cruise speechless? I counted the hours, minutes, seconds to my final class of the day, Spanish. Royal always seemed to be everywhere before me. He sat, scribbling in his ever-present notebook, as I came in. Clay and Cassius were here too, slouched in their seats, staring out the window. I'd been lucky to score a seat in Spanish that was 4 rows away from them. Señorita Morena began class. I couldn't spare her the attention required to translate what she was saying. Every few seconds, my eyes strayed to the back of the room. Cassius licked his lips. A grayish pallor seeped into his porcelain skin, making the beautiful boy translucent. A bright sheen covered Clay's forehead. He wiped the sweat away and stopped with his hand in place, head bent and solely held up by his arm. Whatever Royal was drawing, he was intently focused. He shifted, side to side, backward and forward, but didn't take pen from paper. I stared with a warped kind of fascination as his chest heaved, rising and falling with faster breaths. I saw the muscle in his jaw ticking from all the way back in my seat. Cassius clutched his stomach. His textbook crashed to the floor as he bolted out of the chair and raced out the door. "Señor Walker! Señor Walker!" our teacher cried. "What?" Clay knocked over the whole desk. His running past me made a whoosh of air blow my hair in my face. "What is going on?" Morena cried, dropping the Spanish. She scurried after the triplets, shouting for them to come back. Then there was one. The notebook shook in his hands. He'd given up all guise of sketching and focused on his struggle to breathe. Royal reached for his backpack. He put his notebook inside with slow, deliberate movements, rose out of his seat, and ran. Crashing on the tile, the pack's contents skittered across the floor. Royal was out the door before the pencil rolled over to tap my shoe. The main building was eerie at night. The emergency lights provided pockets of protection against the shadows, leading my way to the nurse's office. I heard they were here. The noises coming out of the men's bathroom were so frightening. A freshman ran to Headmistress Hart, and she had them carried to Nurse Blanchett. Quickly, I pushed open the door. Thick, fetid stench smacked me in the face. I picked up sweat, vomit, and a rancid smell that I'd name misery. A soft grunting noise drew me further inside. Nurse Blanchett's office was closed, but I assumed she was in there, sleeping on her cot. I felt bad my stunt dragged her out of bed and forced her on the floor. But that's where my regrets ended. The noise got louder, and as I stepped around the column, it identified itself. 3 lumps lay still under their sheets, except for one. Royal twisted and rolled, pained groans torn from his lips, and him unable to find comfort in sleep. Eyes squeezed shut, he didn't notice my approach. I pushed the bucket for his vomit aside with my toe and placed myself next to his bed. Royal? He jerked, eyelids snapping open. Glassy chestnut orbs gazed at me, filled with pain and confusion. "Hi," I said, rather friendly. "You don't look so good," I sighed. "You can blame me. Half a dose took me out for a whole day, and I put 5 times the recommended dosage in each of your water bottles this morning. There was a warning against that, but," I shrugged. "Oh well." I watched the emotions flit across his pale, sweaty face as what I said sunk in. He eventually settled on 1, and I didn't move fast enough. Royal reared and seized my collar, roaring as he brought me down. I fell on top of him, splayed over his chest with his face in my neck. Hot, abrupt pants tickled my skin, and his fist shook between us. I didn't move for a beat, and neither did Royal. He had me, and he was too weak to do anything about it. "Shh," I soothed. "It's okay, Royal." I pressed a kiss to his forehead. "Just relax. We're going to have that talk now." Pulling away, his hand fell limp on the cot. I didn't resist taking it with both hands, wrapping my fingers around him. "You remember the night we met?" I looked into his eyes. "The night you saved my life." Memories rose from the depths of my mind, tinged bittersweet in the light of what brought us here. "I first saw you standing in the flower bed, smoking," I whispered. It had been an awful day. A girl at school, Sloane Collins, was a raging bitch and an even bigger homophobe. She saw my friend Janny kiss her girlfriend and got in their faces saying ugly things. So I punched her in the mouth. That was my 5th fight since the school year started, and my parents laid into me. Why did I keep acting out? Why couldn't I appreciate all they had given me? When was I going to grow up? Royal's choked groans interjected my speech, though he didn't try again to grab me. It was kind of ironic. Now that I started, I couldn't stop. It all fell so easily from my lips. Those other fights I got into over nothing. The one time I had a good reason is when I pulled their final straw. Mom and Dad were done with me. They were sending me away to an all-girls boarding school in New York. I shook my head. I didn't want it to come to that. I was just so angry, so broken, I said softly. And I couldn't tell anyone why. I couldn't give them a reason. So I wanted them to give me one. Any excuse to hurt or be hurt, I took. Until that night, and you. Royal's face twisted. I knew what was coming. He tipped over and I shoved the bucket under him in time. Patiently, I waited as he heaved. There wasn't much left in his body, but it tormented him, expelling bile. Collapsing onto the pillow, Royal looked up at me and I saw it as my cue to continue. I gripped his hand again. I talked a big game. I was all hard and tough and not afraid to swing. I believed that until I saw you standing in the flowers. My first thought was that I couldn't do that. Crossing the line between grass and soil was impossible for me, because I'd think of crushing those beautiful living things, or the weathered hands that toiled to make them grow, and it would keep me on the other side where I belonged. Despite how bad and tough I thought I was, when it came to it, I couldn't step in the flower bed. I was faking, and it got me packed up and days away from being shipped off. But it didn't make me better. My grip on him tightened. So I decided to stop faking and, I smiled, you know the rest. You saved my life that night, Royal. I went home after casino night and promised my parents I would change. No more fights, no more acting out. They gave me one more chance. And for the last 2 years, life was perfect. That is, until I woke up and found that note on their pillow. I let out a breath. Look, the reason I'm telling you this is because I want you to understand what you and that night meant to me. It changed me, and I can see now that you've changed too. I'm sure life has given you reason to become this man. My hand moved to his forearm where I imagined the angel tattoo must be. But I don't care what those reasons are. Royal clenched my fingers. I want to hang on to that night and what it meant to me, but that's gone with the cut of a knife. You're not the guy I knew, and I'm not that girl. Time to let go. He stopped squirming. Royal lay still and curled up, boring into me with burning eyes. Hear me when I say this, Royal. I don't have the money, I continued. I don't have it now, I won't have it Monday, or the week after that, or the month after that. I would give back every penny that was taken if I could, but I can't. You can pull 1,000 knives on me, but it won't make the money magically appear, and it definitely won't bring me to my knees. Royal had a tight hold on me. I used my free hand to pat one pocket, then the other. Here we are. I held up his room key. It's so much easier having you in here out of the way. Growling, he suddenly swiped, making a grab for the key. I tugged free and backed off in one smooth motion. Don't look so upset, I said, finally letting the smirk show on my lips. You wanted me to put up more of a fight, so baby, you've got one. I can more than handle you, Royal Cruz. When you strike again, I might not be ready, but I will strike back with everything I got. Good night and sweet dreams. His raspy croak stopped me at the door. Don't make me do this, Cherry. Fuck you. Stop calling me Cherry. I abandoned Royal to the long night ahead of him. Walking inside the dorm, I rode the elevators up to his room and let myself inside. His side of the messy space was plastered with his sketches. One by one, I took them down. The drawings on the wall, the notebooks in the desk and nightstand, the discards under the bed. I gathered them all and swept his room bare. These drawings were Royal Cruz. They were his way of expressing emotions outside of anger. They were his mind, his outlet, his soul. And now they were mine. It was right that I should have a piece of him in the way he'd always have one of me. Inside my room, I began hanging all of Royal's loose sketches. He felt they should be displayed. Who was I to disagree? I taped the crying girl over my headboard and stepped back. Your move, angels. Chapter 5. What if they find out it was me? Brandon was in full spiral. He'd been sitting on the bench panicking and ignoring my repeated requests that he pick up his racket. 2 days passed since I laced the Angels' water bottles with the laxative and emetic I received courtesy of Hero. He didn't even have to source it from wherever he got his products. He had it on hand in the little pharmacy in his bottom right-hand side desk drawer. And what made it perfect is he couldn't admit those products came from him. Just the embarrassment of being taken down so easily and in this way kept their mouths shut the entire time, while chance takers jumped on the suggestion a stomach virus was going through school, and they were all sick too. Headmistress Hart actually canceled first and second period that morning to give the janitors time to disinfect the surfaces and stop the spread of the virus. Hence why Brandon and I were outside on a crisp September day getting in some tennis time. I thought we were playing, I said.
B, I'm serious, he hissed. I told you which lockers were theirs. If they find out, they're going to kill me.
Because that information was such important top-secret spy material that you were the one chosen to guard it with your life? I gave him a look. Anyone could have told me which lockers were theirs, and if I'm interrogated, I'll say it was Nolan Ives. The guy's an ass, and Clay and Cassius were justified in warning him away from their sister. Brandon's piss-his-pants fright lessened a fraction.
You'll really say it was Ives?
I nodded. If it comes to that. But the angels know it was me, and they know why. I have a feeling when they get out of the infirmary, it'll be me who gets their full attention.
Why did you do this, Ember?
Brandon grasped my hand and tugged me down next to him.
What happened when they cornered you?
What happened is they reminded me who I am, the girl who never backs down from a fight.
I like that, he admitted. It turns me on a little. I shoved his shoulder. But they are not guys you want to fight.
They brought the fight to me, B. I'm just doing what I have to do.
Are we both B? He asked, perking up. I like that, too.
Laughing, I replied. Do you also like delivering unpromised tennis lessons? Come on, we're angel-free while they're under the tender care of Blanchett. Let's enjoy it.
Fine by me.
Brandon took me through the warm-ups, explaining how to stand, extend, hold the racket. He was a surprisingly good teacher. I whacked the ball and sent it whizzing inches from his head. Whew! Or maybe I'm just a natural talent. I did a little shimmy dance, getting pornographic with the racket. Can't beat me, LaCroix.
I'm gonna be honest, not loving this part of your personality, he deadpanned. Just so you know.
My laughter broke the spell of the sleepy morning. I was in a good mood. I felt light and in control like I hadn't for a long time. Brandon ended up winning our play match, but we had fun. On the stroke of 11, we packed it up and headed into the dorms to shower and get ready for lunch. Afterward, classes would resume. I stepped inside my room and Royal's unofficial gallery. Eli didn't like the new additions. He thought they were dark, bordering on disturbing. It made me happy he felt that way. Eli didn't know or understand the level of pain that inspired these works. If I had my way, he never would. I passed a sketch on the wall by my closet. It stopped me and pulled me back. Round, solemn eyes peered into mine. It was the eyes that got me. Royal's captured creations said more with their eyes than real people did in a lifetime. As such, I wondered about the woman, why she was drawn so we'd see the back of her long, flowing hair and the baby resting on her shoulder, but not her. I traced the child's face for a moment, imagining Royal's hand gliding over the sheet to create things I couldn't achieve in a decade of art classes. I left the mysterious woman and her child. My workout sluiced down the drain in a happy, sudsy shower. I climbed out smelling fresh and peachy, and hopped into my uniform with more enthusiasm than normal. There was still everyone else who hated me, but life without the angels looming over my shoulder was nice. The cafeteria wasn't as packed as usual, my guess being too many kids were laid up in bed sick. I brought my Mandarin chicken up the stairs and made a beeline for my and Brandon's table.
"Em," Julian called. "Over here."
I bit back a sigh. Remember, everyone else still hates me. I hooked up with the Raveners for a reason. Veering around, I claimed my spot next to Julian and the sneering girl on his lap. The whole crew was back and recovered from their double dose of retribution.
"Norovirus," Nolan stated. "That's what Blanchett is saying. It's crazy contagious. It makes you vomit and shit like your body is getting rid of everything you've eaten since you were 3.
It's disgusting," said Destiny. My daddy gives the Academy too much money for me to be picking up viruses from these disease-ridden parasites. How many times have we said the Academy should go back to Raveners only? I cut eyes to Camila, silent in the face of her friend's insensitivity. Her cheeks were pale, and normally long-styled hair was wrangled into a simple ponytail. "It's not all bad," Pomona spoke up. "Bancroft and those thugs got it too. Karma is brutal." "Has anyone asked how your brothers are doing, Camila?" I asked pointedly. "You must be worried about them." "I am." Her voice was an octave above a whisper. "Blanchett won't let anyone into the infirmary because it's contagious. She's most worried about dehydration, so she's sending them to the hospital today. They're the worst cases out of everyone, and I feel so bad because Cass must have gotten it the night of the party and made Clay and the others sick." "Not exactly." Bryn shrugged. "Sad and all, but if you think about it, it makes sense you people would get sicker when you can't afford to get your vaccinations and stuff." I gaped at her. I didn't know what was worse, what she just said, or that she said it so matter-of-factly. "Bryn, for once, would you shut the fuck up?" Camila barked. "You sound so stupid and ignorant all the time. It's amazing you can stand yourself." "Hey!" Pomona, Bryn, Destiny, and Leo reared up to pile on her. "Guys, chill out," said Nolan. He put his arms around Camila and lifted her up. "She didn't mean it. We're going for a walk to cool off." "Ugh," Pomona scoffed after they were gone. "I think we've put up with the ghetto princess long enough. Don't you guys?" They nodded, echoing their agreement. I said nothing, sitting and eating my Mandarin chicken while I wondered who the real monsters were. Brandon met up with me in the hall on the way to my locker. "AB, you have AP US History next, right? What did you get for the last question on your homework? The answer wasn't in the textbook." "Oh yeah, that one. It was there but hidden in a random paragraph in Chapter 4. We talked history as we strolled to our lockers. I was still fuzzy on if Brandon and I were friends. I wasn't sure I wanted us to be. I didn't have a great track record with those. My old friends Janny and Gemma didn't drop me. They pushed me down the stairs and a different part of me broke on each cruel name and insult on the way down. I don't blame them for being angry. My folks used our connection to steal thousands from their parents. Gemma and her family had to move in with an aunt until they got back on their feet. I didn't blame them in the way that I wished they hadn't blamed me. They were my friends. They should have known I was not aware of what was going on, and I would have warned them if I did. Years of sleepovers, camping trips, giggling over crushes, and planning our lives at university was gone in a flash, revealing how little any of it mattered. I didn't think much of friendships these days. But Brandon's been nothing but nice to me and helped me get back at the Angels. He could be on probation while I figured it out. Opening my locker, I reached for my textbook and found a folded note on top. I opened it, saw the magazine letters, and crumpled it in my fist. I threw the note in the trash, unread. "Anyway, did the teachers do that a lot?" I asked Brandon. "Get sneaky with the questions?"
Yes," he said as we set off for class. "I wouldn't be surprised if we were hit with pop quizzes today and tomorrow because of all the kids out sick." Diabolical. An hour and a half later, I was walking out of class, beaming from ear to ear. Brandon was spot on, and my pop quiz sported a big fat A. I waved it in his face. "How do you feel about this, LaCroix? B is the perfect nickname for you." "Yep, I'm definitely not loving this side of you." He plucked the test from my hand and leveled his finger at me. "We're settling this tomorrow morning on the court. I'm reclaiming my dignity."
The nurse's office loomed before us, plastered with signs telling students to stay out unless it was an emergency. "Let's do it," I said. "I'll wake up Eli and drag him out there too." I had a reprieve. I might as well enjoy it. When the Angels returned, it'd be hell.
"These are creepy." "That's what I'm saying."
I rolled my eyes. "It's art. It's supposed to unsettle you. knock you off center and make you question your perception. There's a reason the artists celebrated throughout history weren't the dudes painting fruit and landscapes.
Yeah, Tatum drew out. But these are creepy.
Please, dear brother and dear brother's friend, sit so we can start the next movie. The weekend arrived, and I'd been relaxing and hanging out with Eli and Brandon. Saturday night, I roped Eli into watching old movies with me, and Tatum tagged along.
Why won't you tell me where you got them?
Eli asked, stuck on the drawings.
They appeared overnight.
Climbing on my bed, I tapped my laptop awake. I wouldn't tell you because I stole them, and I'm supposed to be playing the part of role model older sister. The boys laughed like I was kidding. Sit down, guys. I'll get more popcorn.
Can't, signed Eli. We're going to a party.
My phone trilled.
A party? What party?
McKenna Jameson is having a party in her room, said Tatum. Just some music, games, and hanging out. Pretty chill. Is she a Ravener? Tatum groaned.
Not you two. Why is everyone so obsessed with this Ravener OB stuff?
I'm not obsessed, I said. But I've been to a Ravener party and it was too much. Drugs and all kinds of crazy shit.
McKenna is a freshman, Eli put in. Where would she even get that stuff?
I don't know, but it made an appearance at 2 parties already, and we've been here for less than a month. If someone gets that shit out, leave. Eli bowed his head.
Yes, Mom.
Get out of here, I said with a laugh. Call me if you need me.
We won't.
People don't see it, but you're the non-cuddly one. Tatum and Eli laughed themselves out of the room. I rolled over and grabbed my phone.
Brandon. I'm in Leroy's room with him and his girlfriend. Camila is here getting her hair done and just said her brothers are doing better. They're coming back to school tomorrow.
I closed my inbox and set my phone on the nightstand. Soon my movie was running. The opening music filled the room as I got comfortable. I knew they'd be back, so why let it stress me? I'd worry about the angels tomorrow. In the mood to laugh, I went with Coming to America, and then followed it up with Hot Fuzz. Brandon texted throughout my movie marathon. Brandon.
What are you going to do when you see them?
Me. Nothing.
Brandon. What do you think they will do?
Me. I don't know. I'll find out on Monday.
Brandon. You put them in the hospital. You shouldn't wait to find out. Go to Hart and tell her they have it out for you.
His last text came through as the credits rolled up. I thought about how to reply while I changed and brushed my teeth. I slid under the covers and finally sent a message. Me. They don't have it out for me. I'm sorry I've got you freaked out over this, but Royal and his friends aren't going to hurt me. I'll be fine.
Brandon. If they get in your face like in the hall, promise me you'll say something. I'm too young and pretty for the stress of revenge plots.
I chuckled, sending him silent thanks for making me do that during this craziness. Me. Promise. Tossing my phone aside, I burrowed into my pillow. One more movie. Time to go black and white with Dr. Strangelove. A thump woke me hours later. Peeling my eyes open, light blinded me. I fell asleep with my laptop on again. I gripped the top and pushed it down. Our eyes met through the darkness. Ah! A hand cut off my scream. Figures moved in the gloom, converging on my bed. I shouted into the hand as they jumped on me and pinned me down.
Calm down, Sherry, said that silky deep voice.
Who else could it have been but him?
You and I are going to have another talk.
The lights flicked on.
Royal cut himself off. A flood of true emotion wiped the smirk off his face. Royal's eyes widened as he beheld the new home for his artwork. What the fuck? Cassius goggled at my walls. Holy shit.
He and his brother pinned my arms on the pillows. I struggled to get free, shouting into Clay's hand, but Hero was dead weight across my thighs.
"What is this?"
Royal cried. Clay's laugh was harsh.
"I think she likes you, man. Real sweet. But can we do this?"
Royal didn't seem to hear him.
Why did you do this?"
Disbelief faded fast, and its replacement was familiar.
"Hero, take them down." "What? I've got to hold her," Hero said. "Forget about him." "I said take them down," he ordered.
Royal advanced on the bed. I thought he'd stop, but Hero got off and Royal took his place. Climbing on top of me, his searing fury blocked everything else out.
"What the hell are you doing?"
He shoved Clay off my mouth. "Leave them alone, Saito!" I shouted immediately. "Get your fucking hands off!"
"You're not keeping my shit," Royal said.
Rearing up, I snarled in his face. "Give them back or I'll take them back." He gazed at me, completely bewildered.
"Are you crazy?" "Yes," Clay said. "This chick put us in the damn hospital. Of course she's crazy. She's also not giving up the money. So let's get this over with, Royal."
Royal fought himself. He swung from Clay to me, battle raging on his face.
"Fine." He pulled out the switchblade. "Let's get this over with."
Clay was ready for my shout. He clamped my mouth as the blade clicked free. Royal came together before my eyes, hardening in the reflection of the knife.
"I gotta give it to you, Cherry. I said I wanted a fight and you gave me one. What you did was brutal."
He almost sounded admiring.
"We've never been so fucking humiliated. You had me and my boys running out the door to curl up on those piss-stained cots praying it would end. Complete mental castration."
"She gets it," Cassius hissed.
"Wanna quit giving her props?"
A grin tugged on the corner of his lip.
"Cherry deserves props. She handled all 4 of us."
His hand moved down and my gaze with it. I fixed on the path of the blade.
"It's why I like you, Cherry, and why I didn't want it to come to this."
Royal slipped the blade under my pajama top. Cold pierced my skin as deeply as an impending wound.
"You were told that if you couldn't come up with the money, you'd have to work it off."
Royal tugged and sliced through my bottom button.
"When you're a horseman?"
My eyes widened. This was the first time Royal said the name.
"You're a part of a family," he said. "You fight for each other, die for each other. Do your part to keep your family strong."
He sliced the next button.
"We all have our duty within a family, Cherry. You understand this," he said, nodding to himself. "You've got a little brother, and you know it's your job to protect him. I bet no one had to tell you either. It's etched into your being under the word sister."
I fell quiet behind my gag, spellbound under his words.
"We've all got our parts to play as well as to make the horsemen strong. You said it yourself in sociology. The Raveners strangled this town. They squeezed everything good out of it and kept it for themselves. For the wealthiest and poorest communities in the country to exist side by side." He shook his head. "There's something very wrong about that."
My third button fell to his blade.
"The horsemen want to change that. They exist to watch over the OB. They're there when the police take half an hour to respond to a call, when a man loses his job and can't take care of his family. They make sure he has work and money coming in. But the only way they can do this is with the single most important thing in this shit town: money. That's where we come in."
Royal looked at Clay, Cassius, and Hero, who was in the process of taking my drawings.
"Every month, we put a certain amount in the pot. This money is for all of us, so that the horsemen can expand and protect the entire OB like we were meant to," he explained. "Hero runs the store. Raveners hand over however much he demands just to get beer. Cass and Clay run the poker game, track the bets, and lift a few wallets to open some credit cards. Thank that piece of garbage Leo Tremaine for the new uniforms, shoes, backpacks, and books for me and my boys. As for what I do, Royal stroked my temple. I go to Ravener parties, meet beautifully sad girls, and relieve those pampered bastards of stuff they don't deserve anyway.
I tossed my head.
Let up, Clay, Royal said. She won't scream.
He had no reason to be certain of that, but he was correct. I was done screaming. Why are you telling me this? I asked, devoid of emotion.
Why?
Royal popped the fourth button. Chilled air struck the underside of my breast. One more button and all pretense would be gone.
Because you have to know how it works now that you're one of us. A roaring resounded in my ears, the lone explanation for why I could not have heard what I thought I did. Excuse me? You were told on day one, Sherry, if you didn't hand over the money yourself, you'd work it off, which you will as one of us. A horseman.
He held my gaze.
An angel.
What? No!
I cried. I wasn't asking.
The knife flashed and my final button was ruined. It skittered off the bed and fell with a soft sound as my bare breasts lay exposed to the angels. Royal raised his knife and retracted it. The weapon disappeared into his pocket. Cassius sucked in a breath.
Damn. Just so you know, our offers still stand.
Their offers for cheap, meaningless sex? I glared. Just so you know, my rejections still stand.
Shut up,
Royal snapped at us. Reaching into his pocket, he withdrew the marker and held it before my eyes. It split his smirk down the middle.
An angel needs her wings.
Royal pressed the tip just under my collarbone. Stop it, Royal. You can't believe that I'd...
Shh.
I won't.
Clay.
I snapped my head to the side, growling when Clay attempted to cover my mouth. He let me be and I gave Royal what he wanted. No one spoke as he made my body his canvas. It was difficult to tell what he was drawing from my angle, so I felt it. The cool, wet tip gliding over my flesh, and his calluses rough in sensation, but gentle in touch. He was entirely focused on what he was doing. The wrinkle I once kissed away marred his forehead, and nothing would distract him. His hair was wild, his brows furrowed, and his bottom lip puffy under being gnawed. Cassius and Clay held me too firmly to fix him. All I could do was imagine pushing back the lock of hair hanging over his eye. Royal blew on my left breast, drying the ink so he could continue. My nipples pebbled under the gentle ministrations. Easy to blame that reaction on the chill, but the pressure building between my legs sang another song. My traitorous body recalled the last time it was Royal's jungle gym, and it wanted more. I shivered and tingled under his gaze, under his hands.
Shit,
he hissed. He licked his thumb and rubbed away a mistake under my nipple. Knees knocking together, I bit my lip to ensnare the moan daring to escape. Cassius's thumb rubbed my palm.
She liked that, Royal. Do it again.
Royal raised his head, brows furrowed like he didn't understand why he was interrupted.
Later, Cherry,
he murmured, then went back to his work. My cheeks lit on fire. Later? What the hell did he mean later? There would be no later where he was licking my breasts. The mental protests were vocal. I wished they matched my body's reaction to a later with Royal. My core thrummed its excitement in the wetness soaking my panties. Thank goodness my lower half was still safely ensconced in the sheets.
There.
Royal leaned back to admire his work.
It's done.
I'm glad you're pleased with your art project, I scoffed. But it doesn't mean anything. My hospitalizing the four of you was supposed to get it through your head. I won't be intimidated by you or the horsemen. My speech amused him.
You need to understand this.
Royal drew my ruined top over my nakedness, surprising me.
You don't have options anymore. The fight is over. Rio expects bi-weekly payments of $1,500 until your debt is paid off. And say thank you wasn't more, Cassius said. Royal negotiated this deal for you from a hospital bed, and you're lucky Rio accepted. He doesn't take it well when payments are late.
Negotiated a deal? I repeated. How many times do I have to say I don't have any money? I can't give this Rio person $1,500 or $15.
You'll find a way, Royal said. We all do what we do best to keep the family strong. You'll do the same.
My stomach heaved at the smile on his face. Are you enjoying this? Royal wrested my hand free of Clay, brought it down and placed my hand over his erection.
You have no idea.
A husky whisper burrowed beneath my skin and pooled in my lower belly.
You were sweet before, but you're incredible like this.
I didn't need to ask what he meant. Why is this important to you? I whispered. Who is this money for? Rio? Royal returned my hand to Clay. Leaning over me, he pressed a kiss to my temple that brought us back to that night in the nurse's office.
All you need to know is it's for a good person who did nothing wrong in their life for them to deserve Frank and Lenora Bancroft.
My jaw clenched. Tears built behind my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. Royal said their names like they were a single destructive entity, like a tsunami, inferno, or Hurricane Katrina. All were innocent in their path, except for me. I knew what I did wrong in my life to deserve my parents. I won't do this, Royal.
You will,
he said clearly.
And you'll have it easier than any one of us. You're in with the money in this school. Julian Hart's still so obviously obsessed with you. He'd write you a check for the full amount tomorrow.
Royal winked.
Use that irresistible charm of yours, Cherry.
He swung his leg over, climbing off the bed. The angel's visit was over. The drawings stay. Royal froze. Drop them, Saito, I ordered. Or you boys better get a taste tester because nothing you eat or drink around me will be safe again.
You can't have them,
Royal said through gritted teeth. They're mine now. I gifted him a mirrored, shit-eating grin. Consider it the cost of not going to Hart, showing her your latest creation and telling her all about this late-night visit.
Why do you want them?
He burst out. You need to accept that they're a piece of you that you can't have back, like I can't have the piece you took from me. I couldn't tell if he understood that. The only emotion shining through was irritation.
Just let her have them,
Cassius said. He released me, getting to his feet.
She's clearly keeping them safe.
Yeah, Clay let me go too.
Easy price to pay to keep her out of Hart's office and away from our water bottles.
Hero dumped the stack on my desk.
I'm done with this. I'm going to bed.
Royal and I locked in a stare down as the door shut behind them. They're mine, Royal, I said. I will keep them safe, but they are mine now. The internal struggle raged in his eyes. So clear I saw when one emotion finally won out. He bent over me, pushing me into the pillows by invisible force.
That'll be okay, Cherry.
Royal brushed aside the folds of my top, fingers skating over my skin as he traced the drawing.
Because now, you're mine too.
Royal stood and went over to the desk. Despite what he said, he rifled through the pile and snatched one out. Royal, I cried. Not this one. He folded it and shoved it in his pocket.
You can't have this one.
Royal blew out of the room, leaving me to run over and see what he took from me. It's the woman, I realized. The woman and her baby. Why that one in particular and how much effort I'd put into getting it back were the questions. It took almost an hour to put the sketches up where they belonged. The clock read 4 a.m. as I trudged past it for the bathroom. Slowly, I shed my ruined pajama top, revealing Royal's honorary tattoo. Gorgeous. I wish I could have thought something else, conjured up anger at his breaking in, violation at the branding, or a desire for revenge. But all I thought as I gazed into the mirror is this must be the single most beautiful thing Royal had ever drawn. The angel lay on my stomach, curled up and head resting on her arms. Her face was peaceful in slumber, but the wings sprouted from her back were alive. Royal's detail was exquisite. I could count every feather and trace the ruffles in her wings. They covered nearly my entire torso with the tips brushing my collarbone. Dotted along my stomach were stray molting feathers, tenderly falling down around her. The most telling feature of the pretty young angel was the streaks in her hair, reminiscent of the girl I used to be. Lost in my thoughts, I stepped out of the bathroom, donned a top, and went to bed. A knock sounded on my door hours after my chat with the angels. I'd woken up minutes after the sun and stayed there thinking. The gravity of my situation didn't escape me. Deep down, I knew this wasn't a battle between me and Royal, any more than a war is between two soldiers on the battlefield. The true conflict was one of nations, sending their men to fight. And my true battle was with the horsemen, and most likely this Rio person. Putting Royal in the hospital was never going to make this go away. But who could have anticipated I'd be where I am now? Expected to work for the horsemen. Royal negotiated this deal for you from a hospital bed, and you're lucky Rio accepted. Did Royal do that because the alternative would have been much worse? And would I find out the hard way if I refused them again? Royal's talk of family and protecting the OB aside, the horsemen were killers. Multiple lives have been taken in their bid to take over the outer borough. And they made neighborhoods so dangerous, only people who live there would think of driving through. A dose of vomit juice won't save me from the gang members outside of this academy. Those were the thoughts heavy on my mind when I opened the door for Eli. He beamed at me, cherubic face bright with innocence, and held up the food tray. I didn't see you at breakfast, so I brought it to you. I kissed his cheek. Thanks, bro. I didn't get much sleep last night. Eli's face changed. Neither did I. Promise you won't be mad. Why? What happened? He took my hand and led me over to the bed. You were right about the drugs and stuff. Kids were doing them at the party. My eyes went round. But not me or Tatum, he quickly signed. And when we realized what was going on, we got out of there. I hugged him tight. What the hell is up with this place? I asked myself. Facing him, I replied, You did good, bro. There's no reason for me to be mad. I was just super naive. When kids started acting weird, I didn't realize what was going on. Then one of the girls in my class came out of the bathroom. She was stumbling all over the place and looking real sick. The guys got on her, going on about OB girls and saying nasty stuff. One of them put a chair in the middle of the room and tried to get her to give lap dances. Holy shit, I cried. It was awful. Tatum yelled at them and I got her out of there. We let her sleep in our room because her roommate was standing there and laughing with everyone else. I hugged Eli again, even tighter. I threw some kisses in for good measure. Disgusting those other kids couldn't be bothered to do the right thing. But I was thankful my brother did. She should go to Hart and request a new roommate, I told him. And are you sure she's okay? Do you know what they were taking? There was a lot of alcohol and I saw some kids passing around pills, but I don't know what it was. She still didn't feel well today, so we brought her to Nurse Blanchett. She was scared about getting kicked out of the academy. So we said she had the virus. He lowered his head. We shouldn't have lied, but at least Blanchett is taking care of her now, right? A soft smile spread across my face. This is why he'd thought I'd be mad, because they didn't tell Blanchett the truth. No, it's not okay to lie, I said, but I feel much better about her being looked after by a trained professional than 2 teenage boys. I'm happy you convinced her to go. He made a face. I don't think I'm going to any more parties for a while. Solid idea, little brother. Can we watch that movie now? Love to. There wasn't much agonizing over Royal, the angels, and the horsemen after that. No great loss, since I was unlikely to come up with an answer in one Sunday. Having anything to do with Raven River's most dangerous gang was out of the question. Also out of the question was letting something happen to me, and Eli being left alone. The next day, I trudged to my locker deep in thought. Throwing it open, a familiar folded note greeted me. It did not stir much other than mild annoyance. I opened it out of curiosity more than anything else. You will pay back everything that was taken. Leave $500 in locker 487 by next week, Friday, before homeroom, or else. I rolled my eyes. Or else? Really? This B-movie villain needed to grow up. A weak-ass threat was nothing compared to the overbearing menace of the horsemen. Whoever was putting these in my locker could shuffle to the end of the line of people wanting money from me that I didn't have. I tossed the note in the garbage, grabbed my things, and veered off in the opposite direction of Gesk's class. I had to see Nurse Blanchett about something. Rounding a corner to administration, I stopped dead at the impossible sight. Eli stood in the hall communicating with a person whose back was to me, but I could identify Royal Cruz from a picture of his elbow. What the fuck? I charged through the hall, scattering students like pins as they threw themselves out of my way. Royal! I jumped between them. What are you doing? Why are you talking to him? Stay away from my brother! My rapid-fire shouts startled our audience. Royal, on the other hand, laughed. Easy, Cherry. Eli tugged on the back of my shirt, making me face him. What's wrong? Why are you talking to him? I signed. What did he say to you? He said thank you. I blinked. He said what? He said thanks for looking out for Melina and getting her out of the party. He explained. She's feeling much better. That's right. To my complete and utter shock, Royal signed it too. Melina's from my neighborhood. Good kid. The little man stepped up and did the right thing. That's earned some appreciation, don't you think, Cherry? I glanced from him to Eli. Of course, I'm proud of him too. Royal nodded. I also wanted to know if you saw who was handing them out. This kind of stuff is automatically pinned on OB kids. I'll make sure Melina and her friends don't get blamed for this if it gets out. Eli shook his head. I didn't see who had them first, and I'm not covering for anyone. I really don't know. That's okay, I told him. All that matters is you did the right thing and didn't get involved. I dropped a peck on his forehead. Go to class. I'll see you later. Eli walked, cheerily waving bye to both of us. I spun on Royal. Since when do you sign? Shrugging, he said. There's a lot of things you don't know about me. He strode off, making it 3 steps before I shot in front of him. It's fine you said thank you, but don't go near him again. I won't let you mess with my brother, and I'm deadly serious, Royal. You can smirk all you want, but you'll meet crazy for real if you try bringing our shit on him. My threats elicited little reaction. He's 14. Why would I mess with him, and what would it get me if I did? Besides, you and I have settled our differences. His fingers found my neck. My swallow bobbed against him as he pushed down my collar. You didn't wash it away. Good. I will. He continued stroking my neck. Tell me when you're ready to make it permanent. I'll pay. The stuff I slipped you really messed you up if you think that's happening. Chuckling, he said.
I'm surprised. You seem so determined to own my art.
Speaking of which, why did you take the woman and the baby? I asked. It's one of my favorites. The amusement leached from his expression.
You're not getting it back.
I haven't asked for it back. Yet, I replied. I just want to know why that one was so important to you. Who did you draw it for?
I don't draw for anyone.
Then it was for you, I rebounded. It's really beautiful, Royal. Are you the baby? Is the woman your mother? Royal sidestepped me and kept walking. I ran around him, pulling him up short. I realized I don't know anything about your family, I continued. Are your parents around? Do they know the company you keep?
You're going to want to let this go.
I sensed the warning and did not heed it. Do you have brothers and sisters? I asked. Or do you call the horsemen your family because they're the closest thing you've... Grabbing my hips, Royal twisted and pushed me up against the locker. My heart pounded on his chest.
You know, Cherry, he began.
What? I asked, far from cowed. He curled his arm above my head, leaning in until his chin hovered above my mouth.
I'm gonna get my shit back, he said. But you don't have to be mad because if it's a piece of me you want, I can give it in many different ways. Places, positions.
A flush crept up my neck. I'm not sleeping with you, ever.
Again, he finished. Tell that to the sweet tight pussy getting wet for me scribbling on your stomach.
Royal brushed my hair from my face, lingering longer than necessary on my temple. I hated that his touch was so tender when his words didn't match.
Let me know when you're ready for a touch-up.
Royal achieved his goal of striking me speechless. I watched him go, struggling to slow my pulse. After a minute, I continued to the nurse's office, suddenly wishing I didn't have to do this now.
Ember, she said warmly. Come in, come in, come in. I have one dear heart resting in the back, but I've disinfected just in case. You're fine to come inside.
Thank you. I pointed at her door. Can we go into your office?
Of course.
Mrs. Blanchett's space was as bright as her personality. Lots of fun, silly pictures of her and her family decorated the walls. She went with a bright yellow desk chair and yellow pillows on the couch. I picked up one and hugged it to my chest, enjoying the fuzzy. She sat and smiled at me over her desk.
What can I do for you, sweetie?
It's about my birth control. Saying it made me blush like I never had before. I couldn't help it. Doing this minutes after Royal propositioned me was timing I didn't like. But it doesn't matter because I will not sleep with him or Cassius or Clay. My life is too much of a mess right now, and if Royal's taught me anything, it's that one-night stands come back to bite you in the ass. It's time for me to get a refill, I went on. I wondered how that worked. Can I have it sent here, or do I need to arrange a pass off campus to the pharmacy?
Heavens no. Any and all prescriptions can be sent right to me and I'll notify you when they come in. Would you like to call and arrange that now? I'll write you a pass for homeroom.
That would be great, Nurse Blanchett, thank you. My morning task settled, I slid into homeroom 10 minutes late. The boys were in their usual seats, carrying on like nothing happened. Cassius and Clay did homework. Hero slouched in the chair looking bored, and Royal drew. I sat and pulled out my textbook. A folded note landed on the pages. Another drawing from Royal? If it's a freaking cherry, it'll get thrown back. I unfolded it. Small, scrawly writing took up 2 lines.
Come to our room, 4005. We'll show you how it's done.
Cass. Turning around, I threw him a curious look, but he was refocused on his homework. Morning classes trudged on. After English let out, Brandon and I headed to lunch.
Did you hear what happened this weekend? He asked.
What?
Another Ravener party got out of hand. Freshmen and sophomores this time.
I did hear about that, I said simply.
It's not like it was okay before, but finding out whoever is selling this stuff is giving it to 14-year-olds too is fucked up.
I agree. Did one of the kids give up who brought it, or where it came from?
Nope. And it's not like it's easy to get stuff like that in here.
Brandon walked ahead to grab the door for me.
Our packages are searched. No locks in the locker room, and they can go in our rooms and lockers whenever they feel like it.
He tossed his head, frustration etched on his face.
I'm not saying an OB kid wouldn't do this, but if it is an OB kid, it'll come down on all of us. Raveners and their parents will use it to say we've ruined this place, and it should go back to the way it was.
I gripped his forearm. They've been saying that since before any of you walked through the door, and Hart held firm. When they find the dealer, she'll put the punishment on who it's due. Brandon placed his hand over mine.
You're an optimist, but a nice one.
I don't get called either of those things very often, so thanks. Chickpea curry or margarita pizza were our options that day. I went straight for the pizza and started to indulge halfway up the steps.
Sitting with the Raveners today?
Yeah, I said. As long as they haven't remembered they can't stand me and the feeling is mutual. Chuckling, he saluted me.
Good luck.
Pomona scoffed as she saw me approach. Ember. You have a gift for saying my name like it's an insult, Mona. Employing her standard possessive move, she climbed in Julian's lap and came close to kicking me in the face, crossing her legs. Aren't you tired of this? She asked. At some point you have to stop clinging to my boyfriend for a shred of popularity. Wow, I said. It's so crazy that I was just about to say the same thing to you. Careful, bitch. I let her taste the effect of my eye roll and returned to my pizza. Anyway, said Destiny, before we were interrupted, we were talking party. Another one? Damn. I know there isn't a lot to do in a boarding school, but give yourself 1 week off. That last one we threw was an unmitigated disaster. If it was possible, I would have thought Destiny picked up on my inside comment. Sorry, Cammy. It wasn't my fault, Camila protested. Anyone at the party could have been sick and passed it on. Still, we're throwing it in my room this time. Sealed drinks only and no OB kids. Is that a problem? Camila's mouth disappeared into a thin line. She didn't reply. And no theme, Destiny went on. Let's just have fun, hang out, and get drunk. Senior year just started and it's already the fucking worst.
Hear, hear, said Leo. And now that Saito's back, we can get our hands on the good stuff.
I tuned them out. I appreciated that no one outside the table taunted or shouted at me while I sat here. My second wish was this bunch would be quiet too. Amazingly, I survived the rest of the day without smacking down Pomona. Following detention, I gathered my stuff and walked to the main building the back way. A while passed before I noticed I wasn't alone. Cassius and Clay fell in step beside me. Something I can do for you guys? I asked.
You got our note, Clay said. You coming or opting for difficult?
I laughed mirthlessly. It's funny how you guys act like I'm the one making trouble for you, instead of the other way around.
That is funny, said Cassius. But this time we're helping you out. Come on. We've got that candy and soda Hero says you like.
You do? I blurted. Why? You can't ply me with sweets.
Can I cover you with sweets? Clay shot back. Pour chocolate and caramel sauce on those little lovelies and lick 'em off until I make you come so hard you bite through your lip.
I choked, entirely unprepared for that response. My brain supplied the image unbidden. The parts of me running on stuff other than common sense responded. No, I cried. Ass. The triplets laughed. They pulled ahead, making for the dorm and expecting me to follow. Sure, they were attractive. Actually, they made attractive people look like the wrong side of an eye. Those boys were tantalizingly gorgeous, sinfully delicious, lusciousness stained with ink and poured into those plaid pants. They were nerds, made men. Yummy, but bad for you. So they can make all the innuendos they want. It's not happening. Resolved, I caught up with them at the entrance to the dorm. I'm not going up to your room unless you tell me what you want. And we can't tell you what we want until you come to our room. Cassius winked. You never know who's listening. Fine, I said, but just because I want the cream soda. The elevator lifted the three of us to the 4th floor. Clay tapped in the code to let us in the boys' side and pointed out their room. The first door on the right. I walked inside and then stepped out to see if I was still in the dorm hall of Raven River Academy. What's up, Bancroft? Clay tugged me in and shut the door. You can sit on the bed. That wasn't innuendo. I couldn't sit anywhere else but the bed. Textbooks, workbooks, and regular books laid claim to the desk chairs, desks, and nightstands. It wasn't messy per se, simply too many books and not enough shelves to hold them. In the corner was a broken-down fold-up table, but otherwise the band posters, navy sheets, and half-naked women were typical. What's with all this? I asked. I made myself comfortable on the mattress. That's why you're here. Clay fished a cream soda out of the mini-fridge. Your first installment is due soon. I stood up. Goodbye. Chill, girl. Clay hooked me around the waist. I let out a yelp as he threw us both down on the bed. Just listen. What is with these two and tossing me around? Clay dropped his arm around my shoulder, handing me my drink. Royal laid out how it works, he said. We've each got to put a certain amount in the pot, and you're looking at how we get it done. I glanced around, frowning. Robbing bookstores? SATs, Cassius corrected. He stretched out on the other bed. For those with the cash, we guarantee a certain score. 1,000 for each test, Clay added. We also do assignments, Cassius said. How much depends on the work involved. 100 for an essay, 50 for a worksheet, like that. There's the poker game, said Clay, motioning to the table in the corner. I ping-ponged between them. Do you guys do this talking back and forth thing on purpose? Yes, they said at the same time. Anyway, Cassius continued, we clean up at the tables. Raveners keep coming back because it burns them up that we're winning their money. And when we run into a Ravener that's a particular piece of human waste, we open a few cards in their names and buy ourselves something nice for the trouble, said Cassius. I shook my head in disbelief. They said all of this like it was totally normal. So all of the money you get from cheating, stealing, and gambling goes to the horsemen? Grinning, Cassius tapped his nose, then pointed at me. Exactly. Rio then gives us a cut of what's in the pot. We bring in more money, we get a bigger cut. So it's fair. Fair isn't the word I'd use. He knows we've got college and family and bills and stuff, Clay added. He makes sure we can get what we need. Who is Rio? While they were in the mood to tell me about the gang, I might as well learn all I could. Clay scooted us back into the pillows, arms securely around me and apparently not going anywhere. He's one of the 4. 4 horsemen, said Cassius. 4 leaders. I'm starting to see where they got the name, I murmured. Clay snuck a sip of my drink. Ugh, why do you like this stuff? It's too sweet. There's no such thing as too sweet. He laughed, a deep, melodic sound that suddenly made our positions feel intimate. I met his eyes as the thought went through my head. I'll take it back, he whispered. Too sweet isn't a bad thing. The fleeting feeling that I should pull away vanished. Back to what I was saying, Cassius broke in. I tore my focus from Clay. I leave campus all the time, so I'm the person who delivers the money to Rio. Cass has a medical thing, Clay explained. What medical thing? Cassius grinned. Mind your business, Bancroft. I flipped him off, though he was right. It wasn't my business.
Rio's looking forward to your first payment the next time I deliver. You've got 2 weeks, which is why we brought you up here. Hero shares his suppliers with no one, and Royal's gig is something only he can do.
He held out his arms.
That leaves us. You can get in with us and start making some money.
I was torn. Deep down, I recognized they believed they were helping me. But no way in hell would I cheat, commit identity theft, or gamble. I didn't even know how to play poker. Thank you, I finally said. But no, I can't.
This isn't going away.
Clay's tone was serious, grave.
You need to come up with that money.
Why are you guys doing this? A short time ago you were bullying me and were prepared to go too far over money meant for someone else.
You're one of us now,
Cassius replied like it was a simple fact.
We take care of our own.
I didn't speak right away. Why? I asked softly. Why did you get in with the horsemen? You guys are obviously smart. You got into this school and you run all these scams without getting caught. I don't understand.
You don't understand because you've had options your whole life, Cassius said. In the OB, choices are made for you.
That's a cop-out. Plenty of people in the outer borough didn't choose what you did and never would. Tell me the truth, Cass.
The truth? He repeated. Why? You seem in the mood to judge me, and I'm not interested in playing along.
He slid off the bed and snatched a towel off a pile of books.
Taking a shower,
he said, and locked himself in the bathroom. The reprimand stung. I'm sorry, I said to Clay. I did come across judgmental. I don't know anything about your lives. I flipped over and rested my head on the crook of his arm. So tell me.
It's not a long story, he began. Our mother's got problems. Doesn't always know real from fantasy, you know?
I nodded but didn't speak.
When she was on her meds, she was good, but when she wasn't, she would disappear for days or even weeks at a time. One day she left and never came back. It's hard with 3 kids on your own, and the old man couldn't cope, he said.
Clay gazed ahead, eyes unfocused.
He picked up a bottle and checked out. We had to take care of ourselves from that point. Whenever Dad had a job, all our money went to buying beer. So Cass and I started lifting wallets. When I was 12, I pickpocketed a guy coming out of a coffee shop. I made it a whole block before Rio noticed and came after me. He was impressed, he said, grinning. But he asked what the hell I was doing praying outside a cafe when I should have been in school. I ended up spilling the whole story, and he told me everything was going to be okay. The next day, he was in my house giving Dad a job.
What job? I asked.
Clay smiled. I can't tell you everything, Em. He stroked my cheek. It was a job that needed doing.
It didn't occur to me to call him out for using my nickname.
He put money in Dad's hands, of course, but a cut of his pay was held back and given to me. I made sure the bills got paid and we went to school in clothes that didn't have holes in them. It was working out until all 3 of us got into the academy. Even with scholarships, the cut of Dad's pay wasn't going to cover all of this, and we were barely surviving on that as it was. So Rio offered to front us.
With the promise you'd one day join the horsemen, I finished. You made a choice at 14. I touched the angel tattoo, and it's defined the rest of your life.
I made a choice at 7, he said, to do what I had to do to look after my brother and sister. I'm the oldest. It's my job.
It is our job, I agreed. I understand that you were a kid and you guys needed help. I even understand feeling loyalty to the man who gave you that help. But the horsemen? People have been killed, Clay.
Not by me, my brother, or my boys, he said, and definitely not from me playing poker or taking some tests.
No, but the money you make from it is funding the people who are killing. And you ask me to take part like that fact isn't monumental. I pulled my collar down. This angel is just decoration. I'm not one of you.
You're not,
he agreed, surprising me.
Because your money doesn't go to the pot, Rio, or the horsemen. It's not a con, Em. Your parents stole a lot of money from an innocent person, and all you're doing is giving it back." He lifted his shoulders. "They don't even know we're involved."
"Why won't you tell me who it is?"
"You have to ask Royal."
"Then I'll never find out," I scoffed. "I bet the guy learned a sign to be uncommunicative in another language. Really piss the maximum amount of people off."
He chuckled. "Yeah, you two for sure hooked up. You only get this worked up over an ex."
My cheeks warmed. "Shut up." I snuggled in, sipping my cream soda. Clay was comfortable where he was, and so was I. Cassius emerged, towel slung low on his waist and ink on full display. He brought his change of clothes into the bathroom while Clay and I talked about classes. When he was dressed, he got to work setting up the poker table. "How much money do you guys play for?" I asked.
"Thousands," said Cassius.
A knock interrupted my reply. Cassius swung open the door, and Vera, Gabriel, Laura, Leo, and Julian Hart streamed inside on a wave of overpriced perfume. Julian took one look at me and Clay on the bed and paused at the threshold.
"What's this?" he asked. "Since when are you with him?"
"I'm not with him," I said. "I'm next to him, over the sheets, fully clothed, drinking my soda, so drop the scandalized look." That admittedly short response did not put the smile on his face.
"If you're not playing, you have to go."
Clay raised his arms, sliding them out from under me.
"It's true, players only."
He bobbed his head at the table.
"Interested?"
"Not tonight. Thanks for the bribe and the offer," I told the triplets. "I'll think about what you said."
"Think about what?"
Julian demanded. "Bye, Julian." I walked past him and returned to my room. The glimpse into the triplets' world was eye-opening. I appreciated Clay's honesty because he helped me make a decision. There very well might be an innocent party devastated by the wrong my parents had done, and I wanted to help that person, but not through a manipulative shadow man who found a scared, desperate child and embedded himself in Clay's life to capitalize on his gratitude when the time came. I refused to be afraid of a man like that. Royal would have to get used to hearing no. Julian cornered me in the hall the next day.
"Stay away from Cass and Clay, Em."
I strode to my locker. "Good morning to you too, Julian."
"I'm not playing," he hissed. "Hasn't anyone told you about them? They're in a gang, the Horsemen."
"I've heard the rumors."
"They also screw every girl they see. They aren't worth your time."
"But they're worth yours when they're running your poker game or passing you beer. You're one to talk, Julian. At least anything I got up to with them wouldn't be illegal." He stepped in front of my locker, forcing me to look at him.
"I'm looking out for you. It's what you wanted me to do and what I'm doing. The only thing you'll get from those guys is a shithole in the OB with a bunch of skinny blonde brats they'll pretend don't look like them to get out of paying child support. That's not what you want."
Julian closed the distance between us.
"You can have it all back, Em. Money, respect, reputation. All you have to do is leave the trash where it belongs."
He stormed off, no doubt sensing a scathing answer and taking off to avoid it.
"What was that about?"
Brandon walked up to join me. "Nothing important." The rest of the week was unpredictably smooth. I was still the thieving backwater bitch slut, don't get me wrong, but it was coming from the OB kids only. Julian quickly shut down a mouthy ravener, as if to show me how good I had it thanks to him. As for the angels, they didn't pressure me by bringing up my first installment. Why talk about it? I knew what I had to do, and the angels were certain I'd do it. Royal bent over the lunch table with his textbook instead of a notebook. The cafeteria was awash with noise, movement, and color. In the midst of it all, Royal was the stillness. He existed within his own world, and everything else flitted around the edges. So who stole into his world? Was Royal's story of joining a gang like Clay's a favor turned into a debt? Destiny threw her head back, cackling, blocking my view of him. It snapped me out of my trance. So excited for the party, she gushed. It'll be crazy fun. All games this time. Beer pong, strip poker. The boys whistled and whooped it up.
You coming, Ember? Asked Julian.
Pomona rolled her eyes behind him. As tempting as strip poker sounds, I'm feeling a night in watching movies.
Nah, come on, he nudged me. You'll hang with us for real this time. No sitting behind the desk serving drinks.
An idea popped into my head. All right, I'll go if I can bring someone. Julian cut eyes to the angel table.
Who?
Brandon LaCroix, if he wants to go. Micro-penis? Ugh, why him? Asked Bryn. I screwed up my face.
What did you call him?
It's Raveners only, Pomona interjected. It's a no. Right, Julian?
Raveners only,
he agreed when Pomona grew dangerously red.
But come anyway. It'll be epic.
I nodded, not committing to anything. The last Ravener party I attended, I had to handle business, and I was mentally scarred for the privilege. But if drugs do make an appearance this time, maybe I'd see who was handing them out and follow it back to the dealer. It wasn't my job, but it didn't sit right with me that there was someone so soulless as to put this stuff in the hands of kids as young as my brother. What if one of them at the party had decided to slip Eli something and got off on seeing him stumbling around, out of it? I'd like to know who was responsible for Melina and punch them in the face. All right, I'll go, I piped up. I'll even pick up the alcohol from Saito.
Sweet, said Julian. Hit him up Friday after class.
He'll be so excited to see me.
Hiro was not excited. Are you serious? Fuck off.
I shot my foot in the door jamb, stopping him slamming it in my face. Relax, I'm here to get the stuff Julian bought.
He can send someone else. Move.
I sighed. What's the point of that? I'm here now. Just hand it over so I can go.
You used the stuff you got from me to put me in the hospital, he hissed. Turn around and go.
I stepped closer. You threatened me, attacked me, and tried to break my music box. How many times do I have to tell you? If we're counting the score, you guys pull ahead. I'm one of you now, right? We'll call it even.
No.
Are you going to let me in or not? He bared his teeth.
Yeah, but I don't sell to you. Don't even ask for your sugary crap.
Fair enough. Hiro moved to the side, pointing to a spot on his carpet.
Stand there. Don't move.
I skipped to the spot and then spun and gave him a curtsy. His grimace deepened. You're a real angry dude, I said. You lost your college money and I get that's awful. Your future's been thrown off course. But maybe you could channel that anger at the people responsible instead of the whole world. Hiro passed close to me, crossing the room.
You mean your piece of shit parents?
He said in my ear. You can be mad at them, I said. I am, but I have been asking myself how they got your money in the first place. They wouldn't accept an investment from a high schooler.
They didn't.
Hiro reached in his closet and pulled out 2 boxes.
I invested through a proxy. Your parents were sitting on gold. And that lodge was my ticket from a state school to any university in the country. I couldn't pass it up.
What about the guy you report to? I found myself asking. Rio. He fronted the money so the triplets could go to the academy. Would he help you go to college? Hiro made a strange sound. Is he laughing?
You are so clueless, he said,
making that harsh sound that neared a laugh, but still set me on edge.
Rio isn't a fairy godmother granting all our wishes. Just like me, he's an investor, putting in money here and there with the promise it'll pay off. He helped out their dad and paid a dorm fee. Now he's got 2 members for life. I'm getting out of this town, and it doesn't happen by being on the wrong side of a favor with Rio.
Why did you join them? Hiro dumped the boxes at my feet.
Sharing time is over. Take it and get out.
And people say I'm prickly, I muttered. Crouching down, I pried open the boxes and rummaged through.
It's all there,
Hiro said. I'm sure it is. But I didn't stop taking out the contents and examining everything. Beer, vodka, schnapps, orange juice, and cranberry juice. No drugs. The easiest choice for who was bringing in the drugs was the guy sneaking contraband in on a constant basis. It could still be him, but at least I know I'm not playing the mule. All right, see you around, hero. He grunted something and slammed the door behind me. I carried my wares across the hall to Destiny's room. Finally, Backwater, put it on my desk. Destiny flounced off to the bathroom to continue primping. As promised, the place was low-key. No decorations, no dressing up. Destiny went with a short skirt and a blue top. Through the crack in the door, I saw her curling her relaxed hair. The room she shared with Laura Vanderbilt was also chill. Some extra chairs, a table, and scarves thrown over the lamps. That was the end of it. Moving her books and laptop aside, I set out the drinks. I'd been granted permission to step out from behind the desk, but I'm good here. I'm staying to see if drugs make an appearance, and to find out who they got it from. I messed around on my phone as people began trickling in. Destiny, Laura, and Bryn sat on the beds talking and sipping beer, content to ignore me. The room slowly filled up, but the music didn't kick on until Julian and Pomona walked through the door. Their dorms are literally a 20-second walk away. How are they late? Destiny, Laura, and the girls were on the beds giggling over a phone. Pomona! Bryn called. Look, do you remember this? Pomona climbed up to see what they were talking about and burst out laughing. This was Leo's most epic prank. Look at that pathetic kid's face. I heard my name, said Leo. He went over to see. Oh shit, haha, show Bancroft. Me? What was it? Leo grabbed the phone and brought it over. The self-satisfied smirk filled me with unease before he placed it on the desk. Then he pressed play. The picture blurred in a moving cameraman's hands. 4 seconds in, it stopped and focus revealed they were in the locker room. Boys and lockers streamed past as the person headed in the direction of the wafting steam. Get him! I knew Leo's voice when I heard it. All of a sudden, guys moved around him, streaming into the shower. The camera was angled down, making it impossible to see their faces. Hey, stop! What are you doing? Leo raced into the shower and shone the camera on the horrific scene. Brandon LaCroix was wrestled to the ground, hands stretching him out and keeping him down. Everyone's got to see this, someone jeered. Must be a world record or something, because I've never seen a dick that small. I clapped my hand over my mouth as the camera zoomed all the way in on his penis. Brandon screamed and shouted for them to get off. No wonder those OB girls have to come to us to get some, Leo taunted. His laugh was vile. Does this thing even work? Proving he was the most disgusting person there ever was, Leo fondled his penis, waving it around for the camera over Brandon's increasingly desperate cries. I slapped his hand away. That was the most fucking awful thing I've ever seen, I roared. What is wrong with you? I swear you're a sociopath. Leo didn't appear put out by my dressing down. On the contrary, his grin widened. Coach didn't see the humor either. Now we've got that idiotic no phone ban. He turned his back on me, tossing the cell to Bryn. She put it away and got to her feet. All right, guys, said Bryn. Did someone say strip poker? The wolf whistles set her off on a dance, grinding and bending over for the audience. I couldn't believe how quickly they brushed it off. These guys really had no concept of consequences and the hurt they caused people. These hypocrites demanded I feel sorry for my parents' sins, but refused to acknowledge their own. Julian, Bryn, Destiny, Pomona, Leo, Laura, and Nolan moved over to the table. Camila pulled her boyfriend back. Baby, I'm not in the mood to play. Sit with me instead. Sit and do what? Nolan slipped out of her hold. I'm playing. Hurt flashed on her face. Hey, Ember, Julian called. Come play with us. Anger burned my throat. That won't be happening.
It'd be a damn crime to let you sit out, Leo winked. Come on, Bancroft, it'll be fun.
My chest tightened at his leering. Leo truly believed he was a gift to women, and too many people had been feeding that ego. I'm not playing. Fine, Bryn said. Sit over there and be boring with Cammy. Camila dropped her head. I couldn't work up the energy to feel sorry for her. None of them were hiding who they were. The Raveners proved over and over again that they'll be awful to her and everyone from the OB. If she was going to hang around and put up with it, that was her problem. Leave Ember alone, Pomona said. If I see her naked, I'll spend another 2 days throwing up. I met her eyes as people laughed. You're running your mouth too much for a girl who went down weeping and wailing on the first punch. What was that? She cried, launching herself at me. Julian grabbed and lifted her off the floor, holding her back. Stop it. Can't we just chill for once? We can when she is gone. Get out, Bancroft. I didn't fight it. I couldn't stand being in the same room with them. My half-baked idea to find a drug dealer was over for the night. Hopping out of the seat, I said a careless, bye, and walked out. Ember, wait. Julian, where are you going? Footsteps thundered behind me. Julian caught up to me in the stairwell and grabbed my arm. Will you wait, please? I shook him off. Wait for what? She wants me gone. I'm gone. You know you don't make it easy, right? Your parents stole millions from theirs, and still they let you sit and party with us. He threw up his hands. You'd think you would appreciate not worrying about them jumping you in the locker room, but instead you sit there rolling your eyes and acting like you're better than us. I pressed my lips together, breathing hard. Mostly I was angry he had a point. I do appreciate it, Julian. I know they didn't have to stop torturing me, but they did because you asked them to. I touched his forearm. And I appreciate you asking. But if you thought I'd trade my backbone for a seat at the table like Camila did, you don't know me at all. What Leo did to Brandon was cruelty on another level, and you all were laughing about it. Why wasn't he expelled, and where were you when it happened? I wasn't there, he said, and you can't make out the faces on the video. Which is what Daddy Tremaine and his lawyers argued, I finished. It's not right the way Raveners treat the OB kids and call them trash. Why don't you see that? Julian shook his head, eyes rolling up to the ceiling. What I see is you didn't give a shit about those OB guys, who don't miss a chance to call you trash, too. Until you started hanging with the angels. You don't think people noticed you with them in the halls or slipping in their rooms? Out of all the guys in the school, you chose one of them? I haven't chosen anyone, I said. And who exactly is clocking me in the halls and seeing whose room I go into? Whatever I do and whoever I do it with is my business. Why do you even care? You honestly have to ask, he snapped. I pulled back, folding my arms. Yes, Julian, I do. Tell me why you care. Admit you're not doing this out of the goodness of your heart. And we're right back where we were. You manipulating me to get in my pants like my life is a game. That's not what I'm doing, and I didn't do it before. Are you kidding me? All of a sudden, we were both screaming. How dare you look me in the face and rewrite history? You, Leo, and Nolan made a bet over me, and you were happy to admit it at the autumn party. Who would take my virginity? Nolan slung the first shot, taking me out on dates, being sweet, going on about the future he saw for us, and then one night, saying we're going to a movie and driving us into the forest instead. When I told him I wasn't ready for sex, he kicked me out of the car and made me walk home. I lashed out and shoved him. And you! I wanted nothing to do with you guys or dating after that rancid asshole was through with me. But you didn't let that stop you. You kept calling me, texting me, showing up at my house with that I'm not that guy routine, and playing everyone around me like you were the lovesick underdog and I was the bitter bitch who wouldn't give you a chance. After one rejection too many, you showed your true colors, hooked up with my best friend, and made sure I knew all about it. My nails dug half-moons into my palms. Then there was Leo and casino night. My throat closed around the rest. Inhaling deep, I held the breath until my lungs burst. You want what you want, when you want it, Julian, so don't pretend you care about me.
I do care about you.
Julian grabbed my hands and held them tight. You were a game to Leo and Nolan, and I can't lie and say I didn't join in on the bet. But unlike them, I wanted to be with you, and I did everything to show you that it was real for me. He tugged me forward, and it still is. Julian's mouth crashed down on mine. Arms snaked around my back and neck, holding me captive to the fierce, punishing kiss. I forced my hands between us and shoved him off. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. You haven't changed, Julian, I rasped. You have a girlfriend of over a year. I believe you mentioned being committed. If you truly want to stop playing games, go into that party, tell Pomona you want to break up, and then speak to the Raveners. Make them understand they have to change. Bring an end to the way they treat others around here, and start it off by deleting that video and apologizing to Brandon. I gestured at us. Kiss me after it's done, Julian. That's when I'll know this is real for you. Julian was beautiful, like sunsets, city lights, and the whole of the universe before you. And that beauty hid nothing. His nostrils flared, his fists balled, and his eyes shining with how much he desired to give me what I wanted. But couldn't. You won't do it, I stated. Julian? Julian, where are you? Pomona's timing was uncanny. Julian turned toward the door, obscuring his face in shadows.
I'm sorry, Ember.
I'd never heard him sound like this before. Dead.
I shouldn't have kissed you, he said. I've always had a thing for you, but I'm with Pomona now. I love her, and you and I wouldn't work.
His hand closed over the knob.
You shouldn't sit with us anymore.
Julian stepped out.
I'm right here, baby.
There you are. Why did you go after her? What's going on, Julian? His reply was muffled, but came through clearly.
Nothing. I love you, and you don't have to worry about her anymore.
There was a pause where I assumed they kissed.
Let's go back to my room, he said. I've been wanting to get you out of that dress all night.
Pomona's giggles floated to my ears and drained the last bit of strength I had left. People don't change. They don't come back. They never stop letting you down. I walked off the landing, continuing downstairs. My mind was a tangled mess, and fresh air was what I needed. It wasn't like I pined after Julian Hart. Any chance I could have forgiven him died casino night, when Leo threw in my face that I was a bet. No, I did not want Julian. I wanted him to want me. I longed for a person who claimed to love me to show it by, for the first time, choosing me. Nolan Ives did not choose me. Janny and Gemma did not choose me. Julian did not choose me. Frank and Lenora Bancroft did not choose me. At what point did a person have to accept that when no one is able to love you, the problem lies with you? A blast of cool air washed over my wet cheeks. I leaned against the door as it shut and slid down.
What are you doing out here, princess?
A soft laugh escaped me. Of course you're here. Royal pushed himself off the wall, cigarette hanging from his mouth. I stood as he closed the distance. No slapping or tearing it away. Gently, I took the smoke and dropped it between us. Royal didn't try to stop me. I realized something the other day, I said.
What's that?
You lied. The shadows shifted by his frown.
About?
I took hold of his shirt and drew Royal in, lighting him under the door lamp. About not knowing who I was that first day. If I thought bringing him into the light would make it easier to read his reaction, I was mistaken. Royal gave nothing away. When you broke into my room the second time, You said the triplets lifted identities off the Raveners like Leo Tremaine. You went after him for me after what he did to me that night, didn't you?
Yes.
Wow, I said with a chuckle. I didn't think you'd admit it this easily. Royal took his place beside me, leaning on the door. It didn't make sense that you would forget me, I said mostly to myself. Who forgets sleeping with a girl shortly after she tried to commit suicide? That's the kind of memory that hangs around. My casual comment hung over our heads, demanding more be said. I obliged. I hated those parties ever since those kids made fun of Eli in full view and no one did a thing. But my parents wouldn't hear that I did not want to go. It was a charity event raising money for lung cancer research, thrown in my grandfather's name. I was in so much trouble for getting into another fight. I was going, and I'd better stop arguing about it. I dropped my head, eyes falling shut. I went into that party a mess. My parents were sending me away to boarding school. My boyfriend abandoned me in the forest. His friend went after me only to hook up with my best friend. And the music box, I whispered. For some reason, that day I could not stop thinking about the music box. I endured the noise and those phony-ass people for all of 5 minutes. Then I ran upstairs looking for some peace. I didn't notice Leo following me until he walked into the room. I scoffed. He was nice at first, said he saw I was upset and wanted to make sure I was okay. He rubbed my shoulder, told me everything would be okay, cracked some jokes, and said beautiful girls like me should never cry. Then he tried to kiss me. I couldn't have been less interested or in the mood. I pulled away and he tried again. I shoved him off, and just like that, he dropped the act. Leo spilled the whole thing. I was nothing but a bet to Nolan and Julian, but not to him. He'd make me his girlfriend and brighten my outskirts life. I spat. I was lucky he wanted me, and if I didn't stop playing hard to get, I'd miss my chance. He tried to kiss me again. I punched him in the stomach and ran to the door. My lips trembled. Leo got there first and locked it. There he was refusing to let me pass, and the look in his eyes, I honestly believed in that moment he would hurt me. Drifting closer, I curled my fingers through his. Royal did not move or even look at me, but he also did not pull away. I drew the strength I needed from him to go on. Just as quickly, the look was gone, I said. Leo moved aside and held open the door for me to leave. I ran all the way downstairs, through the party, onto the terrace, and met you. Shaking my head, I laughed softly. You know the effect you had on me. Standing outside of a benefit for lung cancer, smoking in a bed of flowers. I thought, this mysterious guy really doesn't give a shit. He's not a fake like me. If I wanted the pain to stop, wrecking my life wasn't the answer. Ending it was. I saw myself that night, climbing the stairs and feeling in my heart I'd never climb back down. I went up to the 3rd floor, I whispered. Found a balcony and got onto the railing. That's when I discovered I'd been followed a 2nd time. I peered at him. Do you remember what you said to me?
The fall could kill you, he said, or it'd break every bone in your body and trap you in this pain for a lifetime. So you'll step down because you know if you can't handle this for 1 more minute, chancing a lifetime is too high a risk.
I nodded. You were right. I couldn't. So I held your hand, climbed down, and you took my virginity. We both laughed. It wasn't quite so A to B, I admitted, but that's the gist. Royal was barely audible over the chirping cicadas.
Why are we digging up the past, Cherry?
I stiffened. I also told you that night to not mention my birthmark. Ever. And you apologized. 2 years later, my sweet first lover became this, pretending you forgot me, cheapening our night, calling me Cherry. But I know what you do now, the life you've chosen, The art you've created. It's not too big of a leap to assume something bad happened to you after that night. Something that broke you. His grasp tightened. I've been broken, I sighed. I still am, so I understand.
Why are you saying this?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's because you stepped out of the shadows again to remind me that there was one person who chose me, saved me. I bumped his shoulder. You're even trying to save me now, negotiating deals with a manipulative shadow man who will do whatever it takes to get what he wants.
Shadow man?
Rio. Royal made a noise that resembled a laugh.
About sums him up.
It's been pointed out that I'm light on appreciation. So if Rio had to be held back from doing something worse after I didn't come up with the money, I'm thankful you did it. I stepped in front of him. But I will not have anything to do with this guy. There's too much you're not telling me. Like who the money is meant for. If this person is so innocent, let me deal with them directly. Otherwise, I refuse to fall into the same trap you guys have. Selling your souls to appease the devil.
A grin curled his lips. You never make things easy.
I reached around him, grabbing the door handle.
But I won't stop calling you Cherry, he said. You have to accept I own that piece of you.
I couldn't find a response. Royal moved aside without me asking, wandering off into the dark. My bed called me like a siren to a drunken sailor. I felt drained physically and emotionally. A hot shower and a movie in bed would go a long way to making me feel human again. I stepped out onto my floor.
Whoa, almost there,
said Leo. Camila pitched forward. He quickly caught her and hauled her up by the waist. Eyes half-lidded, Camila's head fell onto his shoulder. Whoa, some party she's sloshed.
Here we go.
Leo opened her door and the two went inside. I walked up to my lock and inserted the key. My hand didn't move. Sloshed? Slowly, my head turned to Camila's room. She can't be sloshed. She doesn't drink. I took a step, then another. I left the key in the lock and crossed the hall. Camila? I called at her door. Knock, knock. Camila! Why wasn't she or Leo answering? Why was he still in there? It takes a minute to put someone in bed and draw the covers over them. Camila, please answer me so I know you're okay. Nothing. Camila! I knocked again. Camila! And then I was shouting, overcome by the fear of the 16-year-old girl who was once trapped in a room with Leonardo Tremaine. Camila! I pounded on the wood. Open the door! Open the fucking door, Leo! Backing up, I ran at it full speed, ramming my shoulder. Pain exploded in my arm. My shouts and banging woke the floor. Girls stuck their heads out of their rooms. What's going on? Camila! I flew at the door, throwing my weight into another push. A sharp, splintering crack preceding the wood giving way. I fell in a pile on their carpet and narrowly missed being crushed by Leo. Scrambling to pull his pants up, the boy tripped and dropped next to me. Camila! I screamed. Are you okay? A pale, unmoving hand dangled off the mattress. Shut up! Leo roared. Stupid bitch! Figures moved into the doorway. The girls crowded in, witnessing the scene. Call the police! I cried. Now! I raced to Camila, her dress bunched around her hips, bearing that her underwear wasn't all the way up. Camila's eyes fluttered as I lifted her. Come on, Camila. You're okay. You hear me? You're going to be okay. Shrieks tore my eyes away. Leo was gone, having plowed through the girls and escaped down the hall. Get Nurse Blanchett and the headmistress, I barked. I'm going, one of the girls said. She ducked through the bodies. It'll be okay, I promised her. You're safe now.
Chapter 6. Right this way, Miss Bancroft. We only have a few questions.
I rose from my seat, rounding the reception desk. I passed by the triplets gathered on Hart's waiting chairs. Camila couldn't be seen. She was cocooned in her brother's arms, but her sobs were high and clear. The police waved me into the headmistress's office. It had been a long night of police, ambulances, and Cassius and Clay having to be restrained when the police finally found Leo hiding in Gabriel's room and hauled him out. "Please have a seat." Headmistress Hart gave me a strained smile. "I imagined finding out one of your students tried to rape another one, and said student was a friend of your son, had to be difficult to bear." "Hello, Ember. Before we begin, you should know you still have the option of requesting your aunt or uncle to be here, even though you're 18. "No, thank you, I'm fine." Officer Ramadi pulled out the chair beside me. "We'll keep this simple," she said. "Recount the details of last night. Take all the time you need." "I was at the party for a little while, then I left to get some air. When I went back up to my floor, I saw Leo bringing Camila to her room. She was out of it, but it wasn't possible she was drunk, so I knew something was wrong." "Who attended the party?" There was no reason to hold back. Gabriel Lighthouse spilled his guts like the cops were priests. They burst in his room, shouting and screaming for Leo, and the kid almost crapped himself, yelling that he didn't do it. I rattled off the names. But I'm pretty sure Julian and Pomona were gone before Camila was drugged. I heard them say they were going to Julian's room. It was certain by now that she was roofied. Camila stuck to her soda-only rule all night. Ramadi nodded. The others said the same. "During the time you were at the party, did you see any drugs?" "No, I left before the party got started." She paused to scribble in her pad. "You mentioned last night that your history with Mr. Tremaine made you certain he was capable of these acts. Will you tell me more about that?" Ramadi and I talked for another 20 minutes. Afterward, I left her office and found the triplets were gone. My Saturday afternoons usually involved relaxing in bed, painting my nails, and watching funny movies. It all felt so tedious now. I'd done what Camila truly needed someone to do when she was in trouble. Odd that I felt I should be doing more. Even if that was true, she had her brothers looking after her, and I didn't want to force myself if I wasn't wanted. I swung by on Eli reading in his room and persuaded him to move upstairs. What's going to happen to that Leo kid now? He's going to have a wall of lawyers between him and the cops and sit silently on the other side, I said. But he won't get away with it. Not only am I a witness, but Gabriel sang his frightened heart out and spilled there was a video of them messing with an out-of-it Camila, and him saying he was leaving and plainly walking out of the door. He proved he wasn't a part of what happened after, but also that none of the people there were innocent. They made a video of them messing with her? You mean like they tried to mess with Melina? Eli looked ill. Why would they do that? Aren't they her friends? No, I replied with absolute certainty. They were not her friends, and Nolan Ives is a loathsome human being who uses women and dumps them when he's bored. I crawled across my bed and pecked his cheek. I want you to be careful, and this isn't my standard big sis overprotection talking. The kind of cruelty I've seen committed in this school, just in the last few days, is frightening. I am careful, and my interpreter is bigger than their interpreters. I laughed. You know I'm holding you hostage and making you sleep here tonight. Yeah, I know. He made a show of being put out, but made quick work of my popcorn, devoured our favorite movie, Ghostbusters, and knocked out on my second bed by 10. I put my laptop away and began my nightly routine. My phone buzzed at the start of my moisturizing. 555-5687. It's Clay. Will you come to my room? I need to talk to you. Code 8514. I peeked at Eli. There was no harm in stepping out to see him, and I'd like to ask how Camila is doing. Me. I'm coming. Tiptoeing across the carpet, I picked up my jacket and slipped into the hall. The 4th floor was silent. The door shutting behind me echoed in the divide. I padded over and typed in the new code for the boys' side. The girls had a new code as well. I hoped they kept it secret for longer than the last one. I knocked softly on the triplets' door. Through the wood, I overheard shuffling and approaching footsteps. Clay appeared between a gap in the frame. He waved me inside. Clay and Cass's room was still a mess of books, but the one difference tonight was the two beds pushed together and the two blonde heads conked out on the pillows. Camilla looked small and vulnerable curled up in the middle of the beds, but she was safe. "In there," Clay whispered, "so we don't wake them up." We stepped inside the bathroom, closing ourselves in. Clay leaned against the countertop, stretching his sleeveless tank top across his body. His ink was visible through the thin white cotton, and a stray thought passed that if their tattoos denoted them as dangerous, what did it mean for the tattoo-free Leonardo Tremaine? "How did you get my number?" I asked, breaking the silence.
"Swiped it while you were in my bed, slipped it to Cass on the way to the bathroom, and put it back when he came out."
I gaped at him. I was right there. How could I have missed all of that? He smiled.
"We're very good."
We shared a soft chuckle. "And how's Camila?"
"Don't know,"
said Clay. The 18-year-old had aged 20 years overnight.
"We haven't gotten much out of her other than tears. It's too raw. We're giving her a minute."
He blew out a breath.
"Heart's been cool, asking what she can do to help and offering to let Cam go home and get some space for a few days. We said no. Last thing she needs is to be stuck in the house with her old man."
I nodded. "Looks like you guys are taking good care of her. She'll be okay." Clay stared at a fixed point on the wall, not saying anything. "About Nolan."
"He's dead."
I fell silent. This was not a fact so much as I expected. It was a prediction. I didn't have it in me to ask what they would do to him. I also didn't have it in me to care. "Why did you want to talk to me?" I asked.
"You know why."
"Okay, I do." I stepped to the side, getting between him and that fixed point. "But you don't have to thank me. I did what anyone would do."
"No," he said. "Not anyone."
Clay held out his hands. I placed mine on them, and he drew me in.
"Cass and I have been asking ourselves all day how we can repay you," he whispered. "Cam busted you in the face and treated you like shit, but you were there for her. That means something to us. Family means something to us. So a thank you is not enough. Not for our sister."
Clay stroked my cheek with the back of his fingers.
"We're giving you the one thing you really want. Us out of your life."
"What?" I asked. "What do you mean?"
"We're taking on your debt, Bancroft. We'll pay it all back, and you will never have to deal with the Angels or the Horsemen again."
"You're taking on my debt," I repeated slowly. It didn't make sense when I said it either. "We're talking about 100 grand, Clay. You can't do that."
"It's 100 grand paid in installments. Cass and I worked it out. We bring in a lot of money between the poker game and doing half this school's homework. Even with covering you, we can put the minimum in the pot. We'll just tell Rio that Heart's cracking down and we've had to be more careful. They'll understand."
I gaped at him. "Clay, you can't." His expression was blank.
"Why?"
Because... My mind smashed into a wall. Why? He just couldn't.
"That's what I thought," he broke in. "Your plan, if you call it one, was to conscientiously object. But this isn't a war, baby. Refusal isn't an option. The money has to be paid, and we're going to do it, because 100 grand doesn't come close to what our sister is worth. And we won't see you get hurt. By anyone. The only thing is you can't tell Hero or Royal. This stays between the three of us."
I stepped back, moving out of his arms. Saying yes felt as impossible as it did obvious. Clay and Cassius were offering to make all of my problems go away, and most likely save me from harm. But to think after all this Shadow Man has done, He'd get exactly what he wanted in the end. How could I have stopped him? Rio. I don't know who he is, where he is, and he arranged these payments so I wouldn't have contact with him. I wasn't about to roll up on him wearing a wire and get him to confess to running a street gang. There was no realistic scenario where I took this man down, so maybe this is my best option. I'd be free. But you won't be, I whispered. Both of you will be trapped running these rackets to cover my debt. What about college and getting free of the gang? He shook his head. Freedom is what you want, Em. We'd be doing the same, and be in the same place whether we met you or not. At least now we've got a good reason. Really, Clay? I pressed. This was your career plan? Gangbanger for life? His mouth quirked up in a grin. There's that judgment. You've got to get a handle on that girl. The horsemen aren't a woman's sewing circle. You don't drop out when you feel like it. If you want out, then you run and you don't stop running until you're far enough away that they can't track you down. You know how much it costs for one person to have a new life? How about 3? We've been saving up to afford to send Cam to whatever college she wants to go to. When she's far away from this fucking town making something of herself, Cass and I will find a way to leave. Until then, we're not going anywhere, so don't think you're holding us back. We would have been here anyway. Clay drew open the door. We're doing this, Ember. You're free. I left because what else could I do? Slipping into bed, I took my music box from the drawer and set it on the pillow beside me. I'm free, I said into the empty room. I'm free. It didn't feel right the second time either. Out of the way, bitch! Charlie slapped my binder out of my hands. Oops, are you going to call the police and say I assaulted you? Her tone went up to a high-pitched whine. I'd been getting it all morning. Monday and the first day back to classes after the ill-fated party. Out from under Julian's protection, retribution was swift. It was a free-for-all in the halls, and Charlie and Vera were quick to take their shot after PE class. Just 1 minute in your presence is an assault, Charlie, I shot back. You've got to be one of the most reprehensible people to shoot out of the womb, excluding your friend Leo, who is an attempted rapist. Accept it. Charlie reddened. Leo was kind, taking the trashy bitch to her room to sleep it off. You got it wrong, and now everyone who was at that party is on probation. We do one fucking thing and Hart's going to expel us. That was news to me. Alcohol, drugs, roofies, bullying, attempted rape? Hart had to come down hard. But if you asked me, they were still getting off easy. That's not my fault, I said. I didn't make you guys do the awful shit you did that night. And I didn't give up your names. Your fellow Ravener took care of that. I stepped forward, bringing the distance between our noses to millimeters. You want something to get mad about or a person to direct that anger to? Why don't you pick Charlie Stone and ask her when she became such a dead-inside psycho that she'd go along with getting a defenseless girl into a vulnerable state and then defending the guy who tried to attack that girl? Charlie shoved me hard. Back off. I bounced off a random locker, laughing. Careful, Char. Wouldn't want to get expelled for fighting. Charlie stopped in her tracks. Her face flushed redder than Royal's nickname for me, as my truth sank in. She pointed at me. It doesn't have to be me. Everyone else in this school is lining up to take a piece out of your ass. And I promise you, Bancroft, it's coming. I motioned to my bored expression. This face? You see this face? It's my scared face. Bitch. With that parting shot, she stormed off with her friend. Charlie's meltdown interrupted me in my task. I went to the trash and tossed in the latest magazine cutout note. You have until Friday. The money better be there. They ended it with another or else. My last class of the day was calculus. Hero was in this class, and he predictably ignored my existence outside of glaring at me when I walked in. Going by the way the other angels acted today, they would have done the same, minus the glare. None of them spoke to me. Royal didn't so much as pass me a drawing. Why does that bother you? I berated myself. They are giving you exactly what you wanted, and now that you're free of the debt, you have to stay away from them anyway. They are in a dangerous gang, and no matter what their reasons are for joining, you can't be involved with those guys. A fact they obviously agreed with. I didn't pay much attention in class. Bad news for my test on Friday. My brain was twisting around and around thinking about the angels, and then scolding me for thinking about the angels. I tramped to the dorm after detention, stuck in the same mental merry-go-round. I felt like Royal and I had a moment the night by the staircase. I did most of the talking, sure, but Royal was listening, truly hearing me. Plus, leaving me with the notion he called me Cherry to hang on to our night. How is that not supposed to mess with a girl's head? Answer: it is supposed to mess with my head. As effectively as Clay holding me as he promised to protect me and make my problems disappear. The kiss-stealing, crude-talking, panty-burning gangbanger had to go and show me the fiercely protective side, who does whatever it takes to protect the people he cares about. What the hell was that for? Like I needed to be fixated on another guy while I was already dealing with the king of mind games, Royal Cruz. Hurrying to my room, I ran in and threw myself on the bed. This cannot happen. I will not fall for Royal again, or think about Clay. If they're happy to go back to their lives, then I am too. It's decided. I have nothing to do with the angels from here on out. A knock jerked me from my musings. Must be Eli looking for algebra help. I threw open the door, hello on the tips of my fingers. Hi, Ember. The smile was awkward on her drawn, pale face, but she gave me one anyway. Can I come in? Sure. I stepped inside. Come in. She murmured thank you as she crossed the threshold. Camila looked different in her pale pink sweater, jeans, and hair in a simple ponytail. Odd as it was, I finally saw the resemblance to her brothers. Out of the academy uniform and away from the Raveners, she was just Camila Walker. Is everything okay? I asked. I have a favor to ask. Camila scanned the space, looking everywhere but at me. And don't feel bad about saying no. I'd understand if you did. What is it? She turned to me, head lowered. I need a new roommate. I could ask someone to switch, but you have a free bed and... Camila trailed off. Share a room? Give up my sanctuary to the girl who punched me in the face and hissed slut at me in the halls? Did Pomona ask you to leave? She shook her head. No, it was my choice. She and I were never friends, and I'm over being around people who call me trash behind my back. She tried for another smile. So, what do you think? I'm not messy, I never hog the bathroom. We like the same music. Plus, I'm over bullying for a lifetime, so I won't treat you badly anymore. And I'm sorry I ever did. I found myself smiling back. The K-pop already had you ahead. There are a few things, though. My brother spends a lot of time up here, and when I'm feeling extra protective, he sleeps over. This is another space where he can be comfortable, so you need to be comfortable with him. Of course, she said. I can even learn how to sign. I've always wanted to. Then welcome to Casa de Ember. Thank you so much. Camila darted past me, opened the door, and stuck her head outside. Okay, guys, she said yes. Guys? Cassius and Clay appeared in my doorway carrying bags.
This is cool of you, Em.
Clay cupped my cheek and dropped a kiss on my forehead. I let out an embarrassing squeak in surprise. Thanks, he said.
For real.
Cass shot me that grin.
You're upping the number of orgasms I'm giving you during our first time by the second.
That comment left me a smoldering pile on the carpet. Or at least I heated up so much that it felt that way. Cass, Camila said, don't be gross.
Nothing gross about orgasms, little sister.
You'd know that if Ives could tell his dick from his elbow. Shut up, she cried. She chased her laughing triplet around the room, raining swats on him. This is why I have to move out of your room, she said. Plus, Clay snores. I do not snore. I have recorded you 3 times. That was Cassius. I stood in disbelief as the Walker whirlwind swept through my room, splitting the beds apart, putting clothes away, and moving my things to my sole side of the dorm. It's much better you're with Ember. Cassius flopped on my bed. That Pomona chick always hid her stuff when we came into the room. Did you forget that you stole her gum, hairbrush, and pens just to drive her crazy looking for it? Camila reminded. She can't prove that, so her suspicions remain prejudicial. Cassius nodded at me. We're cool with them. We can hang in here all the time. We can hang in here all the time. So much for angel-free existence. Despite what Cassius said, the boys kept it cool the next day. Cassius and Clay nodded on their way to their seats, but otherwise didn't speak to me. They didn't make me question as much as Royal. Should I try to talk to him or not? Did we turn a corner the other night, or did I imagine it? I was so out of it that it did not go unnoticed. Are you okay, B? Asked Brandon. Is this about what those guys said in the hall? I slid my tray down the rack, collecting pasta and a cup of peaches. That I should work off the money my parents stole by hanging a for sale sign over my ass? I've heard it all by now, Brandon. It slides off my back. What is it then? I eyed him out of the corner of my eye. I saw the video and the most likely culprit for why he hated the Raveners, but I haven't brought it up. If he wanted me to know, he would have told me himself. And why in the world would he want me to know? I didn't have a lot of experience with penises, but Brandon's looked pretty standard to me. So the Raveners singled him out, assaulted him, and humiliated him for no reason other than they could. Guy trouble, I said. An ex. It's impossible to know what he's thinking, but lately I want to know. Want my advice? Tread carefully, he said as we climbed the stairs. Exes lure you in with a familiarity and the memory of good times, and then they crush you with the same issues you ran from the first time. You're a barrel of positivity, Brandon LaCroix. We should all aspire to be you one day. That's what I'm saying. I laughed, and as we passed by, my eyes flicked to Royal and his permanently attached notebook. The boy was a trap, without a doubt, one I'd been sprung out of. How stupid would it be to voluntarily jump back in? You sound like you speak from experience, I said. We brought our trays to our back table and got comfy. Which ex filled you with regret twice? Folding his hands behind his head, he tilted back to look at the ceiling. Nami Suzuki. Everyone calls her Mimi. She was the most beautiful creature the 8th grade had ever seen. She put our relationship on hold when we were applying to the academy, in case one of us didn't get in. She did not, and the dumping was official. Before junior year started, she called me up out of nowhere and said she missed me. She wanted us to get back together. We were together the entire summer. Then, on the last day, she dumped me again. Couldn't deal with only seeing me on breaks. Damn, that hurts. I peeked at Royal. If my sorta ex keeps up his track record, he'll give me the best night of my life, and then vanish into vapor the next day. Years later, he'll reemerge and act like a raging dick. No, that hurts, he said with a chuckle. I'd steer clear. See, even Brandon thinks so. Hey. Gabriel Lighthouse stood over our table. Hey, what? Said Brandon. This is where the losers and rejects sit, right? Gabriel replied blankly. Pretty sure my name is on that seat right there, so if it's cool, I'm sitting down. Brandon and I share a goggle-eyed look as Gabriel did just that, pulling up the chair next to Brandon. A glance at the Ravener side showed Gabriel's new seat hadn't gone unnoticed. It's okay with me, I said, but you're not a loser or a reject. You did the right thing. I've got all my friends in trouble, he snapped. Your friends suck, I replied, as blunt as ever. You guys spiked Camila's soda and forced alcohol down her throat while you filmed her rite of passage getting drunk for the first time. And because Nolan wasn't ready to leave the party yet, he let Leo take her to her dorm. Stop feeling sorry for yourself, Lighthouse. It's long past time the Raveners learned there are consequences for their actions. Gabriel clenched his teeth so tight it was visible. His throat bobbed with a hard swallow. I know I did the right thing, he forced out. My mom opened the only battered women's shelter in the OB. She didn't raise me to be the kind of guy to believe Leo's "they're lying to get me in trouble" bullshit. But his shoulders slumped. I lost all of my friends. Well, you're at the right table, I said. We don't have any friends either. Brandon shook his head. Direct shot to the heart, B. Fatal. Here I was thinking you and I were friends. It's always super awkward when I have to check that assumption. We cracked up. I could have been mistaken, but it looked like Gabriel smiled too. We made it through lunch and the rest of the school day. The end of detention signaled bed and soda time. I said bye to Brandon and we parted ways for our separate hallways. I let myself inside and discovered someone else had the same idea. Cassius? What the hell are you doing? What it looked like he was doing was reclining on Camila's bed, reading and drinking from a bottle with Jamaican on the label. How do you tell us apart that easily? He asked. You've been getting us right since day one. You have a tattoo on your hand, Clay doesn't. Ah, true. Are you drinking my soda? It's all good, I got you some more. He waved at my mini fridge. Hero won't sell to you, so I'm supplying your fix. No lie, I kinda like the stuff too. Of course you do, it's the best thing ever created. I tossed my stuff on the bed and myself too. Seriously, what are you doing here? You can't let yourself in and out like this. It's important to me to have a chill place to retreat to after dealing with crap all day. You and the Angels violated that twice. I'm not okay with you making it a habit. He put his hands up in surrender. I hear you, I'm not trying to disrespect your space. Cassius sat up. Look, I'm not good at this. I brought the soda because it seemed like a good start. A good start to what? Thanking you. The last traces of my irritation dried up. Clay spoke to you, but this is something I had to do myself, he continued. You saved my sister and you gave up a sweet-ass room to yourself so she'd feel safe again. I have to say thank you, and that you were right. Right about what? About you getting your apology. Cassius moved over to my bed. I dipped with the mattress, bumping into his arm. I'm sorry, Ember. I'm sorry for violating your space the first time, wrecking your stuff and pinning you down. He inclined his head. I'm less sorry for breaking in the second time because you're hiding two gorgeous beauties in that bra, and I've had the best tugs of my life picturing them. I elbowed him. That's another way I tell you two apart. You say every crude thing that pops into your head. But I don't lie. I can't wait for another peek. He nudged me back. Until then, let me know how I can make it up to you. Covering the debt was for Cam. This will be for you. I will let you know, I promised. He squeezed my knee. Good. I'll leave you in peace. Cassius headed for the door. He got as far as grabbing the knob. Before you go, I spoke up. I want to ask you about what you said the night of the Hollywood party. Why would you say that to me? That I'm broken? Cassius didn't turn around. Aren't you? Came his soft reply. You didn't see anything in my eyes, I said. Did Royal tell you about the night we met? And what I tried to do? Royal doesn't talk about you and he doesn't have to. Why wouldn't I understand you, Bancroft? Your parents abandoned you, left you to deal with the mess they created, and no one sees that. It wasn't enough that they kicked you down. Everyone else had to run in and keep on kicking. Of course you're broken. You should be with someone who understands what you need. I delayed my response, lest he hear the effect he had on me. That's quite a line, Cassius. Call me Cass. I didn't stop him from leaving. I'd finally gotten an apology, and I was left wishing I hadn't. Peeking in my fridge, a dozen bottles of cream soda peeked back at me. A smile crossed my lips, unasked for. Cassius shouldn't show me his human side. It wasn't fair. I was mixed up over too many guys to add him into the equation. It's not a matter of if we have sex, it's when. When you've hit your limit, I'll be the only guy who can give you what you need. I wonder how often Cassius got what he wanted. Our lunch table was no longer for two. Even though headmistress granted her permission to stay out the full week, Camila woke, showered, and dressed for school. We weren't insta-friends now. We parted ways outside the dorm. She walked off with Clay, and I waited for Eli. Camila was a quiet, dignified presence in the classes we shared. Our professors let her change seats without hassle, and the invisible divide between the Raveners and OB kids was crossed. The public display of her changing seats signaled the end of her and Nolan, and her shaky inclusion with the rich, popular kids. The Raveners didn't shoot her nasty looks or whisper mean things to Camila for this move. No, they saved that for me. Leo swears he didn't touch her, said Bryn loud enough for me to hear as I got the bathroom pass. Bancroft just ran in screaming rape and freaked out the whole floor. What were people supposed to think with Camila out of it, and her shouting to call the cops? Charlie agreed. They got it all wrong because of her. They didn't let up all day. His life could be ruined over this, Destiny hissed. She slapped Jennings's worksheet on my desk. How do you live with yourself? Close your mouth, chipmunk, I scoffed. You've got balls asking me how I live with myself when you and your friends drugged her. Leo is seeing Bryn. He can get it any time. She bent over me. He doesn't have to force himself on anyone to get sex. So why would he? Maybe because rape isn't about sex, I said easily. It's about being a small, pathetic, insecure sack of shit that believes you can take whatever you want and other people don't matter. Her eyes flashed. You've always hated Leo and the rest of us, because we wouldn't waste time with a backwater wannabe Ravener like you. Her voice rose with every word. Admit you lied. A screech made me jump. Destiny retreated quickly, nearly bumping into the guy behind her. Lied about what, Hamilton? The temperature in the class lowered 20 degrees. You wouldn't be talking about our sister, would you? I was just... Sit down, Clay said. Now. Destiny scurried to her desk, worksheets and all. Mr. Jennings took over handing them out, face blank and mouth shut. They didn't touch or threaten her, but the true authority in this classroom was shown when they chose to flex it. I was lucky they were on my side. Lunchtime saw me, Brandon, and Gabriel sitting at our table. They've known Tremaine their whole lives and they hate you, said Brandon. Big surprise who they chose to believe. I am surprised, I returned. Every time I think I couldn't dislike them more, they prove me wrong. I wasn't the only witness seeing him scramble to pull his pants up, and even though it killed me, I didn't touch Camila's clothes so the police could see exactly what I walked into. What more do the Raveners want? I prevented Leo from committing a horrible crime. They should reevaluate who they're pissed at. That group doesn't see assault as a horrible crime. Brandon's fist tightened on his fork. Not against no B-kid. It's us versus them. Always. Over his shoulder, I spotted Camila cresting the stairs. We made eye contact. She made a beeline for us. Change the subject, I said. Let's give her a break from this. Hey, guys. Camila's smile didn't reach her eyes. Can I sit here? Sure, said Brandon. I was just about to invite you guys to a little viewing party in my room. The Bride of Frankenstein hits double feature this weekend. I'm bringing dinner up to my dorm and streaming it with popcorn and soda. Want to join? Bride of Frankenstein is old school, said Camila. Very old school, I agreed. But the classics are the classics. I'm in.
I've got candy stashed that I could bring, Gabriel said slowly, like he was waiting for us to say his disgraced Ravener self couldn't come. Chocolate, candy corn, and peanut butter cups. You had me at candy corn, I said. Brandon pulled a face. Candy corn? Why do you love all that is gross in this world, Bee? Don't yuck my yum, it's beneath you. Gabriel and Camila chuckled. Can my brothers come? Asked Camila. Brandon's smile twitched. Yeah, if they want to. Great, thanks. I secretly laughed at his expression. Brandon was even more unprepared for Cassius and Clay to move into his life than I was. The next day, Camila left for class with me. How are you doing? I asked in the elevator down. She spoke to the opposite wall. If you're asking, it means you didn't hear me crying in the bathroom last night. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. No, it's okay. I don't mind having someone to talk to. My brothers are there, of course, but talking about the other night launches them into extremely graphic discussions of what they're going to do to Leo when they get their hands on him. It must be nice having older brothers that look after you the way they do. Spoken like an older sister. I bet Eli and I could compare what it's really like. The little gremlin loves it, and don't let him say otherwise. A giggle escaped her. She covered her mouth like she didn't want to laugh, but amusement shone in her blue eyes. They've got 3 and 5 minutes on me, but it's been little sis and baby sister my whole life. They threaten every single one of my dates and beat up the one before Nolan when he hit me. It was the first and last time. I dumped his ass immediately, but Cass and Clay lost it. They slashed his tires, busted his windows, cracked his password, and posted, "I hit women" on his social media. Holy hell, I breathed. I bet he didn't raise a fist even to knock after that. She nodded. I love them, and I'm thankful for everything they've done for me. But a lot of people are scared of them, so I don't have many friends, any friends, in my neighborhood. The number of guys who asked me out dropped to 0 after Cass and Clay taught Jonah a lesson. Then Nolan came along. She dropped her eyes. I was so willing to swallow his bullshit and pretend his friends were my friends. My brothers kept warning me about him, but I thought they were being too overprotective. Hindsight is 20/20, right? Nolan is a particular brand of douchebag with a talent for faking it. But to be fair, I don't think all estaters see every woman in the OB as a hookup or mistress. My aunt grew up in the outer borough, I admitted. Together we passed the tennis courts, taking the long way around. They're both jerks, but my uncle respects her and treats her like a queen. You'll find a guy who does the same. In the meantime, you have 2 brothers who always have your back. Yeah, I do. They and you have been great. Whenever I really let myself think about what could have happened that night. Camila grabbed hold of my arm. Thank you, Ember. The Raveners are piling more shit on you because of me. I'm so grateful you realized something was wrong and you told the police the truth. Guess I'm not just a smug bitch laughing in everyone's faces. No, she said with certainty. And you're not lying about your parents either. You really don't know where they are. I shook my head. Maybe you and I can start over? Her hand was on my arm. I gripped it and shook. I'd like that. She smiled, the first real one I'd seen in days. Good. We continued on to class. We should be friends, she went on, especially if you're going to date my brother. I sputtered. Who told you that? No one lasts long when my brothers turn on the charm. This is them being charming? She giggled. You have my blessing to be with whoever you choose in the end. This will be the first time I like one of their girlfriends. Camila pulled ahead, leaving me gaping in her wake. You can withdraw that blessing, it will not be needed. I thought that, but during class I couldn't resist sneaking peeks at Cassius and Clay. They always sat on either side of me, so it was easier to glance their way than to turn all the way around and make it obvious to Royal. Clay caught me once and winked. My red cheeks and I hurried out of the door. My next class was PE, which I did not have with any of the angels.
Coach Sutton threw us right in it as usual.
"Basketball," she announced. "First, we'll run through some drills, then I'll split you into teams. To spice things up with a little incentive, the winning team will choose our activity for the next class. Soccer, tennis, basketball, or," she winked at me, "yoga."
Coach Sutton claimed she didn't hold my old coach against me, but she loved to joke about me being a budding yogi.
"All right, everyone up, grab a ball, and start with dribbling."
We vaulted off the bleachers and got to work. Coach taught us the drills and strode around offering tips when needed. 20 minutes later, we were broken up into teams. Camila and I on one, and Bryn and Pomona on the other. They didn't play dirty, too watchful of Sutton's eye. But they did play hard. Those two were on me any time I had the ball, blocking me, smacking it away, and chasing me down the court with the fires of Hades in their eyes. Camila faked and then threw the ball to me. I snatched it out of the air as Pomona descended on my back. Breathing hard, I sought a way out amid her flailing arms. "What did you and Julian talk about when he ran after you?" She huffed on my neck. I darted to the side and she was there in an instant. "How much he loved you. Don't lie to me. Keep me out of your relationship drama." I faked on the last word, then shot to the left. I tore down the court on the high of a clear path, and Coach Sutton screaming to go all the way. A blur streaked in front of me. The ball was smacked out of my hand and Bryn raced off. I watched helplessly as she dodged defenders and sank the winning shot.
"That was a good game, class. Hit the showers."
My team trudged to the locker room.
"Nice job, Bancroft," a guy spat.
"You can't do anything right," echoed Kendra Adair. "We didn't lose a world championship," I snapped. "And we wouldn't have lost at all if you guys didn't stand there while the other team stuck to me." "Whatever," she scoffed. Kendra and her friends shoved past me. I stopped dead, wrangling with my temper. "You'll get expelled if you punch her. You'll get expelled if you punch her, and Eli will be left in this school alone." The last thought had the strongest effect on me. I put aside my annoyance and followed them inside. 10 showerheads and 12 girls meant being last inside left me last to shower. I chilled on the bench, waiting for someone to leave. Remington Dietrich and her friends Amari and Sky wandered out. I picked up my towel and headed in. I wasn't a big fan of showering in front of people. I was a get in, get out kind of girl. Quickly, I sudsed up and washed the sweaty practice off my body.
"Ladies," Coach Sutton called. "Hurry it up in here. Next class arrives in 5 minutes.
Finishing up, I grabbed my towel off the hook and padded out to get dressed. My next class was calculus. I was saved Hero's glare because he didn't bother to look at me at all. At least one angel acts exactly the way I expect him to.
"Hey, Ember,"
Waylon Gibbs called to me from the third row.
"Why does Royal call you Cherry?"
"Better question," I said. "Why are you running your mouth asking about things that are none of your business?"
"Ooh," he crowed. "Cherry's so tough."
"Don't call me that."
"Enough," said our teacher. "Sit down, both of you. Time to work."
We got down to polynomials. I tried to focus on the lesson, but since Waylon set it off, random students hissed, "Cherry," the entire hour and a half. I ground my teeth, holding back an angry retort. I hated being called Cherry, hated the memories it conjured and the crushing shame that went with it. I forgive that Royal didn't know the true reason I hated that nickname, but I could not forgive him for triggering this new wave of attack. I was out of my seat on the first chime of the bell.
"Where are you running off to, Cherry?"
Waylon shouted after me. I heard footsteps gaining on me quickly.
"Because I have a theory for why he calls you Cherry," he said. "I bet it's after that cute little birthmark."
A hand grabbed my arm and spun me around.
"On that tight ass."
Waylon shoved his phone in my face. On the screen was me. A photo of me from behind, but I knew myself and my birthmark. My phone buzzed as my mind worked to make sense of what I was seeing. I took it out with shaky hands and tapped the message. The recording took over my screen. Part of the lens was obscured from the camera woman peeking around the wall attempting to stay hidden. My back was to the camera, but what she could record was crystal clear. My cherry-shaped birthmark showed stark in the middle of my left butt cheek. Not good enough. The girl zoomed in tight and then zoomed out as I turned slightly. She filmed me as I rubbed soap on my arms, catching the side of my face and my left tit.
"Ladies," Coach Sutton sounded through the speakers. "Hurry it up in here. Next class arrives in 5 minutes."
A bit-off curse, and then the screen went black. Rage and embarrassment burned me. I smacked his phone out of his hand.
"Hey!"
I raced off. If I looked at his face any longer, I'd sink my fist in it. All of a sudden, the students huddling over their phones and smirking at me had new meaning. They all saw it. In one class period, my naked body spread through the entire school. Veering off, I rounded the corner to my locker and ran into a welcoming party. "What do you think?" Remington waved her phone. "You look much better from the back, am I right?" Remington, Amari, Sky, Bryn, Destiny, Laura, and the daughter of the martial arts studio owner crowded my locker. Bryn, Destiny, and Laura were Raveners. The other girls were not. "You did this," I said through clenched teeth. "Not me," sang Remington. Destiny laughed. "We would never. Being on probation and all, we couldn't risk it." But I was happy to. The martial arts girl stepped out of the pack. She was another in a long line of bullies, so I didn't bother to find out her name. Remington passed her the phone. "Here you are, Fiona. I had this movie made to get you to do the right thing. Who knew we'd uncover the true reason Royal Cruise calls you Cherry?" "How long have you been fucking him?" Bryn asked. She dropped her voice. "How is he? He looks like he does it rough." My binder cut into my palm as they laughed. I was shaking so hard it had to be visible. Raveners and OB kids unite, and their first strike was lethal. "I'm not sleeping with him. He knows because I told him, dumbass." "Really?" she scoffed, not believing a word. "Yes, really. He asked if I ever thought about getting a tattoo, and I said my cherry birthmark was enough. Completely innocent." I tried for a smirk to match theirs. "But I'm sure Royal will be cool with you guys spreading rumors about him. I'll be sure he knows exactly who to thank." Their shit-eating grins vanished. "Forget him," Fiona said. "This is about you and those con artists you call mom and dad. Only a screenshot was sent wide, but if you want the entire video gone, give them up. Tell us where they are and your cherry backside doesn't end up all over the internet." "I don't know where they are." Fiona heaved a sigh. "Apparently you need some time to think about it. I'll give you until tomorrow, after school, right here. Show up with their location or watch me hit upload. And it goes without saying that if you tell Hart about this, I, and the select few with the full video, will release it on the way to her office." They filed off, self-satisfaction dripping from their pores. I cursed the fucking day and the fucking detective who told the world my parents left me a secret message. I'd never tell anyone what it meant, so this would never stop. I got my stuff and beat it to my room. What was I going to do? That Fiona girl wasn't bluffing. I saw in her eyes she wanted to hurt me. Camila got up when I came in. "Oh, Ember, are you okay? I saw the photo. They've taken it too far. You have to go to Hart." They didn't stop at a photo. They have a whole video of me showering, and Fiona said she'll post it on the internet if I rat her out. Fiona Copeland? She did this? But she's always been so nice. I made a harsh noise. Now she's a twisted blackmailer who won't delete this video until I tell her where my parents are. Okay. Camila muttered to herself. She began pacing alongside me. "What if you tell her where they are?" "I don't know." She put up her hands. "I know you don't. I mean, write down a fake address and demand she deletes the video before you hand it over." I stopped. That's not a bad idea. Then I shook my head. No, she could just as easily say she won't delete it until she proves they are there. How is she going to do that? If you write down an address in Jamaica, she's hardly going to hop on a plane and check it out. Trust me, go online, find an empty mansion in a non-extradition country, and give her the address. Once she's got it and the video is deleted, go straight to Hart. What she did will get her expelled. Hart doesn't play around. She won't let them get away with it. Okay, I said, absorbing the idea. Yeah, give her a fake address. That's what I'll do. Thanks, Camila. She hummed. Grow up the way I did and you learn how to fake people out. 1 step ahead of child services, 2 steps ahead of the cops. But don't let Fiona get her hands on another video. You should shower in our room from now on. Way ahead of you. I flopped onto my bed. I'm not taking my clothes off in this school ever again. You will go to Hart, right? Yes, I said. I'm not protecting her or the Raveners. I'm sure put the idea in her head. This school might become a half-decent place with them gone. No argument here. I walked to my locker the next morning with the scribbled address in my pocket. If my parents truly were in a mansion in the Maldives, they were living the high life. Someone waited for me in front of my locker. It wasn't Fiona. Hey, B. Brandon hugged me. Are you okay? No, my throat choked up. I was prepared for it to be hard, but this? When will I stop being punished for something I didn't do? He squeezed me tighter. I know what it's like, he whispered. I'm here for you no matter what, and I'll knock out whoever brings it up. You can't be there for me if you're expelled, I said, smile tugging at my lips. Good point. Brandon rubbed my back. Come on, let's go together. Brandon and I walked to homeroom side by side. I kept my head up as kids shouted cherry and nice ass. Gesk greeted us at the door. Morning, Mr. LaCroix. Morning, Miss Bancroft. We're having a quiz on the assigned reading today. If you haven't read the chapter, now is your chance. We've got it covered, said Brandon. Brandon went one way and I went the other. The boy in the seat in front of me, Bo Nash, grinned. Love you in and out of that skirt, Cherry. Pretending not to hear, I took my seat and pulled out my book for English class. Mr. Gesk? I looked up as Hero stood. I need to talk to you outside. It's important. Oh. Gesk's eyes darted around like one of us could tell him what this was about. Certainly, Mr. Saito. The two of them walked outside. A chair scraped the floor on the click of the lock. Nash? Nash's and my head snapped up as Royal bore down on him. What did you just call her? I. Wide eyes flicked from me to Royal. I called her Cherry, like you do, he said almost accusingly. That's all I said. Cassius and Clay stood and took their place at the front, staring down at the class. What did you call her? I called her What was that? Royal slammed his hands down on our desks. The room was deathly silent. No one moved. No one breathed. Please don't pull out your knife. I see you running your fucking mouth, but I keep hearing the wrong name. Is it me not hearing right, or is it you? Bo bawled, shaking fists. Let's try this again, Royal growled. What did you call her? Ember. Didn't hear you. Ember, he said loudly. That's right, because none of you have permission to call. Bo swung. Royal snapped back and the punch sailed through the spot he had been. In a blink, he grabbed Bo's collar, hauled him out of the seat and smashed his fist on his jaw. Bo crashed on some screaming kid's desk and toppled over it, falling in a heap on the floor. He didn't get up. Royal's glare swept over the room. As I was saying, Ember's our girl. I blinked. I'm what? And if any of you call her Cherry, we will have a problem. If you do not delete that photo of her, I will find out, and we will have a problem. If you mess with her younger brother, we will have a problem. Royal was calm and direct, stating orders like a man assured obedience. From here on, if you disrespect her in any way, you will be disrespecting me. If I am disrespected, I will find a special way to deal with that problem.
Am I understood?"
Yes, Royal, they chorused. His eyes narrowed.
"What the fuck are you waiting for? Delete the picture."
A racket of zippers, chimes, and clicks sounded as people rushed to do as directed. Mr. Gask walked inside.
"What on earth? What happened here?"
"He fell," said Royal.
"Real clumsy."
"Fell?" Gask knelt beside the unconscious boy.
"Is this true?"
he asked the class. "Yes."
"Yeah."
"He fell and hit his head on the desk." I just sat there cycling between gratitude and bewilderment. Why did Royal do that for me? And since when was I their girl? Since he drew an angel on your stomach, he said you're one of them now. Gask carried a groggy bow to the nurse. He came back throwing suspicious looks at Royal and the triplets, but the class was never so quiet and well-behaved. We all read or did homework until the bell freed us.
"Mr. Cruz," Gask spoke up, "stay behind, please."
I looked back at Royal drawing in his notebook. In his world, once again. I thought I couldn't forgive him for this. Then he made it right. Jerk. Just when I made up my mind to have nothing to do with him, he had to go do something like this. At the end of detention, I made the solitary trek to my locker. One girl waited for me. "Fiona," I said. "Fiona Copeland." A heavy swallow pallor clung to her cheek. "Daughter of Hank Copeland. I want you to know his name. Remember that Hank Copeland is the man who saw his savings, business, and future wiped out with one cruel, selfish act. Remember Hank Copeland, my father, attempted suicide on August 28th. She blinked and tears spilled down her cheeks. "I did what I did to protect my family, but it wasn't strong enough to win against your need to protect yours. I don't know where they are, Fiona. I don't believe you." She stepped toward me. "But it doesn't matter now because I can't force you to tell me the truth. The angels made us all delete the video. One last step. I will find Frank and Lenora Bancroft and make them pay if it takes the rest of my life. I promise you. I'm sorry about your dad. I hope he gets back on his feet." She sniffed. "Sure you do." Fiona walked off. Our business done. Most would question their tactics, but not their results. Royal laid out the rules and I did not hear the name Cherry again. However, the true miracle was the taunts and insults dried up as well. For the first time since I left my uncle's cold, joyless mansion, I went through an entire day without my parents' crimes thrown in my face. Friday at lunch, the four of us talked movies. "All I'm saying is we should drop some movies from this century into the mix," Camila said. "What about a Marvel movie?" "I'm willing to get out of the 30s, but I will only go as far as the 90s, Brandon replied. "B, back me up. You like old movies." "Whatever you guys pick, I'll watch," I threw in. The bell rang for third period. "All I ask is we don't do a romance movie," I said. "What's wrong with a good rom-com?" said Camila. "I'm with Bancroft," said Gabriel. We dumped our trays at the return station and wandered outside. "Agreed," Brandon said. "No romance." Camila sighed. "Fine. If I can only go up to the 90s, then how about Jurassic Park? It's one of my favorites." "Better," said Brandon. "Much better. It's been a while since I've done dinosaurs." Brandon jogged ahead. "See you after class," he called over his shoulder. "Bring food for admittance." We broke up in the main hallway. The guys headed to class and Camila and I went to the gym. "You going to be okay?" she asked. "Yeah, I've got my gym clothes on under my uniform and I'll shower in our room. Nothing like that will ever happen again." She squeezed my shoulder. "My brothers will make sure of it. I told them what was going on and they spoke to Fiona. Turns out there are benefits to everyone in this school being afraid of them." Yeah," I replied for lack of anything better to say. I was happy they stopped the video going out, but I'd been on the receiving end of their problem-solving methods. I couldn't have them hurting people in my name. Plus, Their method resulted in me not being able to go to Hart. I couldn't get them in trouble over the video when the video no longer existed.
All right, class, Sutton belted at the entering students. It's a bright, sunny day and we're going outside. Gear up for the obstacle course.
Ooh, these are really fun, Camila said. Sometimes Coach gives out prizes.
I've got prizes for the top 5, Coach announced right on cue.
Forget going into the locker room. I stripped off my uniform on the bleachers and then tucked my backpack underneath. Coach watched me but didn't say anything. One by one, my class trickled out and joined me on the bleachers to wait for everyone.
Missing anyone?
Coach asked. All here.
Perfect. Okay, class.
The door flew open and Headmistress Hart strode into the gym. She went up to Sutton and turned her back to the class. The two engaged in a whispered conversation.
Ember Bancroft.
I straightened. Yes, Coach?
You're dismissed for the day. Please go with the headmistress.
What did I do now? I collected my things from under my seat. Their faces gave nothing away to answer why, but as I passed, Sutton patted my shoulder. Let me know if there's anything I can do. About what? She didn't answer.
Okay, the rest of you, up and out.
Follow me, Ember, said Headmistress Hart. We made it into the hall before I asked again. What's going on? Hart put her arm around my shoulder. Her pretty, normally bright face was pinched and stress lines shone behind her glasses. I'm afraid there's been an incident, Ember. I'm so sorry. Eli was attacked. I jerked to a standstill. That sentence rammed through me, shattering everything holding me together. What did you say? He was attacked. Her words reached me through a barrier, sounding far away and muted. We found him by the Millennium Garden. The perpetrators were gone. Listen to me. She gripped my shoulders, tearing me into reality. He is going to be okay, but he's too upset to communicate with us. We need your help calming him down so we can find those responsible. Where is he?
Ember.
Where is he? I screeched. He's in the nurses. I took off racing through the hall. Shouts and then the sharp clacks of her heels said she was chasing after me. Rivulets poured from my eyes, soaking my skin and throwing my surroundings into a haze. I burst into Nurse Blanchett's office, taking in 2 blurred figures and one resting on the cot. My vision cleared on a sight more horrible than I imagined. Blood dripped from Eli's ruined lip and a cut on his cheek. Bruising encircled his eyes, and one was already beginning to swell. My brother's sweet, cherubic face, so much like our father's, was unrecognizable. Why? I ran to Eli, clutching him to me. Who did this? Who did this to you? I screamed. Who did this? I raged over and over, although Eli couldn't hear me. My brother burst into tears, wailing into my chest as I bawled. It took Nurse Blanchett a full half an hour to calm us down. Take a breath, dear, she soothed, tears straining her own cheeks. It's going to be okay. I'm truly heartbroken over what has occurred. Hart's voice cracked. To think my students capable. We will find the culprits. Eli's interpreter finally spoke.
Whoever did it was long gone by the time I found him.
I climbed off Eli's cot and flew at him. Where were you? I pounded his chest. How did you let this happen? Ember. Hart and Blanchett hauled me off over the sound of Eli's renewed crying. Mr. Johnston hung his head. He hadn't tried to defend himself.
I cannot apologize enough. I am responsible for this.
No, you're not, Hart said. You are not a bodyguard. They set me down on the cot. Eli hugged me tight enough to break my bones. Ember, you must see that this is not helping, said Hart. The police are on their way. The best thing we can do right now is have information for them when they arrive. Ask Eli who did this. It took me a minute, but I gently untangled myself from him. Who did this to you? He shook his head. Eli replied with hands that shook. Their faces were covered with ski masks.
Their faces were covered,
Mr. Johnston said aloud. What about height or build? Asked Hart. Were they boys or girls? Eli answered her questions. They were taller than me, bigger, 2 boys. Very good, Eli, she said. Did you read their lips? Did they say anything to indicate why they did this? His lips trembled. One of them said something about Mom and Dad, but then the other guy hit me. He kept hitting me until the first guy pulled him off. Then they ran away. Just one more question. Who has been threatening you? You can tell us now. It's okay if you were scared before. Eli shook his head again. Who has been threatening him? I spoke up. What are you talking about? Mr. Johnston found this. Blanchett pulled something out of her pocket. Next to him. Do you know anything about this? She unfurled the note. I choked on a gasp, crumbling under the equivalent force of a baseball bat to the ribs. Magazine cutout letters stuck to the page. They spelled out a single sentence. You were warned. Chapter 7.
You say you threw the other messages away.
Yes, I whispered. It wasn't the first attempt to hit me up for money, and I didn't take it seriously. Blanchett, Hart, Officer Ramadi, and I were in Blanchett's office. This was as far as I would go from Eli. I'm not blaming you, said Hart. She knelt before me and took my hand. But in the future, bring all of this to me, even if the threat seems empty. I nodded. Mr. Johnston says Eli prefers to have lunch without him, said Ramadi. He then waits for Eli outside of his 3rd period class. Clearly the attacker knew this and lay in wait. Did Eli notice anyone paying particular attention to him when he left the cafeteria? Hart stood. I'll ask. She came back in a minute later and said no. What were the note's demands? Ramadi asked me. $500 put in a locker before homeroom today. I'm sorry, I don't remember the locker number. It's okay, Ember, you're doing great. It's no wonder they were treating me with kid gloves. My tears hadn't stopped since I read the note. Eli was hurt because of me. Of the break-ins, burnings, secret recordings, violations, taunts, insults, and violence, my attackers ultimately found my breaking point. One person I had left to care about. Is there anyone who threatened to harm Eli? Did they indicate violence to you in any way? My tangled mind struggled to think. A few people said they would take the money out of my ass or beat my parents' location from me. I admitted. But no one ever mentioned hurting Eli, and Eli said his class doesn't bother him. I'll need the names of each person who threatened you, and I'll be interviewing them right away, she said. Headmistress, if you would permit the use of an empty classroom and for students under 18, contact their parents. It's unconscionable what was done here today, and Raven River Academy has now become my first priority. There was a bevy of activity following her statement. I sat shunted to the side, struggling to make sense of it all. I felt like someone reached inside of me and ripped everything out. Why Eli? Why? He was kind, quiet, and wouldn't think of hurting a single person. I was the rough-talking, fist-throwing girl despised by the school. It should have been me. Eli wants to leave. Nurse Blanchett appeared in front of me. He would like to return to the dorm and rest. I'll send him with an ice pack and painkillers. The bruises on his face look bad, but he's going to be fine. He just needs time to heal. Thank you, Mrs. Blanchett, I rasped. I wrapped my brother in my arms and took him to my room. Camila clapped her hand over her mouth when she saw us, eyes shining, but she didn't interrogate us. Please tell me what I can do. Will you bring our dinner here? I eased Eli into my bed and drew the covers to his chin. I can't go out there and see any of them. Of course, she said. I was about to go to Brandon's room for the movies. If you want me to stay, I will. But I can also give you space. Go and have fun with the guys. Space is what we need right now. She smiled tentatively. Okay, I'll be back with dinner. Thanks. Camila gathered her things and left us alone. I sank onto her bed facing Eli. It's going to be okay. Nothing like this will ever happen to you again, I promise. Eli squeezed his eyes shut. It was his sign he didn't want me to talk about this anymore, but this was too important. I brushed the hair from his face, pressing a kiss to his forehead. He looked up at me. I promise you, Eli, I said, letting him read my lips. Do you trust me? After a beat, he nodded. Have I ever lied to you before? He shook his head. Then believe me when I say no one will touch you again. I love you, he said in that perfect voice rarely spoken, and in those few times, only to me. The bond I had with my brother was set in stone the second Dad held me to the mirror and said the little red bundle wrapped in blue was ours. I didn't know what would happen to his attackers when I found them. The brutal, merciless punishments I was coming up with on a loop weren't nearly enough. I love you too. I never noticed the bumps in my popcorn ceiling formed an image. Thrown shadows gave the appearance of a cat. Or maybe a bird. Tilting my head back, I read 10 p.m. on the clock. Camila wasn't back from the movie marathon yet. By my reckoning, they had 6 movies and counting in the queue. She wouldn't be back until late. I looked at Eli for the 50th time since he fell asleep. He was peaceful. Eli ate and got ready for bed in a better frame of mind. The faith he had in me unshaken. I gave him his painkillers and he put his head down and drifted off. I wished I could do the same. I made my bed out of pillows and blankets on the floor. I stretched out next to him because I couldn't think what else to do. No, that wasn't true. I did know what I wanted to do, and the strange emotion gripping me made certain I'd eventually get up and do it. Eli was safe in here and he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Now was the time to go. I got up and slipped out of the door, pushing myself through the small crack so the light wouldn't fall on him. The floor was far from quiet. Chatter, laughter, movies, and fun poured from the cracks beneath their doors. He probably won't be there. Everyone is together watching the movies. I knocked all the same, hoping by a trick of luck Cassius threw open the door. What's up, Bancroft? You're here, I said. He shrugged. Cassius leaned against the frame, whole and gorgeous and uncaring of his bare chest. Yeah, I was supposed to do your movie thing, but I decided to chill. Get some work done. I want you to do it, Cass. Do what? I want you to hurt me. His face changed. Confusion to start, followed by surprise. Then finally, hunger. Get in here. Hours later, I tiptoed into my bedroom. Eli slept peacefully. He looked like he hadn't shifted position since I left. The only thing that changed was the addition of Camila. I climbed into my makeshift bed and waited for sleep to claim me. I wouldn't say I felt better. Better wasn't a state I'd approach until his attackers were caught. But the clawing need to scream, rage, and tear out the part of me that wouldn't stop aching had eased. Cassius was right. I was looking for someone to hurt me the way I needed to be hurt. And the method we found was much more satisfying than fighting. Monday morning, I walked Eli and his interpreter to class. Mr. Johnston promised he'd constantly be by his side, but I refused to go until Eli was safely in homeroom. Students openly stared at us walking by. News of his attack had gotten around. Did it say something for them that discomfort and sympathy reflected in their expressions? I hope they find the bastards, Eli. What they did is awful. Glad to see you're okay. Mr. Johnston relayed Eli's thanks. We stopped just short of his homeroom. I hugged and kissed him goodbye. "I'll see you at lunch. I love you."
Love you too,
he signed. I continued to my locker. Maybe it was Royal's warning. Maybe it was the look on my face. But no one spoke to me or got in my way. I reached my locker unscathed and opened it up. In a way, I wasn't surprised to see the note resting on my calculus book. The blackmailer had proven himself serious about getting what he wanted. The next logical step was demanding once more that I comply. $500 in locker 487 by next Monday, same time. If you tell Hart or the cops, we'll do worse. Refolding the note, I placed it under my books. I anticipated this. Back and forth my mind went on what to do when the next note arrived. Using this method was smart for the lack of options it left me. By text or email, I could respond, or better yet, find a way to track them down. This note left me 1 week to deliver money I didn't have, and there was no way to ask for an extension. Their instruction not to speak to Hart or the cops was also expected. If they were one of the people rounded up in Ramadi's interviews, they'd want to put an end to that here. Do I tell Ramadi or Hart and risk them hurting Eli again? The question answered itself. I retrieved my physics textbook and closed the locker with a soft snap. Why was I pretending there was a choice? I decided what I would do the night I made my promise to Eli. After class, I rode up to the 4th floor and veered left instead of right. We hadn't spoken all day, but by now I accepted all business was handled behind closed doors. Hero opened the door. It's a wonder how someone could still look so beautiful when loathing was etched in the lines of their face. But Hero made it happen.
What the fuck do you want?
I want to speak to Royal.
He's not here.
Hero tried to slam the door.
Stop.
A single sharp command and Hero froze.
Let her in.
Hero stepped to the side, allowing me to pass. Royal stretched out on his bed, clad only in boxers. A spiderweb of tattoos reached up his legs and disappeared under the hem. I traveled the length of his thighs and then continued up over his head to the burgeoning collection of sketches pasted on his wall. I wanted these too, but I had a feeling Royal wouldn't take too well to that, and I wasn't here to piss him off.
What do you want, Sherry?
I took a breath and held it till it hurt. It burst out on the back of my request. I want in. In on your games, rackets, whatever you call how you make your money. I'm an angel now, I said clearly, and I want in. Royal swung his feet to the floor. He advanced on me, reminding me vividly of a stalking panther.
When were you out? Clay and Cass said we settled this.
I chose my words carefully. Clay made it clear Royal wasn't to know they were covering my debt. We did. They let me in on their homework thing and they were going to teach me poker, but then Eli was attacked. His expression shifted.
We won't be kind to who did it.
I wasn't shocked to hear him threaten someone. What shocked me was the genuine anger belying his threat. I know who did it, I said. I've been receiving these notes. I told him everything about the notes, the money demands, the punishment laid down for not taking them seriously. They say I have to pay back what my parents took, and I have a feeling it was a lot more than $500. It was nice of the triplets to bring me in, but I won't make enough to meet the installments and always have enough cash on hand for this psycho. My brother will never be hurt by him or anyone else again. I peered deep into his eyes. If I'm one of you now, let me in on the ways to really make money. I'll do anything.
Anything?
He repeated. Yes, I swung on Hero. It's gotta be difficult getting your products on campus. Plus, you take on all the risk. I can help.
The hell you will.
My temper flared. Get over yourself, Saito. This isn't about you, me, or even my parents. Eli is 14 years old and he's lost more than anyone should. Now they come for his sense of safety? They beat his face in for $500. And if there is an ounce of human feeling in the coils and wires where your heart should be, That would upset you too. Hero dropped his head, teeth clenching. I saw the muscle in his jaw jumping from across the room.
It does,
I scoffed.
No, it does,
Hero repeated.
There's gotta be a limit for all people. A line you won't cross. At the very least, that line should be not beating on kids. What happened does piss me off, he said. But it doesn't mean all of a sudden I trust you. My suppliers and how I get product on campus is a secret that I wouldn't give to a Bancroft for all the money your piece of shit parents stole. If it gets out, there goes my way to pay the pot and get out of this town.
I turned my back on him. Royal? What do you say? You told me you go to Ravener parties and relieve the pampered bastards of stuff they don't deserve. A thinly veiled allusion to stealing, I said bluntly. Royal didn't flinch. The fact is, I don't care what I have to do as long as I have the money to put in that locker by Monday.
Stay here, he ordered.
Royal grabbed clothes off the bed and went into the bathroom to change. Reading the vibes he gave off was next to impossible, but it had to mean something that he didn't reject me outright. Royal emerged dressed in jeans and a hoodie. He brushed past me.
Let's go.
Where are we going? I asked, though I followed him anyway.
You think you can handle what I do? Let's find out.
I fell silent. I was a step behind Royal as we descended the stairs, walked out the back door, and tramped across the grass under the darkening sky. Royal led me around the main building and headed right toward the entrance. Looking over his shoulder, I realized where we were going. What's wrong with you? Why would you bring me here? Royal paused before the Millennium Garden.
Do it,
he said, cutting through my urge to curse him out.
Step on them.
Understanding dawned with a heavy feeling. Royal wanted me to step into the flower bed. I gazed at the riot of peonies, daffodils, pansies, roses, zinnias, and more I couldn't name. Care and hard work went into maintaining this garden, meant to celebrate the steadfastness of the Raven River and remind us our town would always endure. It was a beautiful message, and this place where Eli was beaten and left crying was carefully tended by kind gardeners who smiled and waved at me as I walked past, unaware or uncaring of who my parents were. These gardeners would have the task of righting my senseless damage. All of this zipped through my head as I stepped to the stone border. All of the reasons why this was wrong. Because that's who I was. Beneath the fights, the talking tough, and the terrible secret of the music box, I was a good person. At the core of my being, I knew I was good because I had no desire to hurt people or destroy things just for the sake of it. When all the reasons why not swam through my head, I listened. I stepped back. I walked away. This is the one thing I held true above all, and now before the Angel Royal, the core of who I am would crumble. Before him, I would fall. I lifted my foot and brought it down on a peony. The beautiful sprouting bulb crushed beneath my heel. Then a patch of roses succumbed to the same fate. I twirled on Royal, holding out my hands. Happy now? I jumped to the left, I jumped to the right. I did a jig. I took off running to the other end of the circular garden as a feeling I'd never felt before overcame me. Satisfied? I asked, pushing down a giggle. But Royal caught me. He smiled too.
I'm satisfied. You're in.
I walked to the edge and stopped an inch distance apart. Him outside, me inside. In a way, I understood the test. If I wasn't willing to cross this line, shed my convictions of right and wrong, how could I do what was coming next? But this test wasn't a test at all. The core of my being crumbled with the attacker's first strike against Eli. I looked into Royal's chestnut eyes and shared his smile. My parents didn't love me, you know. His smile dimmed. They stopped wanting to have anything to do with me when I was 5, I said. People moaned on the television, blogs, and news that it was monstrous that they left us behind. But I'm sure it's what they always wanted, to be free of me. My dad put on a good show. He tried harder with me than Mom did. Put in the work to make us feel like a family again. And on my best day, I wanted to believe we were. I wanted to believe they still loved me. But then I woke up and found that note. The money they stole made their dreams come true. They could finally live without me. Their only regret would be leaving Eli behind. I nodded to myself, sensing the truth of that. Him they loved to pieces. Royal held out his hand. I placed mine in his and he helped me out of the bed. If they loved him, why would they leave him? The soft question floated to my ears. If you ask me, it wasn't about who they loved or didn't love. They were just selfish bastards. No, I whispered. They did love him, and they would have taken him too. But they couldn't. Why not? Because Eli wouldn't have left without me. He wouldn't have stopped trying to find a way back to me. And the love they had for their son was eclipsed by one thing: their hatred for their daughter. Royal flicked down to our clasped hands. It was rare that I easily read the emotion on his face. This time was no different. I don't know what to say here, Ember, he admitted. I'm not good with this stuff. My real name was perfect on his lips. You already said it, Royal. You don't have to say anything, I spoke up. I'm telling you this because I need you to understand. Eli is the only person I have. He's all I ever had, and I'll do whatever it takes to protect him. Tell me how. He inclined his head, smile coming back. That I can do. Royal and I set off from the scene of the crime. Our hands were still clasped. I steal cars. I blinked. You do what? Steal cars, he repeated, his voice laced with amusement. This town has a massive collection of rare, expensive, vintage, and luxury cars, all in one place. And after one is stolen, those rich bags just go out and buy another. Can't be seen in a common sedan, after all. This is heaven for a good car thief. And I'm good. You steal cars. My brain would not move past this. From the estate. How? It's not the kind of place you can easily break in or out of. The wall is 12 feet of solid concrete and guards man the only two exits. I ask again, how? Getting in is the simple part. I'm on the approved visitors list. I came to a halt, gaping at him. You are on the approved visitors list into the estate, but you have to be a resident or be put on the list by a resident. Who do you know in there? Royal gave me a look. If you're asking a lot of questions when you should be listening, it doesn't matter who put me on the list. The point is, I can get in, scope out the next ride, and jack it while the entire neighborhood is at the country club for some party. The night we met, I made off with a 1939 Lungo Spider, my biggest score. That's why I woke up and found you gone. He shrugged. I had a job to do. You were a bonus. Thanks, I said sarcastically. Royal chuckled. The horsemen do their business out of 2 chop shops, one in the outer borough and one in the estate. I don't have to make it out of the gates with the car I jack in there. I just have to make it to Donnie. With the how covered, I had one question left to ask. Why? Why do this, Royal? He sucked in an audible breath. Most don't understand how the horsemen operate. It's not one gang. It's 4 coming together to run the outer borough under a single authority. The 4 horsemen are the 4 leaders, and they each run a part of the operation. I won't get into the other 3, but Rio deals in luxury items, jewelry, cars, antiques, and stuff like that. He's the best fence around, and it's better to leave the experts to do what they do best. Royal glanced in the direction of the dorm building. Same reason why Cassius, Clay, and Hero don't do what I do, even though they work for Rio. They bring in money with their own rackets. I handle the cars and the other guys handle the rest of the operation.
You want in, he said. Help me get a car I've had my eyes on lately. You do, and the payment is yours. All of it.
Which car? Royal stopped just short of the fence and pointed through the bars. I followed his line of sight to the student parking lot. A sleek gray Porsche sat alone in the back, far from the risk of scratches, dings, or dents. Isn't that
Leonardo Tremaine's car? He completed. The guy was carried out of here and barred from campus while the police sort things. No one has been back since to drive it out, but they will any day now. The bastard's car was destined to be torn down to the last nut and sold for parts.
The magnitude of what we were speaking about didn't escape me. But as I thought of all that Leo had done, the morality of it did. Leo didn't care when he fondled Brandon, forced himself on me, or attempted to rape Camila. I didn't much care for the millisecond he'd be upset before his parents bought him a new one. Why haven't you taken it already? I asked. It's got to be easier getting cars out of here than the estate. The parking lot isn't guarded. There aren't even cameras.
Getting cars out isn't the problem. It's the fact that whenever things go wrong around here, people assume the angels are behind it. Gesk gave me detention for punching Beau.
But you did punch him.
Royal laughed mirthlessly. Trust me, no one told him that. He assumed it was me and tossed me in detention without proof. I can't risk my place here by snatching this low-hanging fruit. Normally. For Tremaine, I'll make an exception.
What do we do?
We? He asked, grinning.
Yes, we. You said you'd give me all the money. I'm not passing that up with 1 week to pay them off. How much are we talking? At least 500.
At least, he replied. Caesar has steady buyers, so he pays me upon delivery. We hand over the car. He'll put the money in your hands in the time it takes to count it out. Just let me know when you're ready to go.
Now, I said before he finished the sentence. Tonight. You're right that Leo could send someone for his car any day now. And I won't see my chance to protect Eli zip out of the parking lot. Can we do it tonight?
We can. Meet me here at 1 a.m.
Got it. I made to leave. Royal stopped me by not letting go.
Are you sure you're up for this? He asked. There's no backing out. No hesitation in my crew.
A flutter of nerves quickened my pulse. I'm up for it, I said, pushing those nerves down and locking them away. I can do this. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. My reflection taunted me. I saw her asking why I was here, convincing myself when I spoke such a big game to Royal. I think I'm allowed time to panic, I told her. It's a big leap from law-abiding citizen to car thief. As big a leap to a nutcase talking to herself in the bathroom. I spun away in disgust. It was midnight, 1 hour until I was due to meet Royal. I wasn't conflicted exactly. I was willing to do this. I just wasn't sure if I was capable. I stepped into the flower bed. Could I step inside the car when the time came? I asked myself that question repeatedly over the next hour, thinking of Eli every time my response was yes. My phone vibrated on the countertop, sounding a 5-minute warning. It was time to go. The campus was spooky at night. Tall buildings cast long shadows that made it darker, and the wind howling through the encroaching forest tickled my mind with what possibly lurked within. In the distance, a lone figure stood at the gate, waiting. I'm here. I stumbled up to Royal. I'm here.
What the hell are you wearing?
What do you mean? I looked down at my black tank and pants. What's wrong with it? He snorted a laugh.
You watch too many movies, Cherry.
I shoved his shoulder. Shut up. Royal went with the standard jeans and a form-fitting white tee.
Let's move. Caesar's waiting for us.
Royal set off, expecting me to follow. He swung open the entrance for me to go ahead of him. I scurried across the parking lot and ducked behind Leo's car, peeking over the hood at a still campus, and Royal shaking his head as he ambled over.
Way too many movies, I heard. Get over here.
I rounded the hood for the driver's side. Royal put something in my hand.
Wedge that between the door. You want to crack it open far enough so you can fit this. He pulled a long wire out of his pants. Inside and hook through the door handle.
You? I asked. As in me. Why aren't you doing it?
You expect me to do all the work while you collect all the money? Nah, he said. This doesn't happen unless you make it happen. So get started. Wedge it between the door.
It took me a few tries and heaps of verbal abuse on the irritating boy standing there and refusing to help. But eventually, I got the wedge through and forced it until the crack widened.
Hook through the handle and then give it a hard tug.
Royal aimed his phone's flashlight into the car.
Can you see?
Heart pounding, I bobbed my head. Pausing only to rub my slick palms on my pants, I gripped hold of the wire and pushed it through. The wire wiggled, missing the handle a few times due to shaky hands. Got it, I whispered. I hooked through as instructed and gave it one hard. The door popped open. I did it, I breathed. Oh my gosh, I did it.
Save the excitement for when you get it out of the parking lot.
I bit my lip. The word he used was too telling. Something akin to excitement sparked with the opening of that door.
Get in, he said. I turned around. In the driver's seat, Royal corrected.
Really? Royal was already sidestepping me for the other side of the car. I slid onto the leather seat. My awe for the smooth finishes and luxurious touches paled in my disgust for the lack of cleanliness. Crumbs, papers, used napkins, and empty wrappers littered the seats and floor. A look in the back seat granted me the stomach-turning sight of a used condom on the floor mat. Let's go, so your friend Caesar can burn this thing already, I said.
Royal chuckled. No burning, but seeing it broken down into parts is just as satisfying.
Can we watch him do it?
It'll take a couple of hours plus the drive there and back. Can't risk being gone that long.
How are we getting back?
Caesar will run us up.
Next question. How do we go? Royal held up his phone.
Lucky for you, this is the easy part. This car is fitted with an ignition disable device that will stop the engine from starting if the owner's key isn't used. It's also set up to alert Tremaine's phone if it's stolen, and gives him the GPS to locate the thieves.
I openly traced his face as he spoke. This was the most Royal said to me since the night he drew my angel, and the night we met. He was electrified. All of this thrilled him.
The thing is, all of those features are run by computer, and therefore can be hacked. He passed me his phone. Plug this into the port.
You can hack into cars, too? His smirk peered through the shadows.
I told you, I'm very good.
Heat pooled in my lower belly, causing me to clench my legs. That was just the tiniest bit sexy. Or more than a tiny bit. I plugged in the phone. Now what?
The code has to simultaneously disable the GPS, send an all-fine signal, and trigger the ignition.
He spoke while he unlocked his phone and pulled up an app.
Press the button.
The button in question was bright blue and read Porsche Taycan. I was supposed to believe one tap of my finger would dismantle a high-tech security system. Time to find out if he's full of shit. I pressed the button and the engine purred to life. Holy crap. The displays and door lights flicked on, lighting us with a bright glow.
Go on, Sherry, we're good to go.
Royal didn't have to tell me twice. I threw the car in reverse and peeled out of the parking lot. The academy owned this part of the forest, and not so much as a street lamp entered its domain. The car's headlamps beat back the darkness as I drove onto the earthen path.
There are no cops out here, Royal said, which means there are no speed limits.
My eyes went round, grasping what he implied. I couldn't, could I? Pressing down, I inched the speedometer up from 45 to 50, then 55, then 60. Woo! Royal shouted. Laughter bubbled out of me on a wave of excitement. Yeah,
faster.
65 and we were flying through the forest, thumping over dips and bumps in the road. We hit a rough one that popped me out of my seat. I came down shrieking. "This is incredible," I cried. "No wonder you steal cars."
"Pull over."
"What? Why?"
"You know where we're going?"
I pouted. "But I can drive us to the main road."
"Pull over."
We were late meeting up with Caesar, and the stout, bespectacled man let us hear about it.
"A man says 2 o'clock, he should arrive at 2 o'clock, especially when the other man has to be up with the baby in an hour."
Caesar tramped into the garage. There was a slight hitch in his gait, and under my watch, he pressed the heel of his palm against his right hip. It couldn't have been the result of old age, as Caesar was 30 at a push.
"We got held up," said Royal.
I focused on looking around. This night was life-defining for so many reasons. Caesar's garage, as it stated on the sign, was what you'd picture of a repair shop. Cars in various states suspended in the air, tires scattered around and tool carts here and there. A door in the back led to what I assumed was the office, and another door read bathroom. "I'll be right back." The men didn't stop their conversation to acknowledge me.
"What did you bring me?" "The Porsche Taycan," Royal said, as promised. "Can't give you as much for—"
I shut the bathroom door and leaned against it. "Fucking hell," I said under my breath. I hooked up with Royal Cruise, again, on the hood of a car, in the forest. Twice in one night I ended up talking to myself in the mirror. Both times it was warranted. Taking a deep breath, I splashed water on my face. It happened. We connected. I felt it, and I know he felt it too. What happens now was the true question. The guys were still talking money when I came out.
"It won't be as much, but Rio will be pleased," said Caesar. "He says we're getting close."
Royal's eyes flashed.
"Shut up." "What?"
Caesar looked at me.
"I thought you said she was one of us."
"She is," he confirmed.
"But a few things are still need to know." "Of course, sorry, Royal."
Caesar moved into his office and reemerged holding a fat wad of cash.
3,000, as agreed.
He made to hand it to Royal.
"Not me."
He jerked his head at me.
"Her. She did all the work."
A generous description of my wedging open a door, playing with wire, and pushing a button, but I let him place the bills in my hand all the same. $3,000.
"Enough for the first payment to Rio,"
Royal said on our way out. Caesar's garage was in a quiet corner of the OB. There wasn't much around but an abandoned building and a dirt road that led into the forest. Perfect for what he got up to. Caesar walked ahead of us, leading the way to his car. We hung back to talk.
"It's also going to cover the payment to the blackmailers," Royal continued. "But the thing with blackmailers is enough is never enough. They haven't given you an amount to pay off in one drop, which makes me think they plan on stringing this out as long as possible, seeing how much they can get out of you."
I've been thinking about it, but I don't know how I'll find them. I checked, and the locker they told me to put the money in is unassigned. I also can't watch it every minute of the night and day to see who goes for it. All they have to do is grab a bathroom pass, duck out while everyone is in class, and take the money. We reached Caesar's car and stopped talking long enough to get in. "Also," I said as I buckled up, "getting Hart to put in cameras would tip him off right away, and trying to hide one in the locker would put Eli at risk if it was found. Whoever these people are, they've got me backed into a corner and they know it."
"No, they don't," he stated. "I lay down rules. I expect them to be followed. I told the school you and the little man were off limits. The Angels will find these guys and take care of them."
As always, Royal's threats were light on description. He didn't need to show off, talk big, or prove he was the baddest person in the room. He said no more and no less than what he meant to do, and, as always, I believed him. Chapter 8.
"I gotta tell you,"
Cassius snuck his arm under my neck and rested my head on his chest.
I'm picturing you behind the wheel, racing off with that shit's car, and it's crazy sexy, baby.
I chuckled. Friday night arrived, and Cassius and I were curled up in bed. After a bout of rather inventive sex, his experience came through even to someone as inexperienced as me. Royal thought so too, I said, peering at him through my lashes. We haven't talked about this, but I think we should. I don't know what this we are, but I don't want to lie to you either. Royal and I hooked up.
It's okay.
Amazingly, it sounded like it really was. Also, I might be interested in Clay.
Damn, we're really going for honesty today.
Cassius patted my butt cheek.
I'll let you in on a secret. You wouldn't be the first girl Clay and I shared. And it's like you said, whatever we are, we're not exclusive. We can sleep with whoever we want.
I pushed myself up. Does that mean you're sleeping with whoever you want? He cracked a grin.
Is that jealousy I'm hearing?
Answer me, Cass. Cassius put his hands up in surrender.
I haven't been with anyone else, and I won't be.
No? I squinted at him. Why?
Because you've got this look on your face like sleeping with other girls will revoke my all-access pass to that pussy.
I rolled my eyes. This guy was so crude. All-access pass? Don't get ahead of yourself. I got comfy on his chest, pulling the covers over us. I just said I won't lie, so I admit the thought of you with other girls doesn't feel right. But I won't be that kind of hookup that holds you to different standards. Cassius trailed a finger up and down my arm, tracing small circles in the sweat cooling on my body.
You don't have to. I'm not getting with anyone else, Ember.
I hid a smile. You're going off campus tomorrow, right?
Yep, making the drop to Rio and then swinging by the clinic.
Am I allowed to know what this medical thing is now?
It's not really a secret, he said. I have an autoimmune disease. Right now, it's in remission, and I get my blood tested regularly to make sure I haven't relapsed.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cass.
Most days, I'm cool with it. You know, accepting my lot in life. But other days...
His nails scraped my arm, curling into a fist.
Other days, I'm pissed my old man can't hold a real job long enough to get us health insurance. My disease is just another thing keeping us in this life. How else can we afford the tests, pills, and doctor visits?
This isn't the only way, I offered. You and Clay are wicked smart. If you get the grades you're giving other people, you're locked to get into any university you want.
The numbers for sending 3 people to university would make Sally Mae cry. We're saving up. We've got enough for one to go and not to be loaded down with loans. It's got to be Cam. Clay and I will follow her when we've got enough for the both of us.
I sighed. It kills me that you have to make that choice, but it's also sweet how much you care for your sister.
Only one I got, he said lightly. Speaking of siblings, you ready for Monday? I fucking hate you having to give those bastards money after what they did.
I hate it too, especially because Royal is right. They've got me in their grip, and they know it doesn't end until they want it to. I've got $3,000. If they stick to payments of $500 every week or bi-weekly, that will give me time to figure out who is behind this.
We'll find a Em. The flaw in their plan is their notes have to be hand-delivered, and the money picked up. Eventually, we're going to catch them where they shouldn't be.
I will catch them, I said with total assurance, because I won't allow them to miss the pleasure of their faces being bashed in.
He hummed. Did I mention it's also sexy when you talk revenge?
Wow, Cass, I deadpanned.
I think it's about time for round 2, don't you?
I giggled as Cassius flipped me and wrapped my legs around his neck. Round 2 was shaping up to be just as fun as round 1. The hall was near empty. Most students were at breakfast, drawing out each second before trekking to class. I counted 3 students in the hallway of the blackmailer's chosen locker. One girl had her head in a book. The other guy leaned against the lockers, messing with his phone. And the final guy strode past me without a glance. I memorized their faces since I didn't know their names. Not seniors, but the blackmailer didn't have to be. My parents left a variety of victims in their wake. I opened the empty locker and tossed 500s in. I wasn't putting it in an envelope or wrapping it nicely with a bow. My contempt for them would come through every way I could show it. Giving it my back, I headed to Gesk's homeroom class. The fact remained that it was impossible for me to be by the locker at all times. Nonetheless, I checked it between periods and on my trips to the bathroom. The money was still there by lunchtime. "Why is it still there?" I asked Clay. I waited for him outside the cafeteria and pulled him to the side. "What does it mean? Did they change their minds?"
"It doesn't mean anything yet. They're most likely waiting until they're sure no one is around. They've upped the stakes. No time to take chances."
I nodded. "Lunch is the perfect time for them to pick it up. The main building empties out. I'll see if anyone comes."
"There's nowhere for you to hide in that hallway."
"I won't hide," I said as the idea came to me. "It's like we just said. Everyone should be in the cafeteria. I'll stand in an empty hallway, and if another person shows up who has no reason to be there, they're who I'm looking for."
"Not a bad idea. You want backup?"
"I'll be fine. I'll text Brandon to bring me food." He walked backward to the entrance.
"I'll bring it. And if you've got someone screaming on the floor for mercy, I'll jump in."
"Sounds like a deal." I returned to the main building. Students streamed past me, eager to fill their bellies. Locker 487 was near the front of the building. The bank of lockers was broken up by 2 water fountains and a bathroom on the far end. I chose my spot in front of the locker and waited. And waited and waited. My clock read 10 minutes until lunch was over. I didn't move. There was no guarantee they were coming, but there was a chance. I'd stay here as long as there was a chance. A faint squeak cut the silence. I stood up straight as that squeak morphed into footsteps. Someone was coming from the direction of the cafeteria. I was right. Anger built as the approaching footsteps got louder. If this was the guy that hurt Eli, I wouldn't stop at bashing his face in. I wouldn't stop at all. Peeling myself off the lockers, I turned to face Hiro Saito. He met my eyes and scowled.
"Why, I'm the one that has to deliver the message."
"Hiro, what are you doing here?" He held up his phone.
"Go to Hart and request time off campus this Saturday," he said. "You've got to put those in at least 5 days in advance, so don't waste time."
"Why would I do that?"
"Rio wants to see you. He says it's time you were introduced."
"See me?" I croaked. "Is that a good or a bad thing? Why would he want to put the face to the name I'd give the cops?"
"I didn't hear you say that," he gritted out. "And if you're smart, you won't repeat that question to Rio. You ask me, Rio must have heard about you helping Royal boost that car. If you want deeper into the business, then you have to meet the boss."
He jabbed his thumb at his chest.
"And I'm driving you."
I didn't budge. "Why are you driving me?"
"Rio needs to see me about something too."
He started backing away.
"And don't tell Royal."
"Why?"
"Because he only wants to meet with the 2 of us and Royal doesn't listen," he replied. "Go, get the pass for the afternoon. Make up something good."
"I will in a minute," I said simply. "After lunch." He walked off like it wasn't worth spending another second talking to me. I stayed until the bell chimed and the hall filled with too many suspects. I forced myself to go to PE. When I returned after the period, the money was gone. That night, as I burrowed into my bed, I took my mind off the problem of the blackmailers for a brief spell to ponder Rio. Why did Rio want to see me? What did the 2 of us have to say to each other? Maybe it's a good thing. Like I told Hiro, I needed a face to put to the name I gave to the cops. Because this is how the story between me and the Shadow Man will end, with me waggling my fingers goodbye as he is hauled off to prison. The rest of the week passed in the steady march of classes, studying, homework, and tests. Eli and I walked to class together Friday morning.
"Tatum got a double feature subscription," he signed. "He thinks it'd be cool to have a movie night too. It'll be with some guys from our class."
Do you want to go or to chill in my room?
I want to go. I've got to move back to my dorm now, sis. It's getting weird.
No, it isn't, I replied, a tad indignant. What's weird? Eli was healing well. The collection of his bruises was in varying states, but he was on his way to shedding all traces of his attack.
I can't let you take care of me all the time. I've got to be able to take care of myself. The town hates Mom and Dad. No one bothered me before because most people feel sorry for me. But most isn't all. I want to learn to fight like you. Coach Sutton said she'd teach me some stuff.
I gritted my teeth. Rationally, I knew neither Eli nor Sutton required my permission. Still, I hated that my brother thought the day would come that he'd have to fight. I want you to feel safe, Eli, and knowing you can defend yourself is a big part of that. Self-defense lessons are a good idea, but I promised you no one would hurt you again. Do you still believe me?
Yes, he replied, but someone could hurt you. It's me and you, right? We protect each other.
I ducked my head, lest he see my eyes getting misty. Yes. We met up with Mr. Johnston at the front of the building. He went with Eli to his class while I continued to my locker, which was blocked by Royal Cruz. Royal? I greeted, stopping in front of him. Royal skipped the pleasantries.
He wants to meet you, like you said. You've shown you'll play ball, so he's dropping the Shadow Man routine and putting this on friendlier terms.
Okay, I'm cool with that. I'd like to meet him too. I told Royal about the meeting with Rio. Of course I told him. My phone was out as soon as Hero walked away.
I've got a pass from Heart too, he said. I'll meet you guys there.
Is that okay? Won't Rio get mad at me for telling you and then you for showing up?
I can handle Rio.
With that, Royal loped off. What does one wear to a meet and greet with a gang leader? I asked myself on the way to class. It's no wonder my upcoming meeting with Rio distracted me. My thoughts didn't stray too far from it.
Ember? Ember?
I raised my head. Yes, Coach?
I want you in particular to pay attention, she said.
Our class was spread out on the bleachers, looking down at Sutton as she paced.
I have a colleague, Coach Kiki, who abides by the notion that physical education is more than teaching students to throw around balls. It should be about teaching you healthy and safe ways to use your body that will last the rest of your life. I did not agree with her until now. A good portion of you will never again pick up a dodgeball or baseball bat after you leave this class. But all of you have the risk of being in a situation where you might need to defend yourself.
She stopped pacing and faced us, hands clasped behind her back.
Today and for the next week, I will be teaching you techniques for self-defense. I want to be clear. The best way to win a fight is not to get in one in the first place. But if the other person doesn't give you a choice, there are ways to protect yourself. Sutton smacked her clipboard. Everyone up. You see the practice dummies behind me? Line up in front of them. Today we are learning what to do if someone comes at you from above, below, and behind. What to do if they grab your hair, and how to disarm an attacker with a weapon.
Coach matched us with our dummies and led us through the different techniques and movements. She spent extra time with me, ensuring I did it correctly.
No, grab the wrist. Secure your hold and then twist, Ember. Pointing away from the body at all times. Try again.
Yes, Coach. I squared up to her. She pushed the practice dummy away for the lesson on disarming someone with a weapon. She came at me. I grabbed her wrist, twisted, and the rubber knife hit the mat.
Very good, she said. Keep practicing with Camila.
Camila and I partnered up for the rest of the lesson. She was surprisingly good at this stuff, which she put down to the self-defense lessons her brothers signed her up for when she was 12. The next afternoon, I ran through Sutton's tips as I waited next to Hero's car. It was a modest four-door, clean, functional, and more than enough to get us where we needed to go. I expected a tricked-out rim-spinning work of art, proving that Royal was right about me watching too many movies. Is it true you can disarm a gunman by grabbing hold of their wrist and then twisting it out of their hand?
He scowled over the hood. How the fuck should I know? Why are you asking me?
Hiro hit the button to unlock the doors.
Get in. Don't ask any more questions.
To drive his point home, he started the car and immediately blasted his music. It was fine by me if he didn't want to talk. The guy was hardly a conversationalist. I contented myself through the hour-long ride by messing with my phone and watching the outer borough pass by. I'd seen them here and there on the rare drives from my old home to the estate. But as he got deeper into horseman territory, graffitied angel wings shone on an increasing number of buildings and homes. Just before we turned on the final street, I realized where we were going. Caesar's garage? I asked over the noise. Why does Rio want to meet there?
He didn't say, and I didn't ask.
Hiro killed the engine in front of the garage.
Let's go.
He climbed out and took off inside. I thought he'd go in without me, but he paused at the door, and in a shocking move, held the door open for me.
Watch what you say, he said under his breath as I walked past. Don't raise your voice. Don't talk back. Don't challenge him. Just keep your mouth shut and speak when he tells you to.
A stronger sense of unease blew my nagging worry to new heights. What was with these warnings for a simple chat? Rio was getting his money. There was no reason this should be anything but friendly, like Royal said.
Hello?
A deep, smooth voice rolled out like water over the riverbed, seeking me through the darkened garage.
You must be the lovely Ember Bancroft.
The shadows found form. Stepping out from behind a rack of tires, the man caught my eyes and trapped them in his gaze. This is Rio? The pictures of him in my mind vanished in a smoldering inferno, and in their ashes rose a spellbinding rogue in polished leather shoes, a screamingly expensive black overcoat, and a platinum watch as big as an infant's head.
Nice to meet you, Ember.
He raised his hand.
I'm Rio.
I didn't move at first. A firm shove from Hiro propelled me forward into the garage. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that we weren't alone. 3 men in much simpler clothes and a host of tattoos gathered around one of the cars, speaking in low tones. I spared them only the barest glance. Rio demanded my attention return to him as he drew me closer on the strength of his outstretched hand alone. He smiled, a warm, full, charming smile that brought wrinkles to the corners of his eyes. Threads of salt wove through his pepper hair, but rather than aging him, they made him appear distinguished. Distinguished. That was the word for this shockingly handsome shadow man. He wasn't what I anticipated, but maybe he should have been. Royal said he dealt with luxury items, jewels, cars, antiques. It made sense he'd look the part. Hello, I said, grasping his hand. You wanted to see me?
I did.
Rio did not release my hand. On the contrary, he pulled me in and draped my arm through his.
I wished to speak about the predicament you and I find ourselves in, unexpectedly because of your parents.
I'd love to talk about that too. Rio led me off, leisurely walking through the garage. To start, who is the person my payments are going to? I asked. Is it you?
No, dear girl, he said easily. I invest in diamonds, not land. The person who lost their life savings to your parents is someone as dear to me as it gets. My mother.
I jerked to a stop, pulling Rio up short and making him gaze down on me with knowing eyes. I didn't know, I said for a lack of any other response. He inclined his head.
No reason you should have. Few people know she is my mother for her safety and per her wishes. She doesn't approve of...
His eyes swept the garage.
My career choice. Your parents did not know who they were stealing from. But the fact remains that they did, and as I'm sure you can understand, I could not let such a horrible act pass.
He spoke so confidently and self-assured. I almost said I did understand.
But we can speak of that matter later, he said, breaking me out of the spell. What I truly want to speak to you about are drugs.
Drugs?
Yes, you see. Rio set us walking again. Recently, a new player has come onto the scene. Years of hard work done by me and my colleagues to rid the outer borough of such poison is being undone. The product is even reaching as far as our high and middle schools.
He stroked my fingers with a warm, soft hand.
You may not be aware that the horsemen do not deal in drugs of any kind. They tear down a home, a family, a community, while our goal is to build the outer borough to new heights. You can then imagine my disappointment when I began to suspect someone within my own ranks was responsible. Drug dealing on the side.
I couldn't fathom why he was telling me this, but I didn't interrupt.
To catch the traitor, I devised a way to flush them out. If they are one of us, they are using the money from our pot to fund their operation. So I began marking the bills of each payment, an individual's sign for each of my men. If a $20 bill marked with a cross ends up on Raynor Street, well, I've found my man.
Even for the little I knew of the OB, I recognized Raynor Street as the one housing a meth lab recently busted by the cops. It got hardcore down that block.
A clever method, I thought, he continued. But imagine my surprise when my marked bills made it back to me.
Rio stopped in front of the door I assumed was Caesar's office.
In your first payment.
Alarm bells clanged in my mind. I tried to tug free of Rio, but he clamped down, holding me fast. The kind gentleman routine shed like skin off a snake. His expression solidified into hard, unfeeling granite.
I invited you all here, he continued, so that you can explain to me why your debt is being paid with my own money.
Rio gripped the handle and threw the door open. I took one look inside and screamed. Cassius and Clay hung from the ceiling, suspended by their wrists. Blood dripped from their ruined faces, staining their clothes, and collecting in an ever-growing pool on the concrete floor. Neither one stirred at my scream. Oof! I whipped around. The men gathered in front of the car had moved without me noticing. They stood over an unconscious hero, one of them holding aloft the butt end of their gun. Said man advanced on me. "No!" I screamed. "No, wait! I can explain! It's not what you—" The door to the garage flung open, smashing into the outside wall. Royal burst inside and relief flooded me. Royal was here. He wouldn't let anyone hurt me. Royal took in the scene, eyes wide, and then looked right at Rio.
Dad, what the fuck is going on?
The world tilted on its axis. Dad? Rio the Shadow Man was Royal's dad? The shock no sooner penetrated than the thug brought his gun down. Pain overwhelmed my senses. A brutal parting gift for darkness claimed me. Chapter 9. What happened? I cringed. Thinking made the pounding in my skull worse. What was going on? I was with Hero, then we went to Caesar's garage and... Slowly I peeled my eyes open. The light was a sharp spike to my foggy brain. Through the pain, I made out multiple blurred figures.
Ember?
One of the figures moved, coming toward me.
You're awake. Let me apologize for the rough treatment.
Rio materialized before me, agreeable smile nowhere to be found. His apology poured from bloodless lips, and nothing reflected in his eyes but coldness.
It's abhorrent to handle a young lady in this manner, but circumstances have brought us to this.
I blinked at him, not comprehending what he was saying. Movement flicked out of the corner of my eye. I looked away from him and choked on a gasp. Cassius and Clay had been taken down and tossed on the office's threadbare couch. Hero was placed between them, and all three had been beat to shit. Blood wept from cuts on their faces, and Hero cradled an arm that was surely broken. They might have gotten up and done something about this if the three men with Rio weren't standing before them, guns trained on their forehead. Cold seeped into my back. I was sitting on a metal chair and cloth bit into my wrists as I strained against my bindings. I wasn't going anywhere.
Relax, my dear.
Rio shifted to the side, giving me a view of Royal a few feet behind him, unscathed, unrestrained, and unthreatened by the men and their guns. He looked at his friends bleeding on the couch, face unreadable. We were in a small room with nothing to say for itself but a desk, couch, file cabinets, and hooks on the ceiling. Rio followed my gaze up.
Things get much more civilized from here, Rio said, as long as you cooperate.
I just looked at him, feeling the wetness running down my temple and dripping off my chin. Rio motioned to the couch.
While you were out, my men here were explaining their well-intentioned but misguided attempt to reward your saving their sister by claiming your debt and paying it off with my own money.
Clay opened his swollen mouth.
Rio.
His assigned brute backhanded him with the gun, startling a scream out of me. Clay's head snapped to the side. He swung back, lips peeled back as he glared unyielding defiance.
As I was saying, Rio continued, I understand their gratitude, but I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. My son pleaded on your behalf when you did not have my mother's money by the deadline. He assured me you'd make regular on-time payments, and the matter would be settled. Instead, Cassius brings an envelope filled with the bills I marked for him and his brother, and he claims it's from you.
Rio stepped away, my attention glued to him as he walked over to Royal.
How this happened under my son's watch is a question for another day.
Rio circled his blank-faced son like a hawk does its prey.
He assured me he had this under control, but here I am, forced to deal with the matter in person. At this point, my patience is at an end. I can still take care of this, Dad, Royal said, voice placid. If you had let me know about the payment, I would have taken care of the triplets and made sure the next was... Shh, 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 Rio crooned.
He clasped the back of his neck, bringing their foreheads together.
It's okay, my boy.
Despite his words, Royal visibly tensed. Seeing the two of them together, their resemblance was obvious. I should have known the moment Rio stepped out from behind the tires. The raven locks, the strong jaw, the air of promised danger.
Even the strongest of leaders face betrayal, he said. But the most important lesson we must learn is...
Rio withdrew a gun from his overcoat.
There are no second chances.
He punctuated each word with a tap of the gun on Royal's chest. I bit through my lip, keeping in another scream. It leaked through my teeth as Rio turned on me. Pull yourself together, Ember. Don't give the Shadow Man the fucking satisfaction of seeing you cry. This man has proven himself to be exactly what you thought he was, and you will see him carried off in handcuffs if it's the last thing you do. Sucking in a breath, I held it long, willing my galloping heart to slow. I would get out of this. That morning would not be the last time I saw my brother.
I gave the lovely Miss Bancroft a chance, Rio went on. All I asked was for the 100 grand for your grandmother. But now...
Rio gripped the desk chair and pushed it in front of me. He sat down, gun trained on me, and looked me in the eyes.
Now, I'll have it all.
All? I croaked.
Everything your parents stole, dear.
My blood ran cold.
25 million would go a long way to getting you into my good graces, and possible forgiveness for your friends over there.
He motioned to the couch.
I'll have it right here and right now. Tell me where your parents are hiding.
Part of me felt I should have known this is where we were headed. I started to speak.
Before you make the mistake of lying to me,
Rio cut in.
You should know I've been following your parents' case very closely since I discovered my mother was one of their victims. I know about the message they left you, and I requested a copy of it from a friend of mine on the force.
Rio's gun remained on me as he pulled a slip of paper from his pocket. My eyes widened. No.
Ember,
he read.
Surrender an offering unto the goddess. Tell your brother we love him. From Mom and Dad.
He met my eyes over the paper.
That first line is a hidden message if I've ever heard one.
I licked my lips, tasting copper blood. This was an entirely different situation from the FBI's interrogation. It is a message, I said carefully. But it doesn't lead to their location, as I've tried to tell everyone for the last few months. It's just I cast about for the phrase. Inside joke, I finished. It's a joke between us. His perfect brows shot up his forehead.
A joke? Please share. I love a joke as much as the next guy. Don't I, gentlemen?
The brutes he brought with him murmured their agreement.
Well, Miss Bancroft? Rio pressed. I'm listening.
The explanation rose in my throat and lodged. Every fiber of my being rejected the notion of giving in, of telling him what my parents truly wanted me to do, of sharing the secret of the music box. Tears filled my eyes despite my resolve not to cry. What else could I do but cry when the only thing I could say would certainly get me killed? I won't tell you. My voice was small but strong. It's got nothing to do with my parents or the money, and I won't say it no matter what you do.
Ember,
Royal said. His face was no longer blank. A clear emotion shone in his eyes, and it wasn't anger. It was fear.
Just tell him!
No! I bore into Rio. No!
You should rethink this, my dear,
he said softly.
I will not hear no again.
I leaned as far as my restraints would let me. No! I hissed in his face. All of a sudden, Rio was on his feet.
Damien? Saito, if you please?
One of the brutes seized Hiro and ripped him off the couch. What are you doing? I cried. He threw Hiro in the middle of the room. The boy fell hard on his bad arm, crying out. He pushed himself to his knees, wincing in pain, and froze before the barrel of the gun.
Dad!
Royal surged forward.
Don't fucking move, boy,
Rio hissed, peeling back the mask of civility.
This ends on her word, not mine.
Rio looked at me as he flicked off the safety.
What does the message mean?
All pretense was gone. Hot tears gushed from my eyes. I wrenched at my bindings, twisting and jerking in the chair. Stop! Don't do this, please!
What I do is entirely up to you,
said Rio.
I will not ask again. What does the message mean?
Hiro did not beg or plead. Resignation shone in his eyes. He knew he was about to die, and accepted it. Ah! A scream ripped from my throat. For 13 years, my horrid, painful shame stayed buried. I couldn't speak of it now, or ever. I can't. I can't!
I see, Rio said. I'll have Clay next, Damien. Let's see if she has a softer spot in her heart for him.
Rio raised the gun. No! Shouted the triplets. Dad! The message was for my sister! Rio stopped, finger twitching on the barrel.
Your sister?
He rounded on Royal, and the gun flew away from Hero.
What sister?
Royal shook his head.
I don't know. You don't have a sister, Rio growled, and I'm through playing games.
Wait! I shrieked as he set Hero in his sights again. I do have a sister, or I did. She was... You have to get this out. It's time. I swallowed past the lump in my throat. She was my twin sister, I rasped. Her name was Aurora Bancroft. Silence gripped the small space. Rory loved her name, I said. Dad told her it meant goddess of the dawn, and that pleased her to no end. Being a goddess. When we played pretend, she was always the goddess and I was her devoted servant, because every deity had to have one. I didn't like playing along, but Dad did. A tear dangled off my nose. I sucked it in as I took a sharp breath. He'd come to our room with our snack and bow before her, saying, "Please, goddess, accept my offering." It would make her giggle like nothing else. After she died, we'd visit her grave, bringing flowers, and Dad would say the same thing as we placed them under her name. An offering to the goddess. I glowered at Rio. There, that's it. In my parents' final note to me, they told me to tell my brother they loved him and put flowers on my sister's grave. Are you fucking happy now? Leave Hero alone. Rio's eyes narrowed.
No.
What?
No,
he repeated.
If the message was that innocent, you wouldn't have hidden its meaning all this time. You clearly do not take this seriously.
A bang ripped through the quiet. Hero toppled over, clutching his arm. His groans could hardly be heard over my screams. Clay, Cassius, and Royal tried to run to him. Cassius and Clay were roughly thrown back. Royal knelt beside his friend. The feeling in his eyes as he looked up at his father told me everything I needed to know about their relationship. Hatred.
The next one goes between his eyes, Rio promised. Tell me the real message.
That is the real message, you fucking insane thug. What else would it be? If it was a message telling me where they were, why would I have stuck around here, huh? How's that for proof I'm telling the truth?
If that is the truth, why did you hide it? He demanded.
Because
what?
Because I killed her. Rio dropped the gun. A lesser man would have let the shock show on his face. His gave nothing away, although I sensed his surprise all the same.
Excuse me?
I killed my sister, I sobbed. I didn't mean to, but I did. Clay, Cassius, and Royal watched me in disbelief. I dropped my head. I couldn't bear to see their faces. My sister and I were playing on the front lawn a little after our 5th birthday. Grandpa gave us the best gifts. A music box for me and a porcelain doll for Rory. She was jealous, I whispered. She had a bunch of dolls, but she didn't have a music box. I took my box outside to play with the treasures I put inside. Rory came out of nowhere and snatched it from me. She said she wanted the music box and I could have one of her other toys. I said no and tried to get it back from her. Rory got angry and threw it. My voice, my heart, cracked on a sob. I heard the splinter as it broke apart, and I was so mad I took her doll and flung it as hard as I could. Rory ran after it, racing into the street, just as the car came.
Holy shit,
Damien breathed. I paused a minute, getting myself under control. After the funeral, I continued dully, my grandfather returned the music box, fixed good as new. The only thing fixed, the way my parents felt about me after that day, the look I'd see in their eyes every now and then. That wasn't fixed. I hadn't spoken her name since Mom drove me to Grandpa's house saying she couldn't stand a look at me. I wasn't allowed back home until I was 6. And you all ask me why I didn't want to talk about it? Why I wouldn't tell the FBI, the town, the entire world the worst thing I've ever done? The reason why my parents left me and didn't look back? I won't let Rory be another thing you bastards throw in my face. Raising my head, I held Rio's gaze. I'm here where I am because of me. But I kept the music box and our matching baby shoes as a reminder of your lesson. There are no second chances. He nodded.
I understand. What's more, I believe you, which is rather unfortunate.
What? Why? I asked.
Because if you can't lead me to your parents or repay what my mother lost,
the gun flew up, fixed on me.
You're no good to me. I do pray you meet your sister again, sweet Ember.
I didn't have a chance to beg or scream. Rio set his aim and pulled the trigger. About the author. Ruby Vincent is a published author with many novels under her belt, but now she's taking a fun foray into contemporary romance. She loves saucy heroines, bold alpha males, and weaving a tale where both get their happily ever after. This has been The Angels, a dark high school bully romance. Raven River Academy, Book 1. Written by Ruby Vincent. Narrated by Addison Barnes. Copyright 2020 by Ruby Vincent. Production copyright by Ruby Vincent.